Hello everyone, welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoyed this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. Volume 1 Part 1 Chapter 1 Beta Testers, Eternal Kingdom, and Brew. Sherlock was a young dungeon lord. His dungeon wasn't initiated because the dungeon core had been abandoned. Sherlock had bought this abandoned dungeon core because of the persuasive sales tactics of Missy Succubus, who would cast flirtatious glances and give subtle hints occasionally. Neither was it because the dungeon core was surrounded by smelly and hard diamond seam, which was of little value. It definitely wasn't because of the short one-day's journey to the surface world's entrance, which meant that Sherlock only needed 1 day to go to the surface world. On the contrary, that also meant that the races of the various light factions on the surface world only required a day's journey to attack Sherlock's dungeon. The environment of Sherlock's dungeon was extremely bad and highly dangerous. Since it had been abandoned, immense effort would be required to reconstruct it. It wasn't because he liked a challenge. He had purchased it simply because this dungeon was the cheapest in the Underworld. Enough of the complaints. Sherlock was an ambitious and goal-oriented person. Instead of complaining, it was more productive to spend the effort reconstructing the dungeon core and kickstarting his glorious project. If use Marner, then stamp my personal seal. Sherlock stood in front of the abandoned Dulking dungeon core. He was holding the dungeon operating manual given to him by the sales scroll in a bid to restart the dungeon core step by step. After most of the Marner was infused and he was almost exhausted, Sherlock took out his personal seal and immersed it in his fresh blood before stamping it on the dungeon core. When the word Sherlock was blood-stamped on the dungeon core, it radiated with brilliance. Sherlock heard a low voice coming out from the dungeon core. Servant Saber, here at your summoning. Are you my master? Sherlock frowned and flipped through the entire dungeon operating manual, confirming that there was no such segment in the manual. He lifted his head and looked dazed at the dungeon core. What should he do had he bought a fake dungeon core? The dungeon core waited for a while. Then, not waiting for Sherlock's reply, it said, "Not from transmigration, an indigenous inhabitant." Sherlock knitted his brows tighter as he mumbled to himself, "This dungeon core is a nutcase. I have to get a refund from the sales scroll." Indeed, nothing good comes from a cheap sale. As Sherlock turned to leave, the dungeon core became worried and shouted, "The great future dungeon devil king, those were the terms that I learned from the other world. I'm not a nutcase. Please stay and don't ask for a refund. Based on my poor environment and location, there won't be a sale in a million years." Sherlock paused his steps, but not because of the dungeon core's forming. He stopped because the dungeon core had mentioned the great future dungeon devil king, and that was a truth. It was incredible that the dungeon core was able to speak. As Sherlock wasn't an experienced dungeon lord, he had never encountered one before, but that didn't mean there were no talking dungeon cores. Perhaps it was a rare occurrence. With such a thought, Sherlock was pleased for having a rare talking dungeon core. Since the dungeon core could speak logically, it wasn't broken. In fact, it could work in Sherlock's grand scheme of things. He opened up both hands and spoke for the first time as the dungeon lord. Dig 100 dungeon monsters' dwellings in 100 years. Construct 10 kitchens, 10 interrogation rooms, 10 torture chambers, 2 large training rooms, and a maze with libraries and treasure rooms for baking surface adventurers. Also, you'll need my luxurious bedroom and the richest treasury. The first task was to get the dungeon's first batch of labor goblins. The dungeon operating manual specified clearly how to summon the goblins by using Marna, as well as the corresponding dungeon level. Sherlock's dungeon was at level 1, which was the lowest level, so he could only summon goblins. If he wanted to upgrade his dungeon, he could spend money. Alternatively, he could buy or raid other dungeon cores. When his dungeon core swallowed other dungeon cores, his dungeon would improve by 1 level. After Sherlock finished reading the operating manual, he decided to infuse more mana into the dungeon core to summon the goblins. That would be the commencement for his career as the Great Dungeon Lord. As Sherlock was about to summon the goblins, the dungeon core shouted, "Wait, if you follow the normal procedure to recruit goblins, you will have to pay 5 magic stones per month for each goblin. Why don't you try contracting the goblins from the other world? They don't require a monthly salary, are diligent, and will even pay you money." Pay me money? Why, Sherlock almost laughed out loud. He had never encountered such strange goblins. "Because they are rich souls," the dungeon core replied. Sherlock couldn't believe what the dungeon core said, but he was tempted. He didn't have enough magic stones to pay the normal goblins. Though he could obtain magic stones during the development of the dungeon, his poor location negated most possibilities of obtaining magic stones since it was surrounded by the hard diamond seam. After careful consideration, Sherlock decided to use the Otherworld's goblins. According to the dungeon core, he would need more mana to construct infrastructure such as teleport portals. In the following week, Sherlock provided his mana to the dungeon core to build infrastructure, specifically the teleport portals. The dungeon core seldom talked to him. After completing the teleport portals, the dungeon core explained the details of the Otherworld to Sherlock. Because of cultural differences, the Otherworld's goblins would perhaps say strange things, call him strange names, form their own clans, trade among themselves, engage in fights, murder, or do foolish things. Sherlock had to be mentally prepared. Since they were from different worlds, as a dungeon lord, Sherlock had to change his management style. Using brute force to order them around was the least effective way to manage. Managing them on the official website was the more effective method. The dungeon core also explained that the official website was like an embassy between the two worlds. Sherlock got the gist of it. Although he felt that the Otherworld's goblins were rather strange, as long as he didn't have to pay them, he had no issues. Sherlock couldn't wait to summon the goblins and start work on the dungeon. The dungeon core didn't summon the goblins. Instead, he let Sherlock carry out the publicity and recruitment on the official website. Entering the official website required the dungeon core to act as an intermediary. A screen, a keyboard, and a mouse appeared at the dungeon core. After the dungeon core taught Sherlock the basics, Sherlock had a new mission to protect and manage the official dungeon website as the dungeon lord. The most important thing was to recruit the first batch of dungeon monsters. In the Otherworld's jargon, they were called beta gamers. When Sherlock entered the official website, it was full of the Otherworld's language. For a high-level devil, learning a new language wasn't a difficult task. He picked up the new language quickly and followed the dungeon core's instructions to broadcast the first advertisement on the official dungeon website. The first global virtual reality online game, Dungeon Eternal Kingdom, will start closed beta testing soon. Recruiting beta gamers. The content was created according to the dungeon core's suggestion. Sherlock gave an eerie name to his dungeon Eternal Kingdom, after which he gave the dungeon core an elegant name, Brew. Though the dungeon core strongly objected to these two names, Sherlock had already made up his mind. Why would he change his mind? As Sherlock and Brew were arguing over the names, a lot of comments were left on the official website. Violet Flower Dungeon Eternal Kingdom. Bye I'm going back to Dungeon Fighter to continue my bashing. Thunder Cliff Chief. The virtual reality online game looks interesting. Look at the promotional pictures. I thought they came from video cameras. Dr. Nays, I have submitted my application. Hope that the game officials will select me in the first batch of beta gamers. I promise to be online 24 hours every day and will immediately report any bugs. Add a few spoons of sugar. The advertisement and summary are pretty good. The professions are on the lean side. The initial profession is only a goblin. Hopefully, you can add more professions quickly. The virtual reality online gaming gimmick will definitely attract a lot of goblins to apply. Similar replies filled the comments page rapidly. Every time Sherlock refreshed the page, there were new pages of comments. The number of registrants also increased rapidly. Within a few minutes, the registration count reached 100. Sherlock was shocked. He had never heard of goblins queuing up to be recruited. He didn't intend to recruit that many goblins. Sherlock looked at Brew and asked, Brew, the other world is a goblin's world. Brew said, yes, almost. There are 8 billion of them, but we don't need that many. Our dungeon isn't able to accommodate that many goblins. Let's quickly select those with good attitudes. They will be easier to manage. Sherlock had the same sentiment as he looked through the pages of application forms. Within a day, there were more than 5,000 applicants. The capacity of Eternal Kingdom could only allow for 100 goblins. He couldn't afford to recruit more than the allowed capacity. Though the goblins didn't require a salary, they required food and drinks. Goblins had small appetites, but their food and drinks required magic stones as payment. Sherlock's remaining cash could only pay for 100 goblins' meals for 3 days. After that, they had to hunt for food. Sherlock selected the first 100 beta gamers quickly. Before meeting these goblins, he had another task: buying pickaxes for them to mine ore. Chapter 2 Well Prepared. Chapter 2 Well Prepared. To buy pickaxes, Sherlock had to go to a neutral bazaar of a freedom town. The nearest one was at Winterfell. It took 10 days to walk from Eternal Kingdom to Winterfell, and time was short. He could hardly wait for the goblins to start his dungeon construction, so he decided to use the most expensive traveling method: teleport scroll. Only powerful magicians were able to activate the teleport portals of other towns at will, and Sherlock was a devil, not a magician. However, he believed that money could solve all problems. He endured the pain in his heart as he tore the teleport scroll. In the brilliance of magical light, he was teleported to a new location. Don't stand there like a fool. Leave once you have registered. There are other teleport customers behind you. The brutish orc who was working at the teleport portal reception shoved a form violently into Sherlock's hands. Sherlock consoled himself that the orc's work attitude was not boorish. Rather, it was the heavy workload and the orc's nature that resulted in his poor treatment. He came down from the teleport portal while holding the form as rows of teleport portals behind him emitted rays of brilliance. As he walked towards the reception, he filled out his form. Behind the reception, there was a short gnome who was saying, "I merely drank a bit more wine, but my wife gave me a violent beating. Do you see my ear? It was torn off by her AI. I was a legendary gladiator when I was young." The gnome showed the left side of his bloody and bandaged green skull while stamping on Sherlock's form. Even the dark underworld had its own rules. The neutral freedom towns were better as they were built by merchants. As long as one filled out the form and obtained a stamp, one could move freely. Upon arrival, the traveler only had to submit the form to complete the process, but other dungeons were more restrictive. For example, if other dark races were to invade Sherlock's eternal kingdom, he would not hesitate to kill them if he could win the fight. Holding the stamped form in his hand, Sherlock ran towards the Bazaar of Winterfell, which was located in a huge dugout cavern. There were many makeshift stalls, trading gnomes and goblins who were mostly other dungeon lords. To set up a shop in Freedom Town for selling common items, they had to pay very high rental fees. However, in the eyes of the discriminating devil Sherlock, their goods were all trash. Tusk, why is that silver-scaled breastplate so shiny? It must be a lure for me to spend money. There were also other devils like Sherlock there. They led 5 to 6 metal giants, who were carrying corpses of magical beasts. They were here to engage in large-scale trading. Sherlock inhaled a gust of turbid air and puffed his chest out as he took his first step in his glorious dungeon lord career. "How many magic stones did you bring the dungeon car?" Brew asked as Sherlock was feeling uplifted. 1,000. I mortgaged all my properties. They're substantial, he said as he looked for a metal goods merchant. Brew thought for a while before saying, "You are really a thrifty person. I admire you." Sherlock pretended not to hear Brew's words. Those 1,000 magic stones had been obtained after a haggling session with the real estate saleskull. Inflation was rampant these days and life was hard. It wasn't hard to find a metal goods merchant since there were so many of them in the bazaar. Sherlock found a shop that looked slightly rundown and walked in. On the shop sign was written, "Don't have the most expensive stuff." The shopkeeper was a short but muscular stone golem who was noisily banging his hammer. When he saw a customer enter, he put down the hammer and poured Sherlock a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea. Then, he asked eagerly, "Are you buying depression cream or ash emissary in selling high-quality imitations that are as good as real?" Sherlock shook his head and said, "I want to buy 100 metal pickaxes." "No problem, 1,000 magic stones, free delivery," the stone golem said heartily. Sherlock inhaled a gust of cold air. Since when had pickaxes become so expensive? He was able to afford the pickaxes, but if he spent all the magic stones on tools, what were the goblins going to eat? How could he possibly let them starve to death? The stone golem noticed Sherlock's dismayed expression and was not surprised. He asked warmly, "You look like a respectable devil lord buying pickaxes for your new dungeon, right? Recently there are many new dungeon startups, which have caused the demand for pickaxes to surge. The price increase is normal. No problem, you don't have to buy that many pickaxes. We have special discounts for a noble devil lord like you. Please take a look." He placed a discount flyer in front of Sherlock. 100-year anniversary sale, only 800 magic stones for a brand new blacksmith shop, good for smelting, forging, and even preparing meals and boiling water. Its usage is only limited by your imagination. What are you waiting for? Bring home a brand new blacksmith shop for just 800 magic stones. If paid in full, 20 complimentary pickaxes will be included. Sherlock was tempted. If he had a blacksmith shop, would he not be able to make his own pickaxes? He would not have to come here to buy pickaxes. 800 magic stones for a blacksmith shop and 20 pickaxes seemed quite worth it. What do you think, Brew? Good. The only note is that with a blacksmith shop, we will need a blacksmith. But not only can we make pickaxes, we can also make weapons and armor to sell to those gamers, those goblins. What, aren't those items given to them? I can sell the items to them. Of course, if they have money, they'll buy directly. If not, they'll complete missions. The items can be based on rewards for how many missions they complete. They even have to work for food. That is how the other world works. Was that not going to save Sherlock a large sum of money or even earn a handsome profit? Sherlock had only heard of dungeon lords spending money to feed the hordes. Now, the other world's goblins were going to feed him. He could not help but feel excited. Sherlock slapped the counter and paid 800 magic stones for the deal. The shopkeeper said, "It will only require half a day to construct. The construction team will be ready to set off in half an hour. You may bring them back to your dungeon." A professional blacksmith was required to work the blacksmith shop. Although he could send the gamers to learn blacksmith knowledge and skills that could only happen in the future, Sherlock hired a highly skilled blacksmith from the shopkeeper for 100 magic stones a month. The blacksmith could work as a chef and prepare meals. It was perfect. The blacksmith would be reporting for work tomorrow. The remaining magic stones could be used to buy the goblins food, such as large intestines and various insects. In a single shopping spree, he spent all of his remaining magic stones. Sherlock did not stay long and hurried immediately to the "don't have the most expensive stuff" shop to lead the construction team back to his dungeon. Sherlock brought the stone golem workers to the dungeon core. Under his instruction, the stone golem workers started constructing the blacksmith shop at the designated location. Sherlock used his marner to move the goblins' food to a corner since there were currently no goblins to excavate rooms. The food would not spoil in one day. All the preparations were completed, and Sherlock returned to the dungeon core. Brew suggested that Sherlock access the official website. Sherlock went through lots of doubtful, fawning, begging and angry comments left by the gamers. Sherlock created a new notice: "Dungeon Eternal Kingdom beta testing starts tomorrow. 100 lucky gamers obtained beta tester status." The main content was to announce the identities of the 100 gamers, remind them to sign their courier packages that would arrive tonight, and teach them to use the virtual reality gaming capsule. Sherlock was curious about this couriered virtual reality gaming capsule, but Brew assured him that he had settled everything at the other world. Hence, Sherlock did not think too much more about the small matter. Not long after the notice was published, a lot of comments were left on the official website. Casual look. Mundane things. I only just applied this morning, and selection is already completed in the afternoon. This is the fastest game to start on beta testing in the history of games. Weeding happy successfully obtained beta tester status. Tilbon hard. It's only been half a day, and the game has already gone viral. My QQ group was discussing this game, and someone offered 50,000 yuan for beta tester status. 1-2 Mountain only 50,000 yuan. I know someone who offered 100,000 yuan. Dragon Rager. Breaking customs. Dragon Rager MMO is investing heavily in this game. 150,000 yuan for each beta tester status. The more the merrier. Contact via phone at 139xxxxx. QQ contact 4506xxxx. Dragon Rager MMO is willing to pay selected beta testers. Sherlock looked at other people's replies and continuously pressed F5 to refresh his screen. He was amused by their replies, though he was unable to understand many of the comments. Time passed quickly. Aside from the comments under his own post, there were also other gamma-created threads. The threads ranged from strategy guides, buying beta tester statuses at high prices, selling beta tester statuses, various clans recruitment, to other irrelevant topics. Brew described them as insignificant posts. As Sherlock was browsing through the different postings, the stone golems had completed the blacksmith shop. It wasn't large, but it would suffice. Furthermore, they had left behind 20 pickaxes. Once Sherlock certified that the furnace was complete and signed the acknowledgement form, the stone golems left using a teleport scroll. Sherlock surveyed the surroundings and heaved a sigh of relief. He only had to wait for the Otherworld's goblins to start work. Right, we should discuss the newbie missions the dungeon call, Brew suggested. Chapter 3 The First Batch of Beater Gamers. Chapter 3 The First Batch of Beater Gamers. Sherlock did not know how to react to the suggestion of the beginner missions. After Brew explained them in detail, Sherlock was able to understand. The Otherworld's gamers did not require a monthly salary, but they wished for clear missions like tunnel through that wall, construct a resting room for 10 people, hunt in the wilderness for 5 underground spiders, and bring back a cart full of wood. Even if Brew did not specify, Sherlock would have given the Otherworld's gamers similar missions. The only difference was that they had to be rewarded with a little money, weapons, equipment, and food after they completed the missions. Sherlock was starting to develop a headache as he did not expect the management of the missions to be so troublesome. He did not have weapons, equipment, or food. As for wealth, the Underworld's currency was magic stones. Sherlock was not willing to use them to reward the Otherworld's gamers. Then, Brew suggested that he could use gold coins for rewards. Gold coins were the currency of the surface world. 1,000 bronze coins were equivalent to 1 silver coin, and 1,000 silver coins were equivalent to 1 gold coin. The main point was that after the development of the dungeon, they could lure the surface world's adventurers into the dungeon with the coins. In exchange, Sherlock could create magic stones. The naturally occurring magic stones were limited. To create magic stones, mana had to be extracted from the bodies of the surface world's adventurers using a special technique. To lure the surface world's adventurers into the dungeons, only the shiny gold coins were required. Sherlock did not understand why the surface world's adventurers were fond of the gold coins that didn't have any mana. He thought it was incredible. Sherlock did not mind using the gold coins as rewards for the Otherworld's gamers. But Sherlock knew that all the Underworld's creatures like devils and such were not interested in gold coins. Would the Otherworld's goblins like gold coins? Brew said confidently, "Yes, they do actually. It's more like craving if you reward them with bronze, silver or gold coins and use them as trading currency in the dungeon. They will make the coin-based economy come to life." Believe me, Sherlock was doubtful about the effects of the gold coins, but he was glad that he did not have to pay the goblins magic stones as salary. It was no issue for Sherlock to reward them with gold coins. A magic stone could be exchanged for a large chest of gold coins. Sherlock's next task was to discuss with Brew the standardized reward for various missions. When the Otherworld's gamers arrived at the dungeon, he wanted them to work diligently and happily. Making the gamers content was what a good dungeon lord ought to do. Most underworld monsters sought employment with the dungeon lords. They were not puppets that dungeon lords created using mana. After finishing his work, Sherlock looked at the time and discovered that half a day had passed. It was almost time for the selected gamers to arrive at the dungeon. As a new dungeon lord, Sherlock was about to meet his first batch of workers. He was nervous. After checking the goblins' food, the gold coins for reward, and the blacksmith shop, Sherlock discovered an important issue. His blacksmith had not arrived yet. While he was fretting about when the blacksmith would arrive, a magical ray appeared in the dungeon, and a teleport portal appeared in front of him. Without his approval, nobody could open up a teleport portal in his dungeon. He only allowed one person to do that, and that was his employed blacksmith. A dark-skinned dwarf walked out from the teleport portal. He was a blacksmith dwarf living in the Underworld and not the cavern dwarf. The dwarves were extremely good in smithing and forging. A new developing dungeon. You look pretty young for a devil. The dwarf walked out of the portal and looked around at the small dungeon. He lifted his hammer and shouted at Sherlock with his bright voice, "I'm your newly recruited blacksmith, Simber. This is our contract. The effective date is 3 months and the monthly salary is 100 magic stones. Please verify the contract, young devil lord." The blacksmith took out a contract and gave it to Sherlock. He examined it carefully to ensure it was the contract he signed yesterday. He returned the contract to the blacksmith and said formally, "Welcome, Simber, you're the first worker of this great dungeon. That's your workplace." Sherlock pointed at the empty blacksmith shop and he suddenly recalled something. He pointed at the food in the corner and said, "Those are the raw food materials. There aren't any special warehouses for proper storage yet. Once the goblins arrive, I will get them to construct a food warehouse. Please prepare portable meals like pies because the goblins won't have the chance to sit down for a meal." Sherlock sounded like a cruel slave driver. The blacksmith Simber was used to such things. It was obvious this was not his first time working for a dungeon lord. Entering the blacksmith shop, he immediately started a fire skillfully. Then, he prepared the metal pot and collected the food materials to cook the meals. There were no ores, so there were no metals. The ores had to be mined by the goblins. Seeing the blacksmith settling down, Sherlock tidied up his clothes and extended his huge devil's wings as he watched himself in the mirror. Ensuring that his imposing image of a devil overlord was good, he went to the front of the dungeon core. Next, he was going to summon the 100 selected gamers from the other world. The summoning ritual was simple. Besides infusing mana, he had to sign the other world's contract. For example, there was the Dungeon Eternal Kingdom, Virtual Reality Web Distribution Rights Contract, the 2019 MMO Approval Form, the Disclaimers Form, and other types of contracts. Sherlock signed without a word through the dungeon core. He didn't even look at the fine prints because the other world's agreements did not have binding power on a devil. After completing his contracts, Sherlock began his summoning work. After infusing the required mana into the dungeon core, 100 half-human-sized teleport portals appeared before him. Sherlock placed his hands behind his back and pushed out his chest while waiting for the gamers to pledge their loyalty. He waited for a few minutes, but there were no goblins. Sherlock said impatiently, "Where are my workers, the gamers from the other world? Why aren't they coming out? They are molding their faces. They always pay attention to unimportant details like appearances, clothing, and even accessories. The culture of the other world is like that," Brew explained. Sherlock suppressed his impatience and waited. Sometimes a few senseless devils would use mana to change their looks. He did not expect the goblins to have such a tendency and that it was common in the other world. The mana to change their looks came from Sherlock. Each goblin that came to his dungeon required his mana to sustain the link between his world with the other world. However, the mana used was a small pittance. It was not a burden for Sherlock. Sherlock did not have to wait for a long time before the first goblin walked out from the teleport portal. The goblin was tall for his race and was almost at the upper limit. He reached the height of Sherlock's knees. The goblin was naked from the chest up and wore a pair of shorts. Sherlock was in a daze as the goblin walked out from the teleport portal. The goblin looked in astonishment at the surroundings. After surveying the environment, he muttered, "Is the technology that advanced? I initially thought the virtual reality MMO would feel fake, but it is actually real. My God, the game modeling, the quality of the materials, the feel of the skin and its accompanying pain feel so real. Can it be adjusted?" To Sherlock, the goblin had gone into a feverish state which was abnormal. Normally, every dark creature that arrived in the dungeon would pledge its loyalty to the dungeon lord. "My lowly servant, why aren't you pledging your loyalty to the great devil Lord Sherlock? You will obtain my mercy and bountiful rewards if you do so." Sherlock straightened his back and said in a cool, emotionless voice. He resisted showing his exhilaration and excitement. The goblin heard Sherlock's voice and turned his head to look at Sherlock. After that, he lifted his head in panic and screamed in a shrill voice, "Not wearing pants pledges loyalty to the great devil Lord Sherlock." After screaming, the goblin started to wander and look around. He said to himself, "This game's dungeon lord NPC is so real, and the oppressive aura is so strong that I almost knelt down. It is awesome. I'm going to the discussion forum to praise it to the heavens." Sherlock felt that the goblin was acting weird. What was even more strange was that when the goblin announced his name, the words "not wearing pants" appeared above his head. Correct, that was the name given to himself by the goblin. The name would follow the goblin as he moved around as though it was part of him. As Sherlock was wondering why the goblin would use Marner to show his strange name above his head, numerous different goblins came out of the teleport portal. Some wore worn-out shirts and shorts that covered the essential 3 points. Others simply wore the same shorts as not wearing pants. They had various faces, but they had a common feature: ugliness. Did you expect goblins to look good? The goblin started chatting in front of Sherlock. Chapter 4 First Dead Gamer. Chapter 4 First Dead Gamer. Greetings. What, I can't use Japanese-style emoticons in this game. An ugly female goblin with large eyes and a tall nose bridge spoke hoarsely. Of course not. This game is a virtual reality that relies on the nervous system's sensor inputs instead of the traditional mouse and keyboard inputs. Look at my tongue. Lulululu. See how agile my tongue is. Are other games able to achieve this effect? A male goblin standing next to the female goblin said as he wiggled his tongue. What should we do now? Is there a beginner's tutorial in this game? Another goblin asked. Yes. Are there missions for us to complete? Are we free to roam around? Is he the dungeon lord devil Lord Sherlock? Wow, the NPC modeling is awesome. Are we able to select Devil Lord as our profession? Currently, it is beta testing, so there's only Goblin as a profession. The official website said that the official launch will have many more professions for selection. Will there be an opening animation? The Dungeon Core main hall had become the 100 Gamers chatting hall. In the chatting process, they would give themselves various weird or decent names, which would appear in prominent green text above their heads. Some gamers engaged in simple chatting, while most of them wandered around the dungeon, touching and exploring everything. Sherlock had shut off all exit points. The dungeon was not very big. Even if they wandered around, there were no places to go. Quiet, the other world's servants. Your noble devil Lord Sherlock. From today onwards, you'll become the Dungeon Eternal Kingdom's citizens. Your mission is to make Eternal Kingdom the greatest dungeon in the history of the Underworld. After his speech, he ordered Brew to allocate their prepared missions to the gamers. The communication between the Dungeon Lord and the servants was done via the Dungeon Core. Sherlock could remotely assign missions to his servants using the Dungeon Core. According to Brew, a direct order to the servants was not very effective. Instead, Using missions with rewards was a better way to direct them. The rewards consisted mainly of bronze, silver or gold coins. Once Brew transmitted the missions, a mission panel appeared before the gamers and prompted them on mission acceptance. Mine 100 diamond seam. My beginner's tutorial mission is to mine ore. I have the same mission. The reward is 10 bronze coins. Where is the diamond seam? I'm supposed to carry the 100 diamond seam to the blacksmith shop. Why am I carrying the stones I want to mine ore? The goblins with ore mining missions were given the 20 pickaxes, while most of the goblins were given tasks of carrying the ores. The ores would be smelted into usable metals and made into pickaxes, metal tools, shields, armor and weapons. How could a dungeon be without armaments? Since the Eternal Kingdom dungeon had been abandoned and undeveloped for many years, the surrounding areas were filled with dangerous and unknown underworld creatures. Even Sherlock found them hard to deal with, especially the magical beasts. The number of magical beasts was small, but they were much stronger than normal wild beasts. Some examples of magical beasts were crypt spiders, killer vines and dire wolves. During the expansion of the dungeon, if these magical beasts intruded into the dungeon via excavated tunnels or the entrances of the dungeon, it would be problematic for Sherlock. Hence, his servants needed to be armed so that they could repulse unwanted visitors. These magical beasts could also be food for the goblins. Sherlock could not possibly go to the bazaar to buy food for the goblins every time. He didn't want to use the expensive teleport scroll. The behavior and language of goblins from the other world were very strange. They would give themselves names and check their ugly bodies and appearances frequently. They also had strong curiosity and abnormal social behaviors. They were bold. Quite a number of goblins came to greet him, kneel down, bow and even tell him jokes proactively. A lowly goblin encountering a high-status devil would normally feel fear. But the other world's goblins were not fearful of Sherlock. They seemed unafraid of death. Sherlock witnessed a goblin putting his hand into the lit furnace and promptly being tossed out of the blacksmith shop by Simber. This incident proved that these goblins were not afraid of death. Sherlock was indifferent to their weird behaviors as these goblins worked efficiently and had strong power. Even if they were not paid a monthly salary and not given any food, they would mine or carry the ores enthusiastically after being assigned their tasks. There were no signs of slacking. After completing their missions, they would find Sherlock for rewards, which were the bronze coins. They counted each coin carefully and put them safely into their pockets as though they were great treasures. Those goblins who completed their mining missions returned the pickaxes to Sherlock. Other goblins who received mining missions would then obtain pickaxes from Sherlock before bolting off to mine ores. Sherlock had visited other dungeons and had seen other goblins, but they had not had the efficiency and enthusiasm of the other world's goblins. Even when their salary was paid on time and they were given delicious meals, they would still slack off on their jobs. Hence, a whip-wielding Auk had to be employed as a supervisor. If neither salary nor food was given, the goblins would run off. Though the other world's goblins were weird and fond of metal coins, Sherlock was quite pleased with their work efficiency and enthusiasm. He could save on the magic stones and even food since the goblins would pay using their money. Hence, he was able to accept their mina floors. My respectable Lord Sherlock, since the start of our beta testing, I have felt that we need to refine our game content and information on the official website. For example, the game map, monster bestiary, and newly opened areas should all be updated, Brew suggested to Sherlock as he was supervising the goblins at work. Sherlock did not fully understand the game map, monster and newly opened areas. If they were explained individually, Sherlock might have been able to understand. Now that they were compounded, what was the meaning? Brew was aware of Sherlock's confusion and explained, "As you can see, the goblins are very different. Take it as the goblins seeing this world as their playground. Mining and carrying Oz are hard labor to this world's goblins, but to the other world's goblins, they are a form of entertainment. They have just started a new life in the world, so their enthusiasm and high efficiency will continue in the future. They don't require salary or food. They need more game features. We need to set up more places as entertainment venues for these goblins, like other dungeons that built entertainment outlets for them to play with mud, wrestle, and watch shows." Sherlock thought for a while and felt it was necessary. He knew that other dungeon lords would create entertainment outlets to keep their goblins happy. Sherlock was in a bind as he lacked magic stones and was unable to hire performance troupe and wrestlers. He could let them play with mud though. You get the gist of it. But these gamers don't really like playing with mud, watching wrestling or performances. They prefer a more peaceful entertainment adventure. Brew explained what these gamers really liked. These gamers did not like to stay in the dungeon. Instead, they loved to explore the unknown world and fight cruel battles with wild beasts. The more bloody and cruel the fight, the happier they would feel. Even death would not stop them from finding their excitement. They especially like exploring new areas. If they met with powerful opponents, they would form groups of tens to hundreds and fight as a group, even at the expense of their lives. Their only goal was to kill their powerful opponent. After victory, they expected to be rewarded with gold coins, especially equipment. This was not difficult to achieve, as the bones and skins of the underworld's wild beasts could be made into equipment. The more powerful the wild beasts, the better the equipment. In the case of the magical beasts, magical equipment could be made and sold at high prices at the bazaar. To Sherlock, this equipment was trash. A respectable devil depended on his personal power, and magical items were merely tools of the trade. Armor and weapons were redundant to a devil. After Brew's explanation, Sherlock understood that he had to open up a new area with a constant supply of monsters, loot, and treasures. If he could create a maze or a boss-level wild beast, that would be even better. Then the gamers could adventure in that area as entertainment. Sherlock had to prepare a map, monster and sufficient loot. Though it was troublesome, it was not difficult. Sherlock also had the intention to explore the surrounding areas. The underworld monsters could be a resource for development. Sooner or later, he had to let his servants kill those monsters and retrieve their carcasses. He was pleased that he could save his magic stones and provide an entertainment outlet for the goblins at the same time. As long as he could save on the magic stones, it was worthwhile. Sherlock accepted Brew's suggestion and let Brew take over the mission rewards allocation. Then, he explored the dungeon and chose a suitable entertainment outlet, Spider Cave. The underworld spiders were a good supply of monsters as they multiplied fast and had large numbers. They infested almost the entire underworld. A spider queen could lay eggs for tens to hundreds of spiders and could reproduce in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the spiders liked to dig, and their lair was like a maze that even Sherlock refused to venture into. Within the lair were other underworld creatures, such killer vines, underworld worms, and dim-witted houndhead men. These creatures were not powerful, but they provided enough challenge for the gamers. Sherlock finished selecting the new area for the gamers. As he was about to return to the dungeon, he heard Brew say, "Lord Sherlock, a gamer has died." Chapter 5 Dungeon Monsters Blueprints. Chapter 5 Dungeon Monsters Blueprints. What, my servant died? How did he die? Are there invaders? Sherlock had not expected that the dungeon would be in trouble after he had only ventured out for a short while. He hurried back as Brew explained the situation to him. There were no invaders. A gamer had committed suicide by smashing into walls. Why did the goblin from the other world commit suicide? Did he give them too much work? Sherlock did not understand, as he was quite a benevolent dungeon lord. He tried his best to accommodate their strange requirements, but a goblin had still committed suicide. With regards to this incident, Brew explained the goblin wanted to know how to revive after dying. As it was his first time in this world, he wanted to familiarize himself with the operations. After returning to the other world, he will make a strategy guide. That's normal. Sherlock could not figure out how a suicide could be a good strategy, but he returned to the dungeon quickly. He saw the gamers surrounding the dead gamer. Is not wearing pants on a corpse run. Why hasn't he revived after such a long time? Perhaps there are revival conditions to be met. This is a new game after all. Perhaps there's no way to revive after death. Start from scratch. Is it the same design as Divine Realm of Swords Sabers? The death penalty is too severe. So beginners beware. This game is too hardcore. This game is indeed hardcore. The virtual reality mimics the reality to the core. Even if death is permanent, isn't it normal? Give way, the Devil Lord is back. Where the Devil Lord is alarmed by a death, the game NPC's interactivity is too real. These gamers not only surrounded the dead not wearing pants, but they also discussed if and when he could revive. Sherlock's return created a disturbance among the gamers. They quickly opened up a path for Sherlock to walk to the front of not wearing pants. Sherlock recognized the dead gamer. He had been the first goblin to arrive at the dungeon. His green name, Not Wearing Pants, floated above his head. He lay on the ground without any breath. The cause of death was evident from the cracked green skull had smashed his head on the wall. There were ways to revive him. Sherlock had to venture to the spirit world to redeem his soul, and it would take great effort to revive him. It would be easier to just recruit a new goblin. As Sherlock was about to give up on the goblin and toss his corpse outside the dungeon, Brew stopped him and said, "Wait for a while, Dungeon Lord. His soul has not returned to the spirit world. His soul is in the dungeon car, Dungeon Lord." Sherlock focused his attention in the dungeon car and saw a clump of white stuff floating in the car. That was the goblin's soul. The soul was not interesting looking, and Sherlock had no luck communicating with it. Did you retrieve his soul? Even if he was from the other world, his soul would have returned to the spirit world after death. What capabilities do you have, or what capability does the goblin have? Sherlock could not understand certain things. Though he could do the same thing, he had to retrieve his soul at the first instance of his death. During the summoning, I used a little technique. Our spirit world will not detect nor retrieve their souls. I'm not sure if we can call them souls. I'm more inclined to call them awareness. After death, we only need to heal their bodies and then infuse them with their awareness. Then they will be revived. If their bodies are completely destroyed, we have to send their awareness back and do a new summoning. In the other world, this process is called reconstructing character, Brew explained. Is this a new feature of the dungeon core? I can't find this feature in the operating manual. As Brew was explaining, Sherlock was already checking his dungeon operating manual, but he could not find the relevant sections. No, that's my unique capability. I can fuse both Marner and technology together. Yes, technology is equivalent to the Otherworld's Marna that allows communication over great distances, let people without Marna fly up in the sky, and even allow one's images and voice to transmit to billions of people in an instant, Bruce said with pride. Sherlock was curious about the technology of the Otherworld, but he did not look forward to it because he could achieve the same effect by using more Marner. From the behavior of the goblins, he concluded that the Otherworld was a mad world. Sherlock did not probe further since Brew had already settled the problems. Normal people would be curious and shocked by resurrection, but to a great devil like Sherlock, he had different ways to revive his servants. His methods were not as simple and fast as Brew's. It was simple to heal the goblin's body. Sherlock extended his hand and infused Marner into Not Wearing Pants' corpse. The damaged green skull was healed, and Brew led the awareness into Not Wearing Pants' body. In the next moment, Not Wearing Pants inhaled deeply and sat up. He's alive. This game's revival mechanism requires the dungeon lord to personally revive the dead subject. I thought after death the account could not be used anymore. Brother, what's your feeling after death? Did you have a corpse run? Is it related to the severity of damage to the body? Our dungeon lord healed his corpse first, and then he was revived. Everyone surrounded Not Wearing Pants and discussed at length about his revival. Then, a goblin shouted, "I'm going to try it." He dashed boldly into Blacksmith Simber's furnace and disappeared as expected. Sherlock felt a throbbing headache. He did not expect a second suicide that fast, and it even used the furnace too. To prevent mass suicide, Sherlock waved his hand and exerted his great devil's authority to command them to finish their tasks. He managed to disperse the goblins. As for that badly burnt goblin, Brew managed to summon him from the Otherworld after 30 minutes. When the goblin returned, his appearance had changed, though he retained his original name. He had lost all his bronze coins. According to Brew, the goblin had created a new account. Sherlock developed a better understanding of the gamer's weird behavior. He had to refine the new area map, monster blueprints, and the revision notes on the official website, so he didn't have time to supervise the goblins. Their enthusiasm was not affected by his absence. He had to demarcate a large construction area and work objectives. Then, Brew would allocate the mining and carrying of Oz tasks to these gamers. Sherlock returned to the magical item, computer, and entered his official dungeon website. He followed Brew's suggestions and used the Otherworld's tone and language habits to create a new announcement. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom beta testing in progress. Tomorrow, there will be a new area map for testing Spider's Lair. Sherlock felt that these announcements were like his dungeon advertisements in the Otherworld, and they increased his reputation. His dungeon was going to be the greatest, so garnering reputation was necessary. The contents of the announcement were the map of the Spider's Lair and the bestiary of the monsters that showed their introduction and capabilities. For example, monster name Underworld Spider. Monster introduction: the most common underworld creature with low intellect and fear of light. It will proactively attack other creatures. Those who are weak and alone should run upon meeting one, as the spiders attack in groups. Level 05. Possible loot: spider leg, spider meat, spider silk rare, and others. Note: most of the loot may be exchanged for coins at the dungeon core main hall. Monster name Killer Vines. Monster introduction: this sounds like a plant, but it is a creature that is disguised as vines. The killer vines often attack unsuspecting passers-by and are easily killed. Level 02. Possible loot: killer vines, skin, meat, and others. Note most of the loot may be exchanged for coins at the dungeon core main hall. Besides these common creatures, Sherlock arranged for a boss-level creature. Monster name Spider Queen. Monster introduction: the queen of the underworld's spiders horde. Usually, there is only one queen in a horde. She is extremely territorial and will have a large number of underworld spiders for protection. Under normal circumstances, you are not able to see the queen since you would be killed by hordes of underworld spiders before getting close to the queen. Level boss. Possible loot: spider leg, spider meat, spider silk rare, spider egg ultra rare, spider queen's hair ultra rare, and others. Note the Spider Queen's hair is one of the minor ingredients that Dungeon Lord Sherlock is interested in. If you obtain it, you will gain advanced standing and reputation points with Dungeon Lord Sherlock. Though I'm very interested in Spider Queen's hair because of its high value and its use for making powerful armor, why do I have to give them advanced standing and reputation points? Sherlock could not resist asking this question. Because these otherworld gamers are different from the underworld creatures. They are extremely conscious of their existence and fame, Bruce said. You are their dungeon lord. Giving them advanced standing and reputation points are ways to reinforce their existence and need for fame. It is also a way for them to show respect for you. Having lots of metal coins is also another way for the goblins to have self-worth. Sherlock nodded. Lowly servants having to fawn and flatter their master to obtain attention and favor were also prevalent in the underworld. However, it sounded like the surface world's human riders treated fame with more importance than their lives. Sherlock checked carefully for mistakes after finishing the announcement contents. Then he published it. Sherlock looked at the time. Half a day had passed since he had summoned the goblins. Outside the dungeon core main hall, most of the gamers were busy with work as they wanted to obtain more metal coins. Some gamers lay on the floor motionless. According to Brew, they were not dead. They were merely sleeping or had gone offline. The underworld did not have day or night. As a dungeon lord, Sherlock had a strong concept of time. Many dungeons followed the surface world with day and night shifts. Sherlock's dungeon had not reached the threshold where shifts were necessary. He was also not well off and had not reached that extravagant of a level. As time passed, many goblins rested or went offline. Because the resting rooms had not been constructed yet, they had to sleep on the ground. Once the dungeon was fully furnished, there would be resting rooms so they would not have to sleep around the dungeon. Blacksmith Simber took out his own sleeping bag and found a quiet place to squirm into his sleeping bag. He used his hammer to chase away a few curious goblins who wanted to watch him sleep. Sherlock did not care about his servants' antics. He focused his attention on the official website. He wanted to study the reviews of the otherworld's goblins on his great dungeon. Soon, in the messy discussion forum, he found the most popular post with the largest number of replies. Beater Gamers, Great Revelation: the most complete and cutting-edge dungeon Eternal Kingdom strategy guide. Chapter 6 Gamers Beater Testing Strategy Guide. Chapter 6 Gamers Beater Testing Strategy Guide. The posting Beater Gamers, Great Revelation: the most complete and cutting-edge dungeon Eternal Kingdom strategy guide was published 2 hours after Sherlock announced the opening of the new area. The post was published less than half an hour ago and attracted about 1,000 replies. The page views increased at an insane rate. Besides Sherlock's announcement, it was the most popular post. From the title, it was created from one of the 100 servants who were summoned to the dungeon. Sherlock was concerned about his servants' views of the dungeon as they were members of the dungeon. In the future, the dungeon would have more inhabitants. As the dungeon was just starting up, Sherlock felt he should get more feedback on the dungeon. Sherlock clicked on the posting. Beater Gamers, Great Revelation, the most complete and cutting-edge dungeon Eternal Kingdom strategy guide. Greetings, I am Beater Gamer not wearing pants. That is correct, I am the one at the B platform recording professional videos on strategy guides. I have been fortunate to obtain Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Beta Tester status. This is the first global game that deviates from the traditional gaming console. Instead, this online game uses gaming capsule and virtual reality technology. I was like the common crowd and thought that the gaming capsule and virtual reality were gimmicks. This morning at 9 o'clock, I lay down in the gaming capsule and entered the Dungeon Eternal Kingdom. I feel I have to apologize to the producer of this game. Sorry. There is 100% restoration and freedom. This is not our gimmick. It is the real deal. I do not know which game engine is used. Upon consideration that it is a virtual reality online game, I am afraid the game technology cannot be called a game engine. Perhaps we have entered the Age of Empires time period when we insert cables into the backs of our heads. That is correct. This game is as real as a second world. Besides articulating every joint, we can breathe and interact with any object. We even have the sensation of pain. Of course, we can adjust the pain intensity from 0 to 100. I suggest normal gamers adjust it to 0, while hardcore gamers may challenge the pain intensity at 100%. I killed myself by bashing the wall and tested the revival mechanism. This is my earnest suggestion. Enough said. This is the most complete and cutting-edge strategy guide. The game background is a medieval world of swords and magic. Our initial starting point was at the Eternal Kingdom dungeon. When the game started, we appeared at the dungeon core main hall. Before appearing, we could mold our face to our liking. As we could only choose the goblin race, no matter how we customized our appearance, we do not look appealing. I suggest you do not waste too much time in this segment. Wait for the game to be updated with more races. There are 2 game NPCs. I am not sure whether they are functional or storyline NPCs or both. One of them is the dungeon blacksmith Simmer, who is a black dwarf with a hot temper. Though we can interact freely with the blacksmith shop's objects, I suggest that you do not touch the items inside because the NPC will beat you up. Currently, there are no weapons or armor for sale, but food is available for sale. You need food in the game. If you do not eat, you will feel hunger. The feeling is so authentic that your body will exhibit weakness. To buy food, you require bronze coins, and to obtain bronze coins, you have to finish the missions that appear before you. You only have to accept the missions. Picture. The second NPC is the Dungeon Lord Devil Lord Sherlock. Picture. According to my experience, the Devil Lord Sherlock is the one who we pledged our allegiance to. His status is similar to the World of Warcraft faction leader. He is the only one who allocates missions and rewards us for completed tasks. There is another functional facility called the Dungeon Core. At times, Lord Sherlock surely is not in the dungeon. We can submit our missions and obtain rewards at the Dungeon Core, which is called Brew. As I have not communicated with Brew, I do not know if Brew is an NPC or just a mission tablet. As the game is in beta testing, there were only 2 NPCs. Some of you may think that it is too little, but considering that the virtual reality is 100 close to life, the development lag in other areas is understandable. It is much more meaningful to let us gamers participate and help improve such an online game. Next, I am explaining the game settings. There were no official details on the game settings, only game background and dungeon introduction. All the game settings were carefully discovered, profoundly summarized and boldly speculated by me. First point, this game does not have health and mana bars, attribute points, or character panel. I am not sure if the character panel will be shown after engaging in battle. When the new area is opened tomorrow, I will explore it and then give an accurate description. Of course, you can give yourself names, but the name can only contain letters, no symbols or punctuation marks. It appears in green above the head. Second point, battling in this game is different from the traditional combat system. There are no permanent professions, no character level differences, no experience bars, and no skill points. But in this sword and magic world, we should be able to use bronze coins or other methods to learn skills or strengthen ourselves. Learning skills depends on our choice and is not decided by profession. Perhaps a goblin like me can wield a magical staff and longsword, just like combat magician Gandalf. Some people might not be used to this, but I feel that this is a good point of this game. The selling point is based 100% on reality and freedom, hence, the future combat skill development is controlled by us. We can choose the skills based on our preference and capability, which mimics reality. As for the details, we have to wait for the game to release information gradually. Third point, mission system. I thought the mission system was the same as other games where predetermined missions are triggered by certain conditions. In the beta testing, I discovered that this is not the case. The game is like a real-time computer that decides which missions to give out based on the dungeon development. If there is a demand for more Oz, there will be more mining missions. If there is a demand for transportation, more missions for carrying or will be allocated. When a demand is satisfied, there will not be similar missions given. People do not have to worry that there are no missions as the dungeon has just started development. Thus, there are many missions. I have already played for more than 10 hours. Besides spending time on studying the settings, most of my time was spent mining and carrying Oz. I'll call this carrying bricks. In the beginning, I felt that the repeating missions were too routine and robotic. Even when I was given a lot of bronze coins as reward, I didn't want to do it. I would rather smash against the wall and die or rush into the furnace and be burnt to death. But now it's different. That is correct. The reality and authentic feel makes the routine carrying of bricks extremely fun. Fourth point, currency. Currently, all gamers have only seen bronze coins. I do not know if there are silver and gold coins above the bronze coins. I think there are, because I saw Shirley sort his money bag. There were golden and shiny objects inside that looked like gold coins. Besides using bronze coins to buy food from Simber, there is nothing else to buy. However, once the dungeon is developed, there will be other merchandise such as weapons, armor, and healing salves. As the game development progresses, more details will be revealed to gamers. Fifth point, as it is an online game with a high degree of freedom, comparing it to sandbox mode is unavoidable. In the game, you are allowed to move things that you can carry and change their location permanently. You can also use the pickaxe to mine in the areas demarcated by the dungeon lord and change the look of the environment. I tried mining outside the area demarcated by the dungeon lord and I failed. There is a hidden setting that makes it difficult for the gamer to violate the direct orders of the dungeon lord. When we faced the dungeon lord, we felt a dominant authority and subservience was irresistible. Perhaps it was due to our goblin status. Once there are newer and higher-level races, perhaps the situation will change. 6 point regarding revival. Death is unavoidable in online games. Gamers are very concerned about the death penalty. Today I tried it out in the beta testing. That is correct. I was that bold gamer who committed suicide by smashing against the wall. I felt 100 throbbing pain. Even now, my head is throbbing with pain. The game's sensation of pain is too real. After death, gamers will be forced to appear at the game preparation realm. Once the body is healed, then the gamer can revive. While waiting for revival, the gamer can only browse the official website or discussion forum. 7th point, whether beta tester status can be sold, bought or shared. Rich gamers do not have to think about it. There were no methods to charge one's account and there's no marketplace. The beta tester status cannot be sold, bought or shared because the game required a game capsule to play. The game capsule is bound to the gamer after the contract is signed. Only the gamer with the contract can use the game capsule. Those who are thinking of buying beta tester status or sharing the game capsule should give up. When I committed suicide by smashing into the wall, the only penalty was waiting. There was another gamer who dashed into the blacksmith shop's furnace and was burnt to ash. The in-game character was completely destroyed, and he had to create another account. The death penalty and the after-death body conditions are related. If the body can be healed, there will not be special penalty. If the body cannot be healed, for example, burnt to ash, then the gamer will need to create a new character. The gamer must ensure that the body is intact when dying. If the gamer is outside the dungeon, please keep a companion close by to bring your corpse back to the eternal kingdom in the event that you perish. Besides, surely, no one else can heal bodies. The gamers do not have such skills. Death has its own risks and penalties. Please cherish your lives. This is a lot of information. Note that I am merely recording down my thoughts. If there are missing parts, do fill in the blanks yourselves. It is getting late now and dawn is coming. I will be getting some rest. The live stream at B platform will stop since I need to play Dungeon Eternal Kingdom. I am going offline now and will take a look at the comments later in the day. The new area will open in the morning at 7 and I would like to be the first one to explore. Good night. Sherlock finished reading the contents of this post in one go. He had some impression of not wearing pants and was curious and bewildered by the gamers' feedback. Though the gamers were hardworking and did not require salary, he was bewildered by their thoughts. He could only attribute his lack of understanding to the differences in culture. Are you sure this NPC photograph is not our cosplay photograph? Why are the graphics so real? Why did I not get beta tester status? I can't bear to wait. Hope the game goes into open testing soon. Some of the remarks below were doubtful and full of surprise. Others wanted QQ or WeChat contacts, while some wanted beta testers' accounts at all costs, even if they had to spend all their wealth just to work for Sherlock. The replies reached thousands in number. Though Sherlock read the replies and comments patiently, the increase in replies was faster than his reading speed. After reading 500 threads and noticing that there were still 100 unread pages of threads, Sherlock decided to give up. Sherlock found the gamers' comments in the discussion forum to be very interesting, but he had a lot of work to do in the dungeon. For example, he needed to make the necessary arrangements for blacksmith Simber to create metal tools, weapons and armor. Chapter 7 Equipment, Reputation, and Opening of New Area. Chapter 7 Equipment, Reputation, and Opening of New Area. Sherlock put aside his computer and walked out of the dungeon core main hall. He shouted to blacksmith Simber. There were not many gamers outside, as most of them were resting on the ground. Sherlock did not mind the goblins having a structured resting time. First, he was not a harsh dungeon lord. Secondly, he initially wanted to recruit only 5 goblins, but now he had 100 without spending any magic stones. He had to supply them food, though. Simber was asleep when he heard someone shouting for him. His first reaction was to hit them with his hammer. When he realized it was Sherlock, he stood up respectfully and said, "Lord Sherlock, why are you calling me? I intend to send these goblins to clear the nearby spider's lair. Are there any materials in the dungeon to make weapons and armor?" Sherlock asked. "Clearing the nearby spider's lair, Lord Sherlock. You are the first dungeon lord to send goblins into battle. Your goblins are indeed different from the rest. One of them smashed into the wall and died, and another dashed into my furnace and killed himself. Are these suicide methods thought out by you?" Simber rubbed his eyes as he stood up and walked towards the blacksmith shop. Sherlock followed him and said, "Their thinking, behavior, and habits are different from normal goblins, but they have other good points like diligence. Letting them clear the spider's lair is a good form of entertainment." Sherlock remembered the gamers' joyful anticipation of the new area and said, "From my knowledge, they are looking forward to clearing the spider's lair. I don't dispute their diligence. They are much more hardworking and odd than the goblins that I have seen." Simber walked into the blacksmith shop. The half-open blacksmith shop was located on the open ground in front of the dungeon core main hall. It was about half the size of a basketball field and consisted of 2 metal furnaces and a forging platform. Though it was small, it had everything necessary. On the left side of the blacksmith shop was a pile of diamond seam, which was a kind of rock commonly seen in the underworld. It could be used for construction as well as forging. Blacksmiths could forge metal into weapons, armor, and equipment from large amounts of diamond seam. Thanks to those hard-working goblins, the diamond seam stockpile can be forged into 100 complete sets of armor and weapons. To improve them is not possible as there are only rocks here. Simber surveyed the surroundings and said, "You are fortunate. Normally, dungeon lords do not recruit that many goblins in one go. Seems like Lord Sherlock is intending to create an outstanding dungeon. Would you like to consider employing another blacksmith? My brother's skill is excellent, and the price is reasonable." "Employ another one? Wouldn't Sherlock have to pay another salary?" Sherlock was quite poor. Even Simber's salary was still a question mark. How could he afford another blacksmith if he was unable to raise the 100 magic stones for Simber's salary? He might be sued by the do not have the most expensive stuff blacksmith shop. Sherlock would be blacklisted by the merchants, and he would find it difficult to do business in the neutral towns. We'll discuss your brother later. Let's talk about the equipment. I'm hoping you can forge 100 sets of armor and weapons. You'll forge a sword as the standard weapon." Simber quickly said, "Lord Sherlock, with regards to the equipment, I have an abnormal matter to report to you." Simber took out a thick book from his pocket. Dense words were seen on the book. He said, "Since the goblins started work yesterday, they have repeatedly asked me to sell them equipment. I explained to them that the dungeon does not have equipment for them to use. I found them too annoying, so I left a book at the blacksmith shop entrance for them to write down their equipment requests. I feel that you should take a look." Sherlock took the book from Simber and read carefully. "Teacher Sitarmer, I hope to buy boxing gloves type of weapons. Is the development team able to read our suggestions?" Clerics are my mom as I wish to become a magician or pastor or similar skilled profession. Could I buy a magic wand? Most of the requests consisted of their various thoughts and nonsensical weapons. The Otherworld gamers also requested for their weapons to look cool. Sherlock decided to decline all the unreasonable requests. He told Simber not to be distracted by these strange requests and concentrate on forging the 100 sets of armor and weapons. Simber nodded and started the forging fire. Numerous gamers were attracted by the noise in the blacksmith shop, and they surrounded the shop and watched. Sherlock was nonchalant as it was not the first time that the gamers were curious. He commanded the gamers to continue carrying the Oz and said to Simber, "I'll give these weapons and armor prices. You may create a price list signboard at the shop entrance. The goblins have to pay for the weapons and armor using their metal coins. Aren't the equipment distributed to them?" Simber asked, bewildered. "As you know, our dungeon is using metal coins as reward to encourage the goblins to work hard. The metal coins were obtained from the bazaar with magic stones," Sherlock said. "Though the metal coins are not valuable, if I continue rewarding them daily, the coins will be used up. I have to find a way to get back the coins. Selling the weapons and armor is a good method." Sherlock and Brew had already discussed this. The Otherworld's gamers preferred to use their efforts and labor to exchange for rewards and items instead of obtaining free stuff from Sherlock. This would fuel their enthusiasm and strengthen their sense of independence. They would feel that their hard work and effort gave them a chance to change their lives. Though Sherlock did not understand what kinds of lives the goblins wanted to change, he implemented Brew's suggestion to keep them enthusiastic. One could not use this world's logic to understand the gamers' psychology. They did not require salaries yet worked diligently. Upon receiving the metal coins reward, they would be overjoyed, and they loved using the coins for transactions. Instead of seeing their work as hard labor, they believed that they were dungeon citizens responsible for its development. Sherlock liked the way it was going, as it would strengthen their sense of belonging and reduce the chances of them escaping or rebelling. The most important thing was that they worked hard without having to pay them magic stones. Very soon, Simber completed his first short sword and armor. Normal blacksmith shops and blacksmiths required half a day to complete forging, but Sherlock's blacksmith shop and blacksmith were not ordinary. Sherlock examined the cooled short sword carefully. It did not have a hilt since there was no wood in the dungeon. The quality felt slightly bad. Without the hilt, the efficiency and power would be compromised. But in the development stage, Sherlock believed that the goblins could overcome these challenges. The weapon fit the goblins nicely, but not Sherlock, as he was much larger in size than the goblins. "Lord Sherlock, I suggest that an introduction be given to this equipment so that the gamers can understand our world's equipment." As Sherlock was examining the short sword, Brew said to him, "I had drafted a note on the equipment. I'll let you take a look." Sherlock nodded and received Brew's equipment notes on an information panel that appeared beside the sword. Hiltless diamond short sword, ordinary white equipment. Damage 0-10. Weight 10. Durability 10. Forger blacksmith Simber. Required reputation dungeon Eternal Kingdom reputation level 1 basic level. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom's most commonly seen weapon. Forged from diamond seam. An information panel appeared beside the armor. Diamond armor ordinary white equipment. Defense 10. Weight 20. Durability 10. Forger blacksmith Simber. Required reputation dungeon Eternal Kingdom reputation level 1 basic level. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom's most commonly seen equipment. Forged from diamond seam. Brew's equipment notes were quite detailed, and the reputation concept had already been explained to Sherlock. It was a way for the gamers to show their respect and admiration for him. It was also a way to strengthen their sense of belonging to the dungeon. Whoever contributed to the dungeon would receive reputation. The reputation would be calculated in real time after the opening of the new area. After completion of missions and submission of their mission materials, the gamers would obtain reputation that allowed them better equipment, benefits, and treatment. Those who worked hard and had excellent contributions would be greatly rewarded. Sherlock fully supported Brew's reputation reward system, and he waved in agreement. After handling these minor affairs, Sherlock returned to the dungeon core main hall and browsed the official website and discussion forum. Looking at the praises of the dungeon, Sherlock looked forward to their reaction after opening up his carefully prepared spider's lair. This method of managing the Otherworld's gamers made Sherlock recall his fun times with other devils when he was young. He was extremely fond of those times. The time was 7 in the morning. The Otherworld's gamers started waking up, and soon, the 100 gamers had already gathered at the blacksmith shop. They looked at the sweaty Simber forging intensely. Were Simber's forging making equipment? Can we start forging things ourselves? Where can we learn to forge? Look carefully. See if we can learn by watching. There's a weapon and equipment price list. Don't they have to shut down the servers while upgrading and setting up the new area? They can upgrade while the servers are still running. Arcane technology. Hey, take a look. The mission rewards contain reputation, dungeon reputation. The game has been upgraded with new stuff. New equipment, exploration area, and reputation. There are many updates today. I'm bursting with anticipation. While the gamers were noisily chatting in front of the blacksmith shop, Sherlock walked towards them. He cleared his throat and exerted his devil's authority. All eyes were on him as Sherlock said in a loud voice, "Citizens of the Eternal Kingdom, I, Devil Lord Sherlock, announce a new mission to clear the spider lair for the Eternal Kingdom dungeon." Chapter 8 almost scared me to death. Chapter 8 almost scared me to death. According to Brew, the gamers from the Otherworld treated adventure as a form of entertainment. After Sherlock announced the new mission of clearing the spider's lair, the gamers cheered loudly. Some even shouted for Eternal Kingdom and for Devil Lord Sherlock. The enthusiasm of the gamers gave a fright to Simber, who was forging the weapons. Enthusiasm was a good thing, as it showed high morale. They would work more diligently if they were motivated. Sherlock opened the door of the underground tunnel to the outside world. The spider's lair was close to the dungeon. It was directly connected by a single tunnel, so Sherlock did not have to worry that the gamers would wander to other places. To reach the other areas of the underworld, the gamers had to go through the spider's lair. The gamers were also unable to tunnel to other areas because, without Sherlock's order, the gamers were unable to mine indiscriminately. The gamers' enthusiasm was endorsed by Sherlock. The lowly goblins were unable to rebel against the superior devil. However, they could choose to escape the dungeon. The possibility of rebelling was slim as the gamers looked happy. When the main door opened, the gamers rushed in hordes to buy weapons and equipment. Sherlock was pleased. Though their behavior was strange, they were no fools. They would not venture empty-handed into the spider's lair and lose their lives. Simber's forged weapons were limited in number, and he only managed 5 short swords and armor in a few hours. Forging required a bit more time. The 100 gamers could not all get their hands on the equipment, but Sherlock thought of a good solution: increase the price. A short sword for 300 bronze coins, a set of armor for 300 bronze coins. Sherlock did some calculations according to the rewards that the goblins earned yesterday. They only had at most 100 bronze coins each. So, they would have to continue carrying the Oz to accumulate a total of 600 bronze coins to buy their equipment. By that time, Simber would have already completed the 100 sets of equipment. Sherlock thought his plan was foolproof, but an incredible thing occurred. A goblin started buying up the bronze coins. A game called Arthur shouted among the crowd, 10 yuan for each bronze coin. I'll only collect 550 bronze coins. Deal is open until I meet my quota. You can use Alipay or WeChat for transaction. Search for my number 185XXXXX and add me as a friend. I can send you money in advance. When the other gamers heard Arthur, they brought their bronze coins to sell to him. Even other gamers, like Not Wearing Pants, started shouting to buy bronze coins. Some had the same price as Arthur at 10 yuan for a bronze coin. There were others who raised the price to 100 yuan for a bronze coin. Sherlock learned the Otherworld's language before and knew that the yuan was also called renminbi. It was the Otherworld's currency, and it had the same value as the Underworld's magic stones. Sherlock didn't expect the gamers to use the Otherworld's currency to exchange for bronze coins, which did not have much value in the Underworld. Was the chance to have the equipment and venture out first that important? Sherlock would never use his magic stones to exchange for the Otherworld's currency. Sherlock could not figure out the gamers' behavior, but Brew understood them and said, "Did you see that? Didn't I say they were rich so's air? It's a pity we can't implement a currency exchange and commerce system. If we could exchange the renminbi for magic stones, we would be the richest dungeon in the world." Sherlock understood Brew's words immediately. If the gamers were that generous and the Otherworld's currency could be exchanged for magic stones, then he could make a handsome profit just by selling the most common equipment. Sherlock was excited, but it was not possible to exchange the Otherworld's currency for magic stones. The trading of bronze coins was completed and 5 gamers managed to accumulate their 600 bronze coins each. Some of the other gamers continued accumulating the bronze coins at lower prices, while the rest started carrying the Oz to earn their bronze coins. The 5 gamers immediately bought their equipment from Simber. Sherlock examined their names. They were Arthur, Not Wearing Pants, Burning Chest Hair, Sylvarners, and Sakuranamia Cat Demon. They quickly donned the armor and took up their hiltless short swords before setting off under the watchful gazes of the other gamers. A few bold gamers wanted to follow behind but were harshly declined by the 5 adventurers who did not want any additional burdens. The adventurers ventured outside as a team. Sherlock was curious what these 5 adventurers would do in the spider's lair and whether they would be pleased with his arrangements. Sherlock had no intention to follow behind the adventurers since the low-intellect spiders were instinctively afraid of devils. If he followed them, they would not encounter any crypt spiders. Sherlock had another way to observe this team of adventurers. Sherlock returned to the dungeon core main hall quickly and infused Marner into the dungeon core. A misty image appeared before him. It was a simple surveillance spell that could observe people and objects within a certain radius. The surface world's magician had to use a crystal ball to do the same thing for a shorter duration. Sherlock discovered he had a tendency to observe the gamers' behavior because they always did the unexpected and were always curious about this world. A slight discovery would make them very happy, and they were extremely excited to explore. The 5 adventurers left the dungeon warily and lit up torches in the darkness. Holding the torches in one hand and their short swords in the other, they surveyed the environment carefully. Before long, they entered the spider's lair. After much discussion, Burning Chest Hair was placed in front, followed by Arthur, Sakuranami, cat demon, not wearing pants, and Sylvarners. They attracted the attention of the underground spiders, and a spider blocked their advance. It attacked them without hesitation. In the surveillance image, the 5 adventurers were stunned by the sudden appearance of the spider and recoiled in fear. It was normal for them to feel fear when a spider that was larger than a goblin charged at them maliciously. The first goblin to control his fear was Arthur. He stabbed the short sword into an eye of the spider that caused it to retreat in pain. The spider moved its huge mandibles wildly in a bid to dislodge the short sword from its eye and threw Arthur away with great force. The spider escaped quickly with a short sword impaled in its eye. The other 4 goblins helped Arthur to stand up. The 5 of them paced around at the spider's lair entrance as they hesitated whether to proceed. However, the underground spiders did not give the goblins any time. As indicated by Sherlock's monster bestiary, they lived in hordes. 10 underground spiders surrounded and attacked the pitiful gamers from all directions. The encounter ended in a complete victory for the underground spiders. The gamers were tightly bound by spider silk and dragged to the middle of the lair. Before long, the 5 souls of the adventurers appeared at the dungeon core. The first exploration into the spider's lair ended in complete annihilation. Sherlock did not intend to bring their bodies back from the spider's lair as it was too late. By this time, their bodies would have been completely devoured by the spiders. It was just as Sherlock had expected. A teleport portal appeared at the dungeon core main hall. A beginner goblin walked out with the words "not wearing pants" above his head. The other gamers saw the adventurer not wearing pants returning to the dungeon in this fashion, and understood that he had died without a corpse. "How's it are the monsters difficult to kill? How did you die? Did you kill any monsters? Did you get any treasures? Tell us something." The gamers surrounded Not Wearing Pants and bombarded him with questions, but Not Wearing Pants seemed to be in shock as he was quiet for a long time. 4 teleport portals appeared, and 4 goblins walked out. The names above their heads showed Arthur, Sakuranami, cat demon, Burning Chest Hair, and Sylvarners. The Otherworld's gamers went into a frenzy and exclaimed, "This is total annihilation. Why is it so difficult? Isn't this the first opened combat area? What about the weapons and armor lost in the spider's lair? I hope that the equipment hasn't vanished. Maybe I can retrieve them." "Don't bother. Wait till we have the numbers before going back," Arthur suddenly shouted. "Man, this game monster is too realistic. The giant spider was twice my size and I saw its mandibles in detail. I'm fearless in real life, but I was almost scared to death just now." Chapter 9: The First Magical Item. Chapter 9: The First Magical Item. Fear was a normal emotion, especially when encountering underground spiders that were twice their size. The gamers had been blinded by their anticipation of adventure and had totally forgotten about the game's realism. If a spider twice the size of a goblin appeared, the goblins could feel the fear just from the mere thought. I just realized that this could be a horror game genre. If we have more numbers, we would not be that fearful. Let's carry more bricks, then we'll form a larger expedition group of about 40 to 50 gamers, and we'll adjust the pain setting to 0. What's there to be afraid of? Yes, courage with more numbers. Let's carry bricks, let's carry bricks. The gamers started to chat again. Though they were chatting, they continued to work diligently. They really loved to chat. Within this period of time, the gamers had no intention to explore the spider's lair as the first expedition group had been annihilated and had lost all their equipment. The underground spiders were visually fearful creatures to them. Sherlock was pleased to see that the gamers were still having fun and that his prepared entertainment outlet was having its desired effect. Sherlock would allow the gamers to decide how they were going to play the game. He did not need to worry that the gamers would not mine and expand the dungeon as they had to buy equipment before setting out on exploration. They had to carry bricks to earn bronze coins. Sherlock guessed that the gamers would die a few times to the spiders. After losing their equipment, wouldn't they not have to carry bricks again? It was a perfect cycle. The other dungeons were not able to operate in this way because their dead goblins could not be easily revived. Once the normal goblins perished, their souls would be trapped in the spirit world and had to be redeemed before revival. The process was extremely tedious. With Brew's method, the souls of Otherworld's goblins were trapped in the dungeon core after their death, so their revivals were very convenient. Sherlock always doubted that his dungeon core was abandoned and useless. It seemed that he had obtained an invaluable treasure. To build the great dungeon, Sherlock had to make sure that the gamers continued working diligently. He decided to retrieve the lost equipment belonging to the 5 adventurers. After all, he was a thrifty dungeon lord. It was wasteful to leave the equipment in the lair. He could retrieve them and outfit another 5 goblins. Sherlock arrived at the spider's lair and found the lost equipment quickly. The spiders did not feed on metal, so they had thrown the equipment at the lair's tunnel. Besides the lost equipment, Sherlock also found the spider whose head had been impaled by Arthur's short sword. The spider was dead and faint green blood had been spilled all over the place. Sherlock was surprised that the spider carcass would be abandoned by the other spiders. He felt a faint mana ripple in the spider's body. Could this spider have swallowed a magical item? Sherlock decided to bring this spider back to the dungeon and let Simber dissect it. What if there was a valuable magical item? Sherlock was in need of magic stones. If he could obtain a valuable magical item, he could sell it for Simber's salary. When Sherlock brought back the equipment and carcass, it created a disturbance among the goblins. Besides the 5 adventurers, the other gamers had not witnessed an underground spider before. They surrounded Sherlock. Is that an underground spider? It looks terrifying. My knees are getting weak even though it's a dead spider. Though it's a game, it's too terrifying. How did the game pass the official checks? It's arcane technology and you're asking about checks. Not Wearing Pants pointed at the spider and shouted, Arthur, this is the spider that you stabbed. Look, the wound is at the same location on the head. Arthur also found out about the head wound on the spider. The surrounding gamers looked at Arthur as though he was a hero, and the dungeon became a massive chatting hall again. Sherlock did not stop the gamers from looking at the underground spider. He ordered Not Wearing Pants and Arthur to carry the carcass to the blacksmith shop and help Simber dissect the spider so that Simber could take out the object from its stomach. Sherlock would not do the dirty work himself. Sherlock thought for a while and threw 2 short swords to Not Wearing Pants and Arthur. He did not expect them to dissect it with their bare hands. Did this trigger off a hidden mission? I knew it. Killing the first monster has its special reward. I'm green with jealousy. I should have spent money to accumulate the bronze coins. The dungeon rang with a boisterous chatting of the gamers. Not Wearing Pants and Arthur were taken aback. Under the envious gaze of the gamers, they retrieved the short swords and grabbed a furry spider leg each as they dragged the carcass towards the blacksmith shop. Some bold gamers also helped to push the giant carcass, though they did not receive any reward from Sherlock. Simber was forging weapons, and there was a pile of equipment at his side. Few gamers could afford to buy the equipment. Seeing Sherlock lead the gamers and a dead spider into his shop, Simber put aside his work and asked Sherlock respectfully, "Lord Sherlock, what can I do for you? There's something in the spider's stomach. Help me retrieve it. Be careful not to damage it. These two goblins are your assistants," Sherlock said as he pointed at Not Wearing Pants and Arthur. Simber acknowledged him and took up a short sword. He gave some instructions to Not Wearing Pants and Arthur as they started the dissection. The gamers exclaimed in shock as they followed the dissection. Most of them were terrified and disgusted by the dissection, which was rated R18. Sherlock stood back to avoid being stained by the spider's green blood. Before long, the spider was almost dissected, and both of Simber's assistants were stained with green and smelly blood. Many surrounding gamers felt sick, and a few gamers started vomiting out their meals. Not Wearing Pants was feeling sick, while Arthur's face was ghastly white. The blood-stained Simber told Arthur to search the carcass carefully for objects. Without hesitation, Arthur squirmed into the carcass and carried out a dimly radiant metal ball. Sherlock waved at Arthur to let Arthur pass the metal ball to him. Arthur ran to Sherlock's side and raised the metal ball above his head. Sherlock took out a handkerchief from his pocket and covered the metal ball with the handkerchief in disgust. He put the wrapped metal ball in front of his eyes and smelled a horrible stench coming from it. He confirmed that the Marner ripple came from the small metal ball. What was that ball? Sherlock found it familiar, but he could not recall from where. Since it had a Marner ripple, it was definitely a magical item. He wanted the ball to be appraised and sold for magic stones. To appraise this magical item, he had to make a trip to Winterfell. Chapter 10 So he was a rich guy. Chapter 10 So he was a rich guy. Sherlock was about to use a teleport scroll to Winterfell when he noticed Arthur and Not Wearing Pants. He pondered for a moment and said, "Wash yourselves clean and follow me. You'll be my assistants." They looked at each other and then followed Sherlock. The other gamers were green with jealousy. They are so lucky to get special missions consecutively. I wonder what the dungeon lord is asking them to do. Definitely good stuff. That's a benefit of being rich, isn't it? Perhaps I did not spend enough money. This has nothing to do with being rich. The other three rich gamers were not chosen. This game also doesn't have any currency exchange. Even if we wanted to spend money, we're unable to do so. The gamers started to chat excitedly again. Sherlock understood that the gamers liked to gather and chat. He did not stop them as he was a benevolent dungeon lord. They developed the dungeon far faster than normal goblins. Their fondness for chatting was not a serious flaw. Sherlock assigned Brew to manage the dungeon. Then, he took the metal ball with unknown magic power and beckoned Arthur and Not Wearing Pants to stand by his side. Both of them were nervous. Not Wearing Pants was swallowing his saliva incessantly while Arthur looked like he was fighting a boss-level monster. The other gamers watched with envy. Sherlock tore his teleport scroll and the teleport spell formation appeared at Sherlock's feet. With Sherlock's expansion of Marner, the spell formation widened to include Arthur and Not Wearing Pants. Marner flashed brilliantly and the three of them vanished. The gamers marveled at the short brilliance of the teleport spell. They looked dazedly at the empty space for quite some time before a gamer exclaimed, "Holy cow, what's that?" That was Marner. Is that the Dungeon Lord's skill? It seemed like a skill book. I saw Shirley take out a scroll before tearing it. Can we buy it? Where did they go? New map. In dying with envy. The entire dungeon was filled with lively chatting again. In the next instant, Sherlock, Arthur and Not Wearing Pants appeared at the reception hall of the teleport portals in Winterfell. Go out once you've filled in the forms. There are people using the portals behind you. It was the same previous orc who shouted at Sherlock and the goblins and slapped a form on Sherlock's chest. Sherlock filled out the form while Arthur and Not Wearing Pants surveyed the surroundings curiously. To them, it was an entirely new world. Succubi, gnomes, giants, golems, mantis men, taurens and goblins that looked like them. Sherlock was used to these strange creatures, but it was the first time Arthur and Not Wearing Pants witnessed them. They were also in awe of the grand reception hall of the teleport portals and the detailed sculptured pillars that were dispersed in rows to support the hall's roof. The ceiling painting depicted a winged devil extending his finger to a commoner surrounded by an inferno of hell. The devil was supported by numerous other devils. This is the painting World Destruction depicting the great devil Michelangelo destroying the entire surface world. At that time, the great devil Michelangelo almost destroyed the surface world, but he was stopped. Nobody knows whether it is true as it is just a painting, Sherlock explained to the astonished Arthur and Not Wearing Pants as he completed the form. Not Wearing Pants nodded and looked around as he said to Arthur, "This is great information. I have to take more pictures. Tonight I'm going to post an exposition article." Arthur was more composed than Not Wearing Pants. He merely surveyed the environment with his wide eyes. Sherlock handed the form to the gnome by the exit. Both of the gnome's ears were bandaged and he was complaining about his predicament last night to his colleague as he stamped Sherlock's form. After Sherlock's visor was processed, he brought Arthur and Not Wearing Pants out of the reception hall. The streets of Winterfell were bustling with activity. Giants ambled slowly as they dragged their heavy merchandise, while Hades' mare and skeleton horses pulled carriages at high speeds along the green pavements. Sherlock did not stay on the pavement for long as he hurried to the bazaar. Arthur and Not Wearing Pants did not have the chance to observe the surroundings as they followed Sherlock closely behind. Sherlock arrived at the bazaar and ignored the makeshift goblin stalls along the street. He brought his two goblins to a shop. In the shop's window were glass bottles filled with green bubbling solutions. An eye-patched parrot with sharp teeth stood on a suspended wooden beam. Something like an animal's internal organ hung on the signpost, which read "Feel at Home Magical Items Shop." Sherlock made sure it was a magical item shop before going in. Arthur and Not Wearing Pants were following behind and whispering to each other. They looked curiously around and could not resist touching the magic wand that was placed on a rack. This is a magic wand from a great surface world magician who perished. The human nation's fort too was just to obtain this magic wand. 3 kings perished. They were not aware that they were fighting for a fake wand. The real magic wand is with us. Feel at Home Magical Items Shop. A gnome explained the magic wand's history hastily with a creased face. He looked like a newborn baby with a gentleman's dome hat, long nose and a monocle perched on his pointed right ear. The gnome inhaled deeply and continued speaking quickly. "Respectable devil lord, if you buy it now, I'll offer you an acquaintance discount of 10%. You can take home the magic wand for 9,800 magic stones. I'll even give you a teleport spell enchantment with a cooldown period of 1 hour and a fixed teleport portal. You won't ever need to use teleport scroll anymore. If you purchase a lot of items, I'll arrange for a free delivery service and offer you a small little present. Don't you think you've got a good deal? Sherlock felt his muscles convulse when he heard the price. Both Arthur and Not Wearing Pants were not knowledgeable about magic stones as Arthur blurted out, "Is this a hidden mission's reward? Are magic stones the future in-game intermediate currency? Where is the currency exchange portal? Okay if it does not exceed 1 million yuan. Oh my god, you are rich." Not Wearing Pants looked in admiration at Arthur. Arthur ignored Not Wearing Pants as he looked earnestly at the gnome shopkeeper, waiting for an answer. The gnome shopkeeper did not have the Otherworld's knowledge and were not aware that the two goblins were from the Otherworld. Even if he was experienced and knowledgeable, he did not understand what Arthur was saying. The gnome shopkeeper looked questioningly at Sherlock. Sherlock knew the backgrounds of Arthur and Not Wearing Pants and the great difference between the cultures of the two worlds. Even if the gnome didn't understand Arthur's questions, it was normal. Sherlock did not want to explain as it was his commercial secret. "Apologies, I'm not here to buy things. I would like you to appraise a magical item." Sherlock took out from his pocket a metal ball that was emitting faint magical lights. He could feel the weak murmur on the metal ball's surface, but he did not know what it was. All he knew was that it was valuable. The gnome shopkeeper adjusted his monocle and used his long, slim fingers to take the metal ball. He scratched his long, sharp nails on the metal ball and made shrill screeching sounds. As Sherlock waited for the shopkeeper's appraisal, Arthur frowned and asked Not Wearing Pants, "Why didn't they tell me where to add money to my account?" Not Wearing Pants rolled his eyes and said, "Rich man, you triggered the hidden mission after killing that spider. We're obviously in the mission. Don't think about the magic wand. It's only for show." They muttered to each other at the side. Sherlock was used to their antics and knew that they treated everything as part of a mission. The gnome shopkeeper heard the goblins saying strange things and cast them suspicious looks before whispering to Sherlock, "Devil Lord, there seems to be something wrong with your servant's head. Thank you for your concern." The shopkeeper looked at the metal ball for a long time and took out a book for reference. He flipped through the book while licking and cross-referencing the metal ball. Sherlock considered informing the shopkeeper that the metal ball was found in a spider's stomach, but upon seeing the shopkeeper's intense concentration, he decided not to. "I knew it." The shopkeeper removed his monocle and said, "This is a key, an ancient ruins key." Chapter 11 Purchases. Chapter 11 Purchases. After appraising the metal ball, he put it on the table. Not Wearing Pants carried the metal ball carefully in his arms as though he was protecting a treasure. He did not mind the fact that the ball had been licked by the shopkeeper. "This item is actually an ancient ruins key. I didn't expect us to trigger the preparatory mission for our future instance dungeon conquest," Not Wearing Pants muttered to Arthur. "I must add this point in tonight's strategy guide." The shopkeeper ignored their nonsensical ramblings and said, "Though it's an ancient ruins key, it's not clear what ruin it is for, so I can't give you a high price. I'm unable to confirm its use, so I can only give you 5,000 magic stones for it." Sherlock beckoned Arthur and Not Wearing Pants to leave. If he could find the location of the ancient ruin, the key would fetch 50,000 magic stones. If he sold at 5,000 magic stones, it would be a major loss for him. The shopkeeper was worried when he saw Sherlock leaving. He blocked Sherlock's path in front of him and smiled. "Devil Lord, we can discuss the price further. I'm willing to raise the price to 6,000 magic stones in addition to a small present." As Sherlock was about to decline, the shopkeeper raised his finger and said quickly, "I know what the Devil Lord wants to say. You intend to find this ancient ruin, but to find the location of the ruin based on the key is very difficult. If you aren't skilled in archaeology and Marna, even if you search for 100 years, you won't be able to find it unless you engage professionals. If you look for professionals, the cost is far greater than the value of the key. It won't be worth it for you. Why don't you sell it to me if I find the ancient ruin? I am willing to share the exploration rights with you, 6,000 magic stones, together with a small present and the shared ancient ruins exploration rights. That's my greatest offer." Sherlock did a quick mental calculation and considered the shopkeeper's words. If he looked for the ancient ruin himself, he would not be able to afford it. It was better to let the shopkeeper search for the ancient ruin. When it was found, perhaps he could explore the ruin and find valuable items. "That's possible, but I would like to take a look at your present. If it's an ordinary item I'm not satisfied with, then I'll ask for 10,000 magic stones and ancient ruins exploration rights." "Devil Lord, it's shared ancient ruins exploration rights." The shopkeeper was afraid that Sherlock was twisting his words, so he emphasized the sharing of the rights. Then he went to the back of the shop and said, "Please wait a while. I'm taking out the small present, which is extremely valuable." The shopkeeper pushed out a cage that imprisoned a fairy with a translucent pair of wings. The fairy was about the same size as a goblin and emitted a faint glow. Clothed in flowers and leaves, the female fairy curled herself up at the opposite corner of the cage in fear. The cage was not very large, and she occupied almost half the space. This little fairy from the Tree of Life is knowledgeable in medicinal herbs and specializes in making medicines. Her cultivated herbs have magical effects when eaten raw and can be used as a high-quality alchemy material. She can also use the simplest material to produce the highest quality medicine with great economic value. However, she's obstinate. Since arriving here, she has refused to talk, cultivate herbs and produce medicines. Recently, she started a hunger strike and intends to starve herself to death. Rather than letting her die at my place, it's better that I give her to you as a gift, Devil Lord. A dead fairy is not worth a cent." The shopkeeper pushed the fairy in front of Arthur. The fairy looked at the trio of Sherlock, Arthur and not wearing pants, and her fear became even more intense. 2 goblins, a devil lord and possibly a dungeon full of vile creatures awaited her. She could not imagine how she was going to survive and closed her eyes in terror, trembling. According to Sherlock's standards of beauty, the small fairy was not beautiful and looked strange with multiple colors. However, Sherlock felt that a fairy who could cultivate medicinal herbs and produce medicines could be useful. Arthur and not wearing pants had never seen a fairy before. Not wearing pants was especially curious about her. He walked around her a few times. Sherlock and the shopkeeper came to an agreement. The shopkeeper drafted a contract and both of them signed on it. Then they shook their hands. A magical seal appeared at their held hands and the agreement was completed. Sherlock took his part of the contract and left behind his address for the shopkeeper to contact him. The shopkeeper transferred 6,000 magic stones to Sherlock's personal card while Arthur took over the caged fairy. Not wearing pants handed over the ancient ruins key reluctantly to the shopkeeper who put it away carefully before sending them off warmly. Sherlock was moved when he looked at his personal card. At least, he had enough magic stones for Simber's salary and some food. The Eternal Kingdom was keeping 100 goblins. Though he had opened up the spider's lair to let them hunt for food, the goblins did not have combat experience. It would take some time for them to obtain a reliable supply of food from the spider's lair. Sherlock had 6,000 magic stones, which was a considerable amount. Life was full of twists and turns. Who would have thought that the spider's lair beside his dungeon had such a treasure? With the money in his hands, he was able to shop with confidence. Sherlock bought the necessary food and a number of teleport scrolls. Then, he entered a shop called Secret Garden that was filled with rotting plants. From its appearance, this was a horticulture shop. Sherlock entered the shop and left Arthur and Not Wearing Pants outside since they had too many things. It was not convenient for them to enter. Sherlock was also concerned about their safety, so he ordered them to stay outside the shop. They were unwilling, but since it was an order from the dungeon lord, they could not resist. I would like to see what's inside Not Wearing Pants sighed as Sherlock went into Secret Garden. The shop was filled with various strange plants. A plant with tentacle suction pads was growing out from a huge flower pot. Flowers as tall as humans were chewing incessantly. The rhizomes were leaking crimson blood, while green vines with sharp spikes wound around a goat. The spikes were inserted into the goat's body, and liquid was flowing in the stem tubes. What a peaceful and warm scene Sherlock felt as he looked at the cute little plants. Welcome, welcome, we have new arrivals and medium to large potted plants suitable for enjoyment during afternoon teas. A Tauren with an apron was trimming a vine plant that was feeding on a goat. He cut off the vines that were too long. The plant immediately curled up and squashed the carried goat out of shape. It was fortunate that the goat was already dead and did not have to suffer immensely. The cut vine convulsed on the ground in pain as though it were a snake whose head had been cut off. My dungeon requires a new flower bed that is large and impressive. I'm also looking for seeds of medicinal herbs. The greater the variety, the better. The Tauren took out a paper that he wrote and drew for a while before showing it to Sherlock. A good flower bed requires good quality soil. If you are cultivating high-quality medicinal herbs, the requirement for good soil is more stringent. The soil from the lowest level of the spirit world is most suitable. You can't use normal groundwater and normal fertilizer. I recommend the 2-in-1 well water from the eternal well below the tree of life. Just a drop is enough to irrigate a large flower bed. Of course, the cost will be higher. We have lots of high-quality seeds of medicinal herbs. The most popular ones. Sherlock raised his hand to cut the naggy Tauren off as he said, "There's no problem except for the seeds. Please take note that a fairy will be cultivating them." The Tauren shopkeeper was shocked and put down his raised hoof on the ground. He pondered before saying, "That is something to take note of. Underworld plants might feed on the fairy, so I'll spend more time on the seeds." Smuggling the seeds from the tree of life is not easy, but don't worry, I can guarantee the quality of the seeds. But the price? Sherlock waved his hands generously and said, "Price is no problem. Problems that can be solved with magic stones are not problems. You are a generous customer. The total is 100,000 magic stones." The flower bed business was finally completed. The soil was not the quality soil from the spirit world but the underworld's ordinary soil. The water and fertilizer were not from the eternal well whose well water was charged with manner. They likely weren't beneficial to ordinary soil anyways. A complete underground water well system could be used to obtain sweet underground water for irrigation and drinking. As for fertilizer, Stanley's composite ginkeller was sufficient. Sherlock decided to use the seeds from the Tree of Life. Since the quality of the seeds determined the quality of the herbs, he decided not to skimp on the seeds. Sherlock spent 5,000 magic stones. Though it was reduced from the 100,000 magic stones, it was still a large transaction. The Tauren shopkeeper sent Sherlock out warmly and arranged for the stone golem workers to follow Sherlock back to his dungeon. Sherlock now had less than 500 magic stones. He had been wealthy earlier, but now he was in poverty again, like he was riding on a mountainous road. He was having mixed feelings. It was a worthwhile investment for the dungeon, so spending the magic stones was necessary. They teleported back to the Eternal Kingdom dungeon. The gamers gave a warm welcome to Sherlock, Arthur, and Not Wearing Pants, who were fully loaded with goods. The stone golem workers pushed aside the crowd to survey their work location. Not Wearing Pants suddenly shouted, "Dungeon Lord, the fairy has fainted." Chapter 12 Little Fairy Part 1. Chapter 12 Little Fairy Part 1. Is this a fairy? Can we choose this race? I don't think so. According to Not Wearing Pants, this is a surface world's race, so we won't be able to select it. Who is speaking? I heard that this fairy will be our future life skills tutor. Life skills? Which one? Horticulture. Didn't you see that the excavated areas were filled with a well and greenhouse? We received the take care of the fairy missions. Arthur and Not Wearing Pants completed the chain missions before Shirley brought back the little fairy. How do we take care of her? We don't know what she eats. Does she eat soil? Chain mission life skill tutor. Who are these people? Where am I? Yes, I was taken to the devil's dungeon. Shirley said she feeds on flowers. A lot of us had missions to find flowers. Hope she does not starve to death. If she dies and the mission fails, won't we be unable to learn life skills? Possibly the gamers are back quickly. Make haste, the little fairy is not going to make it. Am I dying? It is better to die than to be tortured by those dungeon monsters. The little fairy felt her consciousness slipping away. Someone put shredded things into her mouth, and she was surrounded by people who were chatting. She could not think anymore as she slipped into a deep coma. As the night was getting late, more and more gamers bid farewell to each other and went offline. They went to go find a good spot to sleep. Their bodies were sleeping, but their souls returned to the other world. Brew called this offline. Sherlock walked around his dungeon that had doubled in size in 2 days with a gamer's effort. They had excavated the food storage room and were in the initial cleaning stage. The room was not paved with stones yet. Neither were the walls covered with bricks. Once Simber completed the 100 sets of equipment, he would make some chisels and hammers. Then, the gamers could use these tools to pave the ground and roads with stone slabs and create brick walls. Though his dungeon looked rundown, he could envision his dungeon becoming as grand as Winterfell, perhaps even grander. Besides building the main hall for storing food, Sherlock intended to construct a rest chamber for the gamers, as it was not a good sight to see them lying all over the place. The original space for the rest chamber was used for the flower bed and the well. The stone golems would be spending 2 days constructing the facilities. The Winterfell fairy's condition deteriorated. Since arriving at the dungeon, she had been in a coma. According to the gnome shopkeeper, she was trying to kill herself through starvation. Sherlock had assigned take care of the fairy missions through Brew. Some gamers fed her water, while others looked for flowers. Some even performed full-body massages on the fairy according to instructions from a gamer who was a professional masseur with an advanced masseur license. Though the little fairy was still in coma, her condition steadily improved. She would awake very soon. As for the fairy's unwillingness to cultivate herbs and make medicines, it was a small issue for Sherlock. He had lots of time to spend with her. Persuasion was his specialty. It was a basic course for a devil. Sherlock put aside the issue of the fairy and went to Simber to arrange for making chisels, hammers, and pickaxes. The hammers and pickaxes required wood for its handles. Wood could be obtained from underground forests, the surface world's forest, or bought from the bazaar. Though it was only a day's journey to the surface world, Sherlock did not want to take the risk to venture out in the surface world. If the humans discovered him and sent an army or adventurers to the dungeon, he would be in great trouble. Sherlock's dungeon did not have much defensive capability, and the entrance maze had not yet been constructed to repulse invaders. Sherlock had combat power, but he was unable to repulse tens of grand priests. He bought the dungeon with a lot of money, so he had to be careful and avoid trouble. Sherlock intended to spend a few days to look for underground forests. If he could not find any, he would not produce the pickaxes. Instead, he would produce chisels and hammers without handles. It would be more tiring for the gamers, but it would help him save money. There were only tens of gamers working late into the night in the dungeon. Sherlock made the necessary arrangements and returned to the dungeon core main hall. He used the computer to access the official website and discussion forum. Yesterday's post on the new opened area had garnered 80,000 replies, while the forum's posts had attained 200,000 within 2 days. It was impossible for him to read all the posts. Sherlock only browsed through the first few pages of posts which contained the gamers' speculation of the dungeon. Some were begging for the beta tester status. He found Not Wearing Pants' latest post, which was called Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Future Possibility of Releasing the Hidden Location, Winterfell. Not Wearing Pants was a beta gamer and a famous upload master. The posts he published had garnered a lot of views. Within an hour, there were thousands of replies. Sherlock started reading Not Wearing Pants' post. Greetings, I am the beta gamer Not Wearing Pants. As everyone knows, Dungeon Eternal Kingdom opened up a new area, Spider's Lair. Let's talk about this new area. Only I, Arthur, Burning Chest Hair, Sylvaners, and Sakurana Meerkat Demon ventured into the Spider's Lair. Within 10 minutes, we were annihilated. With Arthur's bravery, he killed an underground spider and unlocked a hidden mission. We found a strange metal ball in the spider's carcass. Fortunately, both I and Arthur received the mission to follow Dungeon Lord Shirley to another new area. That new area is the title in the post, Winterfell. It's not the Winterfell from A Song of Ice and Fire. It's only a coincidence that the names are the same. The Winterfell is such a flourishing town that I am unable to describe it with words. The main point is that I saw unpublished contents of the game. It was a real-life sword and magic world. The real life does not mean the graphic quality. The different races and the society structure were like that of a real world, especially the NPCs. They were not repetitive AIs and did not repeat the same words or actions. Each NPC was like a real character with his own life. I can't imagine the number of servers required to store the vast amount of content. I am guessing that a Winterfell is like our dungeon in which things can be moved. As I was following the dungeon lord all the way, I had no chance to explore the surroundings. I don't have much information on Winterfell. I do have several screenshots of Winterfell. Please take a look. Picture, more pictures. This game retained its principle of 100 reality. The same goes for Winterfell. With the screenshots, everyone will have some inkling of Winterfell. Trust me, this is only the tip of an iceberg. I hope that Winterfell will be open for us to explore. I will explain the ways of entering and exiting Winterfell. Only Shirley was able to bring us there and back. I have not found any direct path from the dungeon to Winterfell. Those who are thinking of hiking to Winterfell or entering the town via a bug can forget about trying. Do you think there would be a bug for you to enter Winterfell in such a stellar game? That is all I can say about Winterfell, as I have only been there once for less than 2 hours. But I can tell you seriously that there are many more races in the game. It's stunning. There were also other aspects of the game such as manor, transportation, buildings, skills and commerce transactions. Though they are not yet available to us, once they are ready, I cannot imagine how it will be like. To me, it is no longer a game. We can experience sword and magic as a second life. To sum it up, I am impressed beyond words. I will continue to publish my current tested settings. As this is my personal opinion, the final settings should be referenced with the official website's released settings. First point, I mentioned attributes yesterday. Regardless of combat status, there is no attribute panel. Strength, intelligence, agility and crit rate don't exist. After exploring the spider's lair, I understand why there are no numerical attributes in the game. The capability of the gamers is not determined by these numerical attributes. It depends on the gamer. For example, the intelligence you have in real life will be the same intelligence you have in the game. The strength of the goblin in the game depends on your personal strength. To become stronger, you have to carry more bricks and do more work. After 2 days of labor, I feel that I have become stronger. Second point, in the dungeon, besides Simber, there is another little fairy who will be responsible for cultivating medicinal herbs and producing medicines. However, she was not willing to work for the dungeon as her race was in conflict with the dungeon races. I guess it is another hidden mission. Ambitious gamers can try their hands on the fairy NPC to see if this hidden mission can be accomplished. There might be a huge reward for it. Let's try our best. Third point, we could outfit ourselves with weapons and armor today. They are different from characters as they have detailed attributes including attack, defense, strength and weight. For details, please refer to the pictures and attributes. Picture, hiltless diamond short sword, ordinary white equipment. Damage 0-10. Weight 10. Durability 10. Forger blacksmith Simber. Required reputation dungeon Eternal Kingdom reputation level 1 basic level. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom's most commonly seen weapon. Forged from diamond seam. An information panel appeared beside the armor. Diamond armor, ordinary white equipment. Defense 10. Weight 20. Durability 10. Forger blacksmith Simber. Required reputation dungeon Eternal Kingdom reputation level 1 basic level. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom's most commonly seen equipment. Forged from diamond seam. The equipment was very expensive, and both pieces together cost 600 bronze coins. However, future merchants can earn money in the game as rich gamers can purchase the bronze coins directly. Fourth point, there is a new reputation setting today. Besides receiving coins as rewards, one can also receive reputation. The current reputation system is used as a requirement for buying equipment. From the above 2 pictures, I feel that it is similar to the concept of levels. There might be more uses for it in the future. Once the game is in open beta, Everyone has to work harder in the missions to obtain reputation. Prepare to sacrifice your soul. The content above is what I thought of after going offline in the game. These few days, everyone has been working hard on the missions to earn bronze coins for buying the equipment. I estimate that tomorrow we will be able to form a group to explore the spider's lair. If there are only a few of us, we will not be able to defeat the spiders. It was extremely terrifying since the spiders are so realistic. I still have goosebumps. I'm going to sleep as I have to continue my missions tomorrow morning and earn coins for my equipment. I want to join the next expedition group to explore the spider's lair. I also want to see if the little fairy has a hidden mission for me. Everyone, rest early. I will take a look at your replies tomorrow night. Goodbye. Sherlock finished reading the opening post and was about to read the comments when a gamer ran excitedly to the outside of the dungeon core main hall and shouted, "Dungeon Lord, the little fairy is awake." Chapter 13 Little Fairy Part 2. Chapter 13 Little Fairy Part 2. Awake that fast. Sherlock put the keyboard and mouse away and shut off the computer screen. He stood up and followed the gamer to the little fairy. The little fairy was hugging her knees and had curled herself up on a simple bed made of mud and some rhizomes. The bed had been constructed by the gamers. The nearby tens of gamers had put aside their missions upon seeing the fairy waking up. They had surrounded the fairy in curiosity. She would be responsible for cultivating medicinal herbs and making medicines. However, the news of her unwillingness had already been spread by not wearing pants. Such an NPC with conflicting objectives would definitely have a hidden special mission. It was the same case with Arthur and not wearing pants, who had received hidden missions. Do you want to drink water? Would you like to have some flowers? I just plucked them, there's still mud on it. Do you have missions for me? I'm very strong. My reputation is already more than 500. Can I take on more missions? Teach me how to cultivate medicinal herbs or make medicine. I have money. The gamers tried all kinds of ways to attract the fairy's attention, but she continued hugging her knees in fear. She looked around but kept quiet. The gamers noticed that their efforts did not have any effect. Instead, the fairy was more fearful. They started chatting again. It's not right. There's no effect. The hidden mission can't be that simple. Perhaps the new missions haven't been refreshed yet. Do we have to wait for the next update? It's a possibility. It's Lord Sherlock. Give way, the dramatic cut scene is starting. The gamers saw Sherlock approaching and quickly made way. The previously boisterous gamers became quiet. They looked silently in anticipation of the unfolding drama. The fairy saw Sherlock approaching. As his towering figure edged closer, she curled herself into a ball. Let me introduce myself. I'm the Eternal Kingdom's Dungeon Lord Sherlock, and your new master. Little fairy, let me ask you a question. Would you like to go home? Sherlock maintained his cordial smile, but the fairy trembled in silence. Seems like you are still wary. I'll be direct with you. If you want to go home, I'm willing to do business with you. If you help me cultivate medicinal herbs, make medicines, and bring me 50,000 magic stones in profit, I'll let you go home. We can make a contract. The fairy suddenly shouted in her shrill voice, Devil, I will never do business with a devil. Whoever deals with a devil will have their souls condemned forever. Even if I starve to death, I will never help you. Though she shouted aggressively, she curled herself into a ball again after the refusal. Cork to me when you change your mind. Sherlock turned to walk away. He had no intention of interacting with the fairy. The gamers started chatting. What's the situation? The negotiation failed. What's going to happen? Does it mean we can't cultivate medicinal herbs? Can't you see this mission is meant for us? As the gamers were chatting with excitement, Bruce said to Sherlock in his mind, "Aren't you going to coax her a bit more or tie her up, give her a good beating and torture her?" Sherlock walked back as he said, "Your misunderstanding of the devil is still stagnated at hundreds of years ago. The new generation devils do not torture for fun. We play with the feelings of the heart. Good, I'll continue to give out missions to take care of the fairy," Bruce said. The gamers surrounded the fairy in a bid to unlock the hidden mission. Sherlock did not stop them as they would be working hard to earn bronze coins and reputation later. He was well aware of their habits. They wanted Sherlock to set some goals. They would achieve them one by one and receive rewards and entertainment. Sherlock left the ferry and returned to the dungeon core main hall to browse the discussion forum. It had become his hobby. Sherlock was not worried about the fairy as manipulation of the heart would take some time. The gamers started to lose their patience with the fairy. No matter what they said, she would not respond. Some gamers wanted to poke her, but they were stopped by other gamers. It was not easy to have a special mission NPC. If they antagonized her and the mission was aborted, what were they going to do? The gamers didn't want to bully such an adorable fairy. Though the gamers treated her like an NPC, the game world was too realistic. The fairy curled up her body and ignored her surroundings. She was mentally prepared for torture, but the towering devil did not torture her. Instead, she was given the choice to go home. She was not interested in doing business with the devil. Even if she wanted to go home and was tempted by the offer, her family members had warned her never to do business with the devil. She suppressed her emotional upheaval and ignored the devil's temptation. The goblins had surrounded her once again, and she was prepared to be tortured by them. Goblins were such filthy, evil, and despicable creatures. The fairy was puzzled because the filthy goblins did not torture her. Since she had woken up, they had been chatting enthusiastically in front of her. She could not figure out what they were chatting about, especially the parts about hidden missions and NPCs. She also felt their warmth and friendliness. The fairy felt a sense of friendliness that she had not encountered since she had been captured in the underworld. The goblins did not treat her as a slave. Instead, they were respectful of her, as though they were pleading her for something. They neither tortured nor scolded her. They treated her with care, and someone had even built her a bed that was the mud and rhizome bed underneath her. Though it was a bit rundown to a caged fairy, the mud and the rhizomes were like treasures. At least she could smell the fragrance of the soil and the rhizome juice. Are such longing for home. She lay down on the mud and rhizome bed and slowly drifted into a deep sleep. In the next 2 days, the flower bed was completed, and the excavated space was filled with thick layers of soil. Underground water could be retrieved using buckets in the constructed well. Though the gamers did not need water, they queued up to have a taste of the underground water. Although the flower bed was complete, the seeds from Secret Garden had not been planted yet, so the cultivation could not start. A few days had passed, and the fairy had no intention of yielding. Sherlock was not worried since she would yield one day unless she did not want to go home. On the official discussion forum, the fairy topped the list in the postings. The front pages of the posts were all filled with the words "Little Fairy." The gamers were putting all their attention on the fairy as they did various analysis and formulated strategies. Some gamers even read up on Tolkien's tales and told the stories to the little fairy. No matter how the gamers tried, the little fairy did not respond. The gamers still indulged in their fun as they attempted various ways to attract her attention. There were some gamers who did not put all their attention on the fairy. Not wearing pants and Arthur had failed a few times to attract her attention, so they focused on organizing the latest expedition to explore the spider's lair. They seemed to have a good relationship. Though Arthur seldom talked, he was always with not wearing pants. After a few days of carrying bricks and spending renminbi to purchase bronze coins, 30 gamers were equipped with weapons and armor. They were ready to set out on their expedition. On the 5th morning of the beta testing, the armed gamers completed their swearing ceremony in the dungeon core main hall. The other gamers looked on solemnly. Then, the contingent of 30 goblins set out towards the spider's lair. Chapter 14 Skills Trainer. Chapter 14 Skills Trainer. Sherlock looked at the contingent of 30 marching towards the spider's lair from a distance. Though it was not a large group with such organization and discipline, it did not look like what normal goblins could do. They even had a swearing-in ceremony. To form this expedition quickly, many gamers contributed their bronze coins to help the expedition participants obtain their equipment. Sherlock looked at these gamers who had strong positive energy and could not help but admire these otherworld's goblins. Sherlock used Marner for surveillance on the expedition to see if they enjoyed the entertainment outlet. Death was no longer a huge problem. Sherlock was not concerned whether they would die in the lair, as their revival would only cost Sherlock a bit of Marner and no financial loss. When the goblins arrived at the spider's lair, they had a climactic encounter with the spiders. The combat skills of the gamers were like babies, but with their superiority in numbers in addition to their low revival cost, the repeated fighting would hone their combat skills. With time they would only die a few times. The gamers who were huddling together wailed in horror as the horde of spiders swarmed out. In the ensuing confusion, some gamers were snatched off by the spiders like little chicks. Some gamers were simply frozen, while others screamed wildly as they swung their short swords to resist. They were quickly thrown to the ground and either passed out or perished from the blows. Some spiders were slashed by the gamers in the confusion, and those spiders quickly retreated without any casualties. Arthur was much more composed this time than during his first encounter. He was more skilled and agile than the other gamers, but he could not kill the spiders easily. The bodies of the other gamers acted like a shield, and he only managed to injure the spiders. The battle was entirely lopsided. Instead of the gamers having fun, the superior spiders were butchering the gamers. The gamers were like food for the creatures. The gamers were being continuously snatched away. It was impossible to resist the spiders or retrieve equipment or fallen comrades. Those gamers who were snatched away had to create new characters. Brew. Sherlock observed from the magic screen that the gamers were losing and asked Brew, "Are you sure that these otherworld's goblins like this kind of game, being eaten, falling to death and losing their intestines? Do they obtain pleasure?" "The other world does not have pleasure, but there is some pleasure in this world. Skiro, Souls series and Bloodborne are quite popular," Brew replied quickly. "Don't they have fighting in their world, though they are weak? Being butchered by the underground spiders like that shows that they are excessively weak," Sherlock said, bewildered. "Fighting, of course, but their fighting opponents are different from ours. Their opponents are mathematics, physics, chemistry, unspoken rules, the struggle for a better life, and the loss of special rights to the rich. As they are not life-threatening, their combat skills are weak," Brew explained. Then, Brew asked worriedly. Lord Sherlock, if the butchering continues, I'm afraid the gamers will rage quit. Rage quit? Sherlock asked as he sensed the crux of the problem. It's like a rebellion in this world. If you recruit a goblin but don't pay salary on time, or if the facilities of the dungeon are not complete, the goblin will leave the dungeon quickly. Though the gamers from the other world will not rebel because of salary or facilities, they will leave if they don't feel pleasure. Sherlock frowned. It was not easy to be a dungeon lord. It was even harder to be a qualified dungeon lord. The times were changing. It was no longer the ignorant times in which the dungeon lord could strangle his servants as he pleased. The dungeon lords who treated their servants with cruelty were blacklisted by the underworld creatures. Nobody wanted to work in such a dungeon. The dungeon lords had to pay the servants' salary and provide comprehensive facilities that were very expensive. It was not easy for Sherlock to have the other world's goblins who did not require salary and facilities. They could even perish and have unlimited revivals. All they wanted were metal coins and a reputation system that made them work hard without supervision. Such a free and continuous supply of labor like ancient slaves. You are telling me that they are likely to quit if this continues. Sherlock realized the seriousness of the issue. If the other world's goblins who were providing free labor quit, he would have to incur large expenses for salary, facilities, and entertainment when he recruited normal goblins. That was what Sherlock did not want, as he could at most afford 5 to 10 normal goblins. Lord Sherlock, as your loyal assistant, I feel I have to give you some suggestions. Though the gamers love to challenge themselves, if they have no chance to overcome the challenge after exerting their full effort, then their fighting spirit will diminish. If they have a chance to become stronger through their hard work and improve their chances of overcoming the challenges, their repeated deaths will inflame their fighting spirit, Bruce said. We can't let them perish in this way. Setting aside the issue of them quitting, all of my bronze coins are not enough for them to repurchase lost equipment. Sherlock took out a teleport scroll and said to Brew, they have lost badly. Console them while I make a trip to Winterfell. I'm looking for a skills trainer. They call this person a coach. Sherlock tore the teleport scroll and vanished. Brew said helplessly, console them. Should I make an announcement to give them an expedition reward? 10 bronze coins per person seems feasible. While Sherlock was looking for a skills trainer, only 10 of the 30 gamers had made it back and were in bad shape. Those that had perished had started creating their new characters. Those who were badly injured lay on the ground moaning. Though they didn't feel the pain, they moaned a few times to maintain the game's atmosphere. The expedition met with a serious setback. A depressing and hopeless feeling pervaded the gamers, who complained that the game was too difficult. The combat is so realistic that I'm losing all hope. I don't even know where to stab the spider with my sword. The spider scared the SHD out of me. If 30 of us can't make it, don't we have to muster 100 of us? This is frustrating. Half my leg was chewed and I can't stand up. Where's Shirley? Can he heal me? The dungeon was noisy and chaotic. The fairy at the corner saw the bloody scene and was terrified. These goblins were full of blood and could still joke casually. What kind of scary creatures could do such a thing? She had thought they were friendly. It was a mistake. The gamers were perplexed by their failed expedition. They heard Brew's voice in their heads. Congratulations on completing the hidden missions requirements. Every participant will receive 100 reputation points. 10 bronze coins and a free chance to improve your close combat skill. For exact details, please refer to the official website's announcement. The gamers cheered wildly after they heard the voice of the public address system. Their depression and hopelessness vanished. Though they did not know how they were going to improve their combat skills, they could not wait to improve their fighting skills and challenge the spider's lair. Sherlock returned to Winterfell. After determining the direction, he walked in the opposite direction of the bazaar. He was heading towards the special talent market, which was a place to recruit rare talents. Chapter 15 Special Talent. Chapter 15 Special Talent. Respectable Lord Sherlock, our special talent market has many registered elite talents. We don't have a combat-skilled servant who is only paid 20 magic stones per month. Missy Succubus behind the glass window tried her best to stay calm and cordial as she said, "The abomination, which is a stitched giant, already costs 20 magic stones per month. As you know, we only have the elites of the elite. 20 magic stones is too little. I don't need a combat-skilled warrior. I am looking for a servant who can make my goblins skilled in combat. You could say he's a coach." "Don't look at me like that. I know it's strange to train goblins to fight, but this is also a special talent, so I'm here to seek help. Please help me to publish this recruitment notice. The talent who is confident of training my goblins and is willing to do so for 20 magic stones per month can contact me," Sherlock said patiently. "Lord Sherlock, according to the rules, we can't publish a recruitment notice with a salary of 20 magic stones. The lowest limit is 200 magic stones." Missy Succubus looked like she was in a dilemma. "Let's not talk about the rules. With our previous dealings, those rules are not worth talking about." Sherlock looked gently at Missy Succubus, and she felt embarrassed by his gaze. She turned her head, and her cheeks were flushed as though blood was going to drip out. "But Lord Sherlock, this is only the second time we've met. The first time we met, you sold me a dungeon with an abandoned core. I don't think it's too much to ask you to publish a recruitment notice for our second meeting." Sherlock slapped the table and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Why are you working as a receptionist instead of selling dungeons? The salary for selling dungeons should be higher." "It is if I manage to sell dungeons. The only dungeon I managed to sell was the one to you, Lord Sherlock. Though the dungeon property market is very hot, I can't figure out the hidden rules. My dungeons are either raided by the surface world or abandoned for a long time. Only Lord Sherlock would buy such a dungeon because I'm unable to sell a second dungeon. I can't earn commissions, so I don't have any source of income. This job as a receptionist is my only livelihood," Missy Succubus said as her eyes were welling with tears of grievances. "Since I'm your only customer, shouldn't you help me?" Sherlock said as he pretended not to see Missy Succubus' tears. Missy Succubus noticed that Sherlock's expression was neutral and soothed her emotions. She ensured that nobody was looking and said in a low voice to Sherlock, "I can help you, but I can't openly publish a recruitment notice. If the guild discovers the notice, I'll lose my job. I'll keep a lookout for you discreetly. If there's a suitable candidate, I'll send him over to your dungeon." She saw Sherlock's pleased face and said, "Lord Sherlock, why are you training the goblins to be warriors besides mining and carrying oars? Are they capable of other things? If you need warriors, new dungeons can go for gnomes. They are close relatives of goblins, but they are better than the goblins in all aspects. The price is also reasonable." Sherlock knew that she was dissuading him from wasting time on the goblins with good intentions. However, his goblins were not normal goblins. They were gamers from the other world. They were hardworking and did not require pay. These free goblins were gifts from God. If only 20 magic stone were needed to obtain 100 goblins worth of free labor, Sherlock was more than happy to do it. Sherlock did not answer Missy Succubus's question, but thanked her for the good intentions. He reminded her to keep a lookout for suitable candidates before leaving the special talent market. As he was about to return to the Eternal Kingdom, he heard Bruce say, "Lord Sherlock, as your loyal servant, I have to make a suggestion." "Say it." "I feel that you need to find an assistant in Winterfell to help you settle the trivial matters such as purchasing materials or recruiting workers for upgrading structures. Currently, you need to travel so frequently." "Isn't it troublesome?" Bruce said. "That makes sense, but a capable assistant requires a salary. I have to rent a house for the assistant and take care of their meals. I feel it's better to use the teleport scroll or just travel here," Sherlock said solemnly. "You are indeed thrifty." Bruce sounded helpless and he said, "We could try cheaper ways like hiring part-timers." "What about Missy Succubus who sold me to you? I think she's suitable. Perhaps you could sound her out to see if she's willing to help." Sherlock considered Bruce's suggestion and felt that it was feasible. If he could find a Winterfell resident as a part-timer, it would be more convenient than traveling. However, the part-timer needed to be on good terms with the shopkeepers to allow cash on delivery. Missy Succubus was a good choice. This matter was not urgent, so Sherlock kept it inside his heart and did not discuss it further. When he returned to the dungeon, the gamers who were badly injured by the spiders and those who were still working hard quickly gathered around him. "When can we start learning skills? Any requirements for learning skills? Do we have to choose our profession? The first time is free. Do we pay for consecutive times?" the gamers asked nosily. Sherlock listened to their questions and asked Brew, "Did you tell them that I went to look for a skills trainer?" "I made a public announcement informing them of training and that the details would be in the official website. They misunderstand that you are teaching them combat skills. In the dungeon, you're the only one who can fight," Brew explained. Sherlock understood the situation and exerted his authority to make the gamers remain silent. He said, "Because of the lackluster combat performance, I'm getting a combat trainer, but it will take time. Those who are injured, I'll heal you for 10 bronze coins." The healthy gamers dispersed in disappointment. The wounded gamers sought treatment for their injury. As Simber completed the chisels and hammers, Brew assigned missions to make stone slabs and to pave the ground and the walls. Soon, the gamers were absorbed in their missions. As for exploring the spider's lair, they put it aside as the mission was too difficult. They looked forward to learning combat skills before challenging the spiders again. Sherlock went to the dungeon core main hall. He accessed the official website on the computer magical item and wanted to publish information regarding skills training. Suddenly, he felt a series of mana ripples coming from the dungeon core which emitted some flames. A letter was thrown out from the flames. "Someone sent me a letter." Sherlock picked up the letter and opened it. The letter had a few lines of words that read, "Lord Sherlock, after you left, I found you a suitable special talent to train your goblins. He was pleased with a monthly salary of 20 magic stones. I purchased a teleport scroll to let him travel to the dungeon. Please kindly pay me 5 magic stones as commission when you return to Winterfell. Thank you." The teleport scroll is free. Love, Lord Sherlock's sale scroll, Evelyn. Seems like she's rather concerned about the trainer recruitment, and she's capable. I'm proposing employing her as part-time Winterfell's Eternal Kingdom ambassador. Brew smiled. After teasing Sherlock, there was another mourner. Ripple and Bruce said, "Dungeon Lord, a person requests for using the teleport scroll to our dungeon. I believe he's the special talent sent by Evelyn. Do I let him in?" "Let him in." Sherlock nodded. A teleport portal opened outside the dungeon main hall. The gamers who were busy doing their missions were given a fright and gathered around noisily. A gnome with 2 bloody bandaged ears walked out from the portal. "That many goblins, the dungeon lord must be a rich man. My chance to become famous is here." The gnome looked at the surrounding goblins and was moved to tears. Sherlock felt that the gnome looked familiar, and he was trying hard to recall when Not Wearing Pants pointed at the gnome and shouted, "That gnome is the security guard for Winterfell's teleport portal reception hall. I saw him the last time at Winterfell." Chapter 16: The First Combat Training. Chapter 16: The First Combat Training. Hearing that he was a gnome from Winterfell, the gamers perked up. Because of Not Wearing Pants' post on Winterfell, it had become the most mysterious place in their hearts. With the presence of a Winterfell NPC, did it indicate the opening of Winterfell? Perhaps the gnome was responsible for starting off the permission for Winterfell. When the gamers surrounded and questioned the teleported gnome, Sherlock walked over. The gnome exclaimed in astonishment. When he saw Sherlock, he knelt down on one knee respectfully and bowed before saying, "The great eternal kingdom dungeon lord, I am Moros, Winterfell's gnome captain. I accepted your recruitment, and am willing to train your servants." "So my students are all these?" Moros looked at the surrounding curious goblins who were wearing armor, half naked or wearing tattered clothing. Strong, courageous goblins with bright futures. "Is he talking about us? Is he the skills trainer in the public announcement?" "Yeah, we can learn skills." Make haste, make haste." The gamers started their noisy chattering again. Sherlock walked to the front of the gnome and sized him up before saying, "I'm looking for a special talent to train my goblins into warriors. Are you the security guard at the teleport portal reception hall?" Sherlock did not trust Moros. He had to pay Moros 20 magic stones every month. It was unacceptable for Sherlock if Moros was a good-for-nothing. "Dungeon Lord, I'm aware of your concern. Please believe me, I'm able to train them," Moros said as he took out a medal and said excitedly, "When I was young, I obtained the gold medal and 50 magic stones while taking part in the gladiators tournament. Do not be deceived, Dungeon Lord. I was a legendary gladiator during my prime. I have served other lords too and fought against dragons, sirens and grand priests, till I got married." Moros could not help feel depressed. "It's a long, long story. Enough, I can guess as much what happened after your marriage." Sherlock lifted his hand to cut off Moros. "You can start with a week of probation, and the pay will be 10 magic stones for a gnome. If you can train the goblins to fight the spiders, I'll formally employ you." Moros was excited and knelt on one of his knees. "I, Moros, am willing to serve Lord Sherlock. Our contract is sealed." Sherlock extended his finger and a magic contract appeared in his hands. He signed and passed it to Moros, who imprinted his fingerprint. "Our contract is sealed." After they sealed their contract, the magic contract vanished, and Moros stood up excitedly as he asked, "Dungeon Lord, where is my rest chamber?" "Did you bring your bed and blanket?" Sherlock asked instead of answering. "Because I left home in a haste, I can also stay in a shared rest chamber," Moros said earnestly. "Moros is officially your skills trainer. Construct a bed for Moros now," Sherlock ordered the gamers. The gamers were watching their conversation as though it was a cutscene animation. When Sherlock abruptly gave them orders, the gamers immediately started working. The gamers constructed a bed made of mud and rhizomes not far from the fairy's bed. Morose looked awkwardly at the newly built bed. Then, he looked at the little fairy who was curled up. Morose, as you can see, the dungeon is newly developed, and other facilities take precedence over rest chambers. The goblins are sleeping on the ground. As you are a special talent, you won't be sleeping on the ground. This bed belongs to you. Sherlock pointed to the new bed and said, if you don't have questions, the newly excavated space will be your training ground. I'll arrange for the goblins to pave the training ground with stone slabs. The goblins are now in your care. Morose was uncomfortable without a rest chamber. On seeing the newly developed dungeon with 100 goblins, he felt that Sherlock was a rare and generous dungeon lord, though Sherlock did not look rich and the goblins did not have proper rest chambers. Morose was sure the benefits were extremely good for the goblins to work that hard. Morose looked forward to the end of probation so that he could enjoy the same benefits. Yes, Dungeon Lord Morose became enthusiastic. If there are no more questions, follow me while I explain the job requirements. He brought Morose to the dungeon main hall. After closing the door, they were both alone in the hall. Though Sherlock employed the skills trainer for the gamers, the dungeon development depended on the gamers. There was only one free training session lasting 2 hours. If they wanted more training, they had to pay fees. If they trained every day, who was going to work? The fees were metal coins instead of magic stones. Next was the training schedule. Besides sleeping time, Morose would train the goblins for 2 hours followed by half an hour of rest. The schedule was rather humane. I'm good with a training schedule. But, Lord Sherlock, why are they paying with bronze coins? Isn't the bronze coin a surface world's currency? It is not valuable to us. Morose expressed his opinion. He was puzzled about charging goblins for the training. Becoming a warrior was a tough endeavor, and most goblins were unwilling to train. When in a fight, goblins charged with their eyes closed as they screamed, while some avoided the fight altogether. If the goblins had to pay to undergo tough training, would they not use it as an excuse to avoid training? Morose had intended to give them mandatory training, but the goblins could give the reason that they had no money to train. Morose could no longer guarantee he could train the goblins to become warriors. Don't worry about this. This is part of our reward system in Eternal Kingdom to reward them for their hard work. Whether they will avoid training is not an issue. Once you start training, you'll know. The first training session is free. After his explanation, Sherlock dismissed Morose so that he could prepare to start work. Morose kept quiet and walked to the training ground. The training ground was full of goblins who were staring wide-eyed with anticipation as Morose approached from the dungeon core main hall. He's here, we can finally train. Keep quiet, keep quiet. Concentrate on your training. Focus. The goblins who were chit-chatting became quiet when Morose came near. They waited eagerly for Morose to train them in combat skills. Morose had thought that he would have to use great effort or even threaten one of the goblins to warn the rest to keep quiet. But they kept quiet once he stood close. They looked intently at him as though they were afraid of missing out. The goblins were unexpectedly obedient. According to the dungeon lord's instruction, everyone can receive 2 hours of free training. Thereafter, it costs 100 bronze coins for subsequent 2-hour sessions. There will be a rest period of half an hour between training sessions. You are to obey my instructions during training. Do you understand? Morose shouted to the goblins. Understood, the gamers shouted in unison. They started on the sword and magic game world's first training. Sherlock observed that the gamers were training their constitution and then their combat skills. However, he noticed a gamer who did not participate in the training. This gamer with the name Reindeer was at the flower bed planting flowers. "Brew, didn't you say that gamers love fighting and adventure? Why isn't that gamer training?" Sherlock asked. "Let me see." Brew pondered for a while and said, "That goblin is a life connoisseur, gamer, and sightseer." Chapter 17 Special Mission. Chapter 17 Special Mission. Life connoisseur, gamer, sightseer. Sherlock was curious about these two new terms. Brew explained, and Sherlock understood immediately that the gamer was a peace-loving person who was passionate in farming and foraging activities that were non-violent. And the gamer was a scenery lover too. Sherlock looked at the excavated tunnels, the piles of diamond seam and timbers, forged weapons and tools that were piling up outside the blacksmith shop like discarded metal. What scenery was there to see? Sherlock had no intention to interfere with his servants' activities. As long as they were contributing to the dungeon's development, he was supportive of their fighting, farming and forging. Even if they were not contributing, he was nonchalant as the gamers were not paid salary. The gamer was planting flowers. In the future, the gamer could cultivate medicinal herbs with a little fairy. Whether the little fairy was willing to work for him, Sherlock was not worried, as he had a lot of time on his hands. As the gamers had only just started training, acquiring the basic combat skills to survive in the spider's lair would require a few more days. Sherlock put aside these trivial matters and started planning for the dungeon. The only building in the dungeon was the dungeon core main hall, which was already built when he bought it. Outside the main hall was the blacksmith shop. The western excavated space was used for food storage. The southern excavated space was used for flower beds and farms, while the eastern excavation space was used for the training ground. The excavation of the 100 Goblins group rest chambers was still in progress. It would take some time to complete. Sherlock had to purchase the furniture for the rest chambers. The double-decker beds would cost quite a bit. The 500 magic stones in Sherlock's card were to be used for buying this furniture. The dungeon was well into its development and was a step closer to Sherlock's grand vision of the Devil King's dungeon. While Sherlock was planning for the new areas of the dungeon, the gamers were being pushed beyond their limits as the training was too tough. Morose was capable, as he was a legendary and tough gladiator when he was young. Though the tournament that he had participated in was of the lowest category, it was more than sufficient for training the goblins. Morose obtained a short sword and armor from Simber before practicing with a few gamers. They were not Morro's match and were badly beaten. Even the courageous Arthur was defeated and stomped under Morro's feet. Morose commented, "You are the worst trainees that I have ever trained." This was not an insult but the truth. Morose had not had goblins as trainees before. Though he had been mentally prepared and had not expected much from the goblins were so bad that they could not be described as poor. Even if the goblins were not skilled, at least they could grab a sword, close their eyes and slash. These gamers could not even grasp their swords firmly, and most importantly, they could not even slash accurately. Morose pitted two gamers against each other with weapons. The two gamers wielded their weapons and slashed with metal clanging sounds, but the swords were not aimed at the body. Rather, they were aiming at each other's swords, which missed the point of fighting. Morose thought they were the exception and called up more gamers to fight, but the result was the same. Except for few gamers who aimed at the opponent's critical areas, most gamers did not know where to stab. In actual combat, if they did not know where to stab, it would be disastrous. Haven't you used a sword before? Haven't you slashed at your opponents before? Morose looked at the gamers and could not believe that none of them had actual combat experience. Someone came forward and said, "Trainer, we are novices and have only been here for a few days. This is our first time having combat training. I haven't slashed a goblin before, but we have slashed spiders before." Yes, we have fought against spiders before. Morose was piqued. So they had combat experience with spiders. What was the result? The gamers narrated their expedition into the spider's lair. It was a massacre. Though they had fought with the spiders, they had been terrified and had not dared to open their eyes. Instead, they had wildly slashed around with their swords. Those that had hit their targets were simply lucky. Morose understood once he heard the gamers' narration. Their expedition was a butchering session by the spiders. Morose did not understand why Lord Sherlock had sent them as meals to the spiders, but he knew his mission was to train them into warriors. Since the gamers were so timid, they could not be qualified warriors. Morose understood the fact that besides teaching them fighting techniques, sword poses, and basic swordplay, he had to use actual combat situations to hone their fighting skills in order to train them into warriors within a month. Morose did not want to lose his job. He had only a month's probation. If he could not train the gamers into warriors, how could he prove his worth to Lord Sherlock? The 20 magic stones salary was only available here. There would not be a second dungeon training goblins in combat, as goblins were meant for hard labor. To train them in a month required extreme measures like actual combat. Though the gamers could hone their techniques in one-on-one sparring, the progress would be slow. They had to experience dangerous live combat to improve quickly. For example, they needed to fight a live underground spider. Morose decided to bring them into the spider's lair to capture a lone spider. In the gladiators' arena, it had been a common method to condition the gladiators. Those who had survived the rigorous live combat sessions became excellent warriors. Morose informed Sherlock regarding his plan. Sherlock agreed immediately but required sufficient safety measures. "Lord Sherlock, don't worry, I won't let your servants sacrifice themselves," Morose said solemnly. "No, I'm referring to your safety. If you meet with danger, take care of yourself." "Don't worry about the goblins," Sherlock said. Morose did not expect Sherlock to be that concerned about him and so nonchalant about the goblins' safety. He was extremely touched. The first thing to do was to control the underground spider. There was no time to make a large cage or gladiator ring, but Simber could make a large chain. Sherlock intended to make a trip to the spider's lair and bring back a lone spider. Before he made his move, Morose volunteered valiantly and said, "Dungeon Lord, give this mission to me as the goblin's head trainer. I have to prove my worth. It's also a form of training for the goblins." Sherlock saw Morrose's determination and nodded. It was a good opportunity to test Morrose's worth. If he could not bring back an underground spider, he would not be worth 20 magic stones per month. After obtaining approval from Sherlock, Morose returned to the training ground and informed the gamers regarding the capture of a spider. He asked, "Who's willing to go with me? I want the bravest goblins." Morose had expected only a few to volunteer, as goblins were timid by nature and would not take risks, but then all the gamers raised up their hands and shouted, "Me, choose me." Holy cow, there's indeed a hidden mission. I should have been more proactive in the training just now. Morose was dumbstruck. These goblins, are they not afraid of death? Morose was impressed by their bravery, but he could not bring all of them. Too many goblins would attract a horde of spiders. Morose only intended to bring 10 goblins. He selected the best goblins based on their training performance. Sherlock pondered over the fact that these gamers were combat novices. He announced a mission to the selected gamers via Brew. Special Mission New Trainers Training Tool. Mission Summary Skills Trainer Morose has decided to capture a live underground spider as a training tool. It is a great honor to have been selected. Morose will lead you to mission completion. Mission reward: selected gamers will receive free a short sword and armor. After completion of the mission, each goblin will receive 100 bronze coins. Dungeon Reputation reward 500 points. Note: if Morose perishes before returning to the dungeon, the mission will fail. As long as Morose is alive, there is no time limit, and the mission may be repeated. As Morose was going to lead the gamers out under the envious gaze of other gamers, the selected goblins looked at him in unison. "Trainer, you better not die if there's danger. Just run." Not Wearing Pants shouted as he grabbed Morro's hand as though he was begging him. Chapter 18 Brave Warrior Not Wearing Pants. Chapter 18 Brave Warrior Not Wearing Pants. Morose felt that something was strange. He had intended to prove his worth to Lord Sherlock so that he could stay in the dungeon. To obtain Sherlock's favor, he had selected 10 excellent goblins to help him capture a live spider to be used as a training tool. He had selected the 10 goblins to be his assistants, but they had become his stumbling block. A goblin whose head had the green words "burning chest hair" charged out 100 meters and stood on a high vantage point, surveying the environment anxiously. Morose had asked Sherlock regarding the green names above the goblin's head, and he had replied casually, "That's a method to increase their enthusiasm. Don't you worry." Since the dungeon lord was not worried, and the effect was created using Marner, Morose did not pursue further. "It's safe in front. There's no underground spiders." The front scout, Burning Chest Hair, returned and said, "Don't put down your guard. There is no second chance if we die. If there's danger and there are too many spiders, well, run for our lives." "Don't hesitate." Not Wearing Pants said grimly to his comrades. Arthur was Morro's best trainee who could become a qualified warrior. He was looking grave and used his whetstone to sharpen his blade. The other gamers were all alert, and they formed a protective ring around Morro's. They were discussing in front of Morro's how they were going to capture the spider. If there was danger, who would sacrifice to delay the spiders so that others could escape? "Enough. If you think this is a sightseeing mission, you may go back now." The scout, whistling in the front, "Are you trying to expose our location? The few of you who are surrounding me, if we find a target and am not able to capture it at the first instance, are you going to capture it?" Morose was running out of patience. He shouted angrily at the goblins who did trick him as their coach. Was he not the main character for this mission? Should the goblins not follow behind him warily in case they lost their lives, though they were saying things like "mission will fail if he dies"? Morose could not see how the goblins were afraid of death. Their gazes on him were also strange. Why were they worried that Morose would die? Were the goblins that sure they would not be the ones to perish? Morose felt that the goblins had become the main characters and that his capabilities were under question. After venting his temper, the goblins stopped chatting and followed his instructions to stay by his side. They advanced in their formation. "This trainer NPC has got character. The AI is so awesome it allowed the NPC to interact with us." "Hush, don't let the trainer hear you. What if he sends you back and cancels your mission? You would have wasted your trip." "Would he cancel my mission because we chatted?" "He might just do that." This game is very realistic. I'm not surprised anymore. The goblins continued to whisper among themselves, and Morose was about to blow his top when Arthur said anxiously, "Shhh, keep quiet, there's something." Everyone heard Arthur's warning and became alert. Morose half squatted and saw two underground spiders crawling out from a huge boulder at the lair's entrance. The spiders had discovered them. "I'll kill one, all of you distract the other spider," Morose ordered the goblins before charging towards the spiders. Not wearing pants, and the goblins followed Morose. Morose was swift as he leapt onto a spider and slashed its eye and mandibles, which stewed green blood. He did not hesitate. As Morose was about to slash the spider again, the spider lifted its two legs to attack him. Morose was calm and focused. He wanted to dodge and give the spider a fatal blow. As he was about to execute his move, Not Wearing Pants charged towards the spider and the spider leg penetrated Not Wearing Pants' stomach. The spider lost its balance while Morose was dazed. Was the goblin tired of living? Thanks to Not Wearing Pants' heroic feat, Morose capitalized on the opportunity and slit open the spider's belly while it was off balance. The spider made shrill screeching sounds before collapsing on the ground. Not Wearing Pants was dangling from its leg. Morose did not wait to find out if Not Wearing Pants was still alive. He dashed towards the other spider. The goblins had surrounded the spider according to Morose's instructions. Using their newly learned fighting techniques, they attacked the spider legs and disabled two of its legs. They also tied the chain around the spiders a few times. With Morose's help, the spider's legs were bound and it became immobile. The mission was successful, but they had sacrificed a goblin. Morose felt that they had no choice. If that goblin had listened to his orders and joined the other goblins to corner the other spider, the goblin would have died. Trapping the other spider was not an issue. Morose could not understand why the goblin charged to his death. The only plausible reason was to protect Morose, but the goblin had only known Morose for a day. Why would he do that for Morose? Morose made sure the chain was properly secured before rushing over to Not Wearing Pants. Not Wearing Pants was still alive, but the spider leg had penetrated his stomach. The huge impact had tore through the armor. The armor was not able to deflect the immense penetrative power of the spider leg. Fresh blood spilled onto the ground. Not Wearing Pants did not say a word. He held the spider leg with one hand while he hacked the spider leg with the other hand. With his violent movements, more fresh blood dripped from his mouth. Morose knew that he was trying to hack off the spider leg to save himself. What a strong-willed goblin with an equally strong survival instinct. Morose was full of admiration for Not Wearing Pants, but he was bewildered by his suicidal move. With Not Wearing Pants' superb willpower, he was considered a qualified warrior. No, an excellent warrior. An excellent warrior should not have to suffer in his death. Brother, I don't know why you protected me. I'll always remember you. Morose looked at Not Wearing Pants, who was busy hacking, and sighed. He took out his green blood-stained short sword while grabbing Not Wearing Pants' shoulders. He got ready to slit Not Wearing Pants' throat to relieve him of his pain. Wait, what are you doing? Not Wearing Pants was surprised that the new trainer NPC would talk to him out of the blue. Could there be a special mission? He saw the new trainer NPC going for his throat with the short sword, and he immediately grabbed the blade with his hand. Bravo! His palm was injured before he was going to die. You are a brave warrior. I'm giving you a death worthy of a brave warrior. Be on your way. May you rest well in the spirit world, Morose said sadly as he pushed Not Wearing Pants' hand away. He put the blade on Not Wearing Pants' throat and said, "Shh, don't say a word. It's going to be fast." "Wait, I still have hope." Arthur Chest Hair, "Help me!" Not Wearing Pants shouted loudly. Arthur and Burning Chest Hair rushed over and Not Wearing Pants said, "Help me out, I'm stuck with this spider leg. Why is this NPC trying to kill me? What the heck is this, a new game setting when I'm seriously wounded? Is this considered death?" Not Wearing Pants said as Arthur and Burning Chest Hair came over. They were not sure what was going on, but they were prepared to cut off the spider leg. Morose was astonished. Why was the goblin not in pain, especially when such a large spider leg penetrated his stomach and made a mess of his intestines? Even if he did not die, he should have been screaming in pain. If he was lucky, he would pass out and die unconscious. If he was unlucky, he had to suffer hours of pain. Obviously, he belonged to the unlucky category. Morose was trying to ease his pain, but Not Wearing Pants was resistant. Shouldn't Not Wearing Pants be grabbing Morose's hand and saying, "Thank you, teacher," or something similar? While Morose was in a daze, Arthur and Burning Chest Hair had cut off the spider's leg. They helped Not Wearing Pants up. He tried to walk, but his injury was too serious. He had shut off the pain sensation so it was not painful, but his legs wobbled. They had to carry him. Not Wearing Pants felt he could be saved and wanted to persist. Morose gave up giving him an honorable death. He was puzzled why Not Wearing Pants was not feeling pain and rationalized that Not Wearing Pants had strong willpower. The following events made Morose more shocked and puzzled. Not only was Not Wearing Pants nonchalant about death, even the other goblins were not concerned about his life and death as they made merry. "Not Wearing Pants, you're awesome. We were caught off guard, but you charged out and blocked the blow." Yes, if you hadn't blocked that blow, our mission would have failed." "Awesome." Everyone were heaping praises onto Not Wearing Pants. Nobody mentioned Morose's bravery. Morose could not comprehend why it turned out this way. Should they not be surrounding him and discussing his bravery? They were joking with Not Wearing Pants, and he was also cracking jokes as though the spider leg was not impaled in his stomach. Even when his face was getting pale and the blood dripped along the way, he was happily chatting. There was no sadness or depression of an impending death. They dragged the bound underground spider and carried Not Wearing Pants. They smiled as they marched back. As they were about to reach the dungeon entrance, Not Wearing Pants stopped breathing. Morose closed his eyes as he prayed silently for this brave goblin that he had only known for a day. If he had been in the gladiator arena, he would have been a gladiator star. Morose felt that he had to console the other goblins. He said with sorrow, "Everyone, though Not Wearing Pants has left us, don't be sad. Let us pray for him silently." "Coach, stop praying. The dungeon's just ahead. I'm having my meal before going offline," Burning Chest Hair said in a hurry. Chapter 19 Dungeon Lord was unfathomable. Chapter 19 Dungeon Lord was unfathomable. Morose and the goblins came back safely with a struggling underground spider. The dungeon broke into waves of wild cheering and applause. The gamers were welcoming them like heroes. There was Morose, Arthur and Not Wearing Pants' corpse. Dungeon Lord, help him to revive. We brought back a corpse." Burning Chest Hair stood outside the dungeon core main hall and shouted. Sherlock had been planning for the dungeon's interrogation room. He had been imagining how he would lure the surface adventurers to the dungeon, capture them, interrogate and torture them for unlimited magic stones. His daydream was interrupted by Burning Chest Hair's shouting. Sherlock walked out of the hall to take a look. The gamers were surrounding Not Wearing Pants' corpse outside the main hall. Sherlock glanced at Not Wearing Pants, whose stomach was impaled by a broken spider leg. He had perished during the mission. Morose came back with a sense of guilt mixed with astonishment. Sherlock understood just by looking at him. Morose was taken aback by the gamer's fearless and devil-may-care attitude. Sherlock observed that all the goblins, with the exception of Arthur, were all smiling merrily because of a successful mission. Morose was most likely dumbfounded by the gamer's attitude. Normally, the souls of dead goblins would be trapped in the spirit world, but the souls of the otherworld's gamers stayed in the dungeon core. If there was a corpse, the goblin would be revived. If there was no corpse, Sherlock would summon the goblin using Marner. The otherworld called this recreate new character. Sherlock thought for a while before healing Not Wearing Pants' corpse. Then, Not Wearing Pants revived in front of Morose. The gamers gathered together and celebrated the completion of the first special mission. They surrounded the captured spider and observed it, as most of them had not seen an underground spider before. Sherlock called Morose into the dungeon core main hall. Morose was bewildered and needed answers from the dungeon lord. As you witnessed, my servants can be revived. Their souls need not go to the spirit world. Even if their corpses are missing, I can summon them back. Don't ask further. As I'm a superior devil, you won't be able to understand the intricacies, Sherlock said as he sat down and supported his chin. Morose was full of strong emotions and was about to speak when Sherlock raised his hand to cut him off. Don't say a word. I know what you're going to say. You won't be able to revive like the goblins because you don't meet the requirement. My dungeon is different from the others. If you wish to stay here, I'll welcome you to train them and you can complete the probation. If the goblins have frightened you, you may choose to leave. Morose immediately knelt down and shouted, Dungeon Lord, I am unable to express my admiration with words. I'm willing to sign a soul contract with you and serve you forever. Soul contract was the highest degree of contract, which was equivalent to a slavery deed. He would become the dungeon lord's closest servant. Of course, the salary was still the same, but it would not be easy to leave. It was unlike normal servants who could leave if they were unhappy. To leave, he had to absolve the soul contract and erase some sensitive memories that were related to the dungeon lord's secrets. Morose was excited, but Sherlock did not intend to sign the soul contract with him. Besides, the soul contract was out of fashion and was troublesome to terminate. The new generation devil lords depended on generous benefits and outstanding charisma to attract his servants. Everyone obtained the same benefits and it was mutually beneficial. That was how it worked. Sherlock was not interested in signing the soul contract with Morose. As a devil, privacy and a sense of mystery was important. Brew would frequently speak to him in his mind, and that was unavoidable. But if Morose were to intrude on his privacy, Sherlock would not be able to bear it. Sherlock understood Morrose's intention. He was envious of the gamer's ability to revive. Who would not be tempted by unlimited revivals? Souls of normal life forms would be trapped in the spirit world. Not everyone could be a superior devil. Soul contract is unnecessary. You have a wife and a family. I know it's hard to earn money. You have to be strong. Do not sell your soul unnecessarily. Sherlock helped Morose to stand up and sent him out of the main hall. Sherlock said, if you want to stay here, you may work without worry. Once our eternal kingdom develops, the benefits like insurance and rest chambers will be provided. You may even bring your family over in the future. Whilst Winterfell slowly developed over the years too good, you may continue your work. I have high expectations for you. When Morose came out of the main hall, the gamers gathered around him and raised up their bronze coins in a bid to purchase training time. Morose surveyed the surrounding goblins. He had initially thought that Sherlock was a rich dungeon lord to have employed that many goblins. But now, he discovered that Sherlock was rich and gifted with revival power. Could he be the legendary Satan Morose used to look down on these goblins and treated them as novices? But now, he did not look down on them as they could revive. Moreover, they were that close to Lord Sherlock. Their future achievements were unimaginable. Sherlock had said that he did not meet the requirements because he was not loyal enough. Morose firmly believed that once Lord Sherlock understood that he was a loyal and hard-working servant, Lord Sherlock would treat him like the other goblins. To achieve this accolade and accompany Lord Sherlock on his journey, he had to follow Lord Sherlock's instructions and train the goblins to become qualified warriors. Let's go for training. The next training will cost you 100 bronze coins per session, Morose said to the goblins. Sherlock watched Morose lead the gamers to the training ground for training. Brew said, "This arrangement will ensure Morose loyalty for a long time. I thought the dungeon lord would tell Morose about the goblins coming from the other world. Are you hiding the truth from Morose in exchange for his loyalty?" "That is only one consideration. It's mainly to prevent my secrets from being divulged," Sherlock said. "Brew, I don't think there's a second dungeon core like you who can summon servants from the other world. The gamers are easier to manage than the underworld creatures. If the other dungeon lords discover this, how long can I hold against them?" Brew said with certainty in a jovial tone, "Dungeon lord, you could run away while I would be conquered since I have nowhere to go." "Exactly." Sherlock shrugged his shoulders and looked at the dungeon map as shown by the dungeon core. Sherlock made plans on the map and said, "We have to boost up our capability fast. How many of the other world's gamers can you summon?" "My limit is 100. To increase the number, Dungeon Lord has to increase my level," Brew said. "Of course, we have to publish an announcement on the official website for a second beta testing to recruit the required number. We have to increase the number of opened areas and playing methods to attract them. The playing methods refer to job variety. Upgrading the dungeon core required the assimilation of another dungeon core. That would require money or conquering another dungeon. Sherlock was unable to do either of them, so he had to put aside his goblin recruitment drive. Forget it. The 100 gamers are sufficient to help me develop the dungeon. Let's see if I can find magic stone ores." Sherlock looked outside the dungeon core main hall. Most of the gamers had spent their bronze coins to learn combat skills. A small number of gamers were mining ore, carrying bricks and paving stone slabs. The reindeer gamer was still caring for her newly planted seeds at the flower bed. The distant fairy was curled up in a corner of her bed while she watched discreetly. Since she had arrived, she had not moved around. Sherlock did not imprison her in a cage as he did not see the need. Sherlock watched the little fairy in a daze when a mining gamer shouted, "Holy cow, come take a look, see what I found while mining." Chapter 20 New Ore Vein and Exploration. Chapter 20 New Ore Vein and Exploration. Morose and the gamers were finding a place to secure the spider. They bound the spider with a few metal chains so that it could be used as a training tool. They heard a miner's shout and ran over to see what had happened. A gamer whose head was showing peasant was holding a pickaxe in his hand as he looked excitedly at the rock wall. Behind the rock wall were a few excavated holes that showed faint golden glimmers. It looked like glinting gold or something similar to that. What's that gold ore? I don't know. I mined using my pickaxe and found this. The peasant gamer was not sure how to answer the rest. He raised his pickaxe, which was broken from the middle. It had been broken when he was hitting on the gold-colored ore. The peasant gamer said, "This ore must be valuable. I only hit it twice and my pickaxe broke. Did I discover something valuable?" "That's possible. It's very dense. It could be something valuable. Call the dungeon lord to confirm. Could this be a new game item?" As the gamers were busy chatting, Sherlock arrived, and the gamers gave way as they looked in anticipation at him. The peasant gamer raised his pickaxe excitedly in anticipation of a reward, but Sherlock was having a heartache as he looked at the broken pickaxe that had cost him 10 magic stones. Simber was able to make pickaxe heads, so he could replace it. Sherlock decided to investigate what the gamer had discovered. Sherlock dismissed the surrounding gamers so that they resumed their training and mining. He shouted for Simber to come and identify the unknown ore as it was better to let a professional handle it. Simber put aside his work and asked the gamers to clean the surrounding areas that were made of diamond seam. Then, he hit and hammered the gold-colored ore. He even licked it. After checking for a long time, Simber said with confidence, "This is an adamantine ore, but it's not very pure, so it will require refinement after excavation. It's most suitable for making weapons, but it's a waste to use it for weapons. Its magic conductivity is very strong, and it is commonly used for making alchemy platforms, magical items, or teleport portal foundations." "Can this be sold?" Sherlock asked as he was concerned about profit. "It can be sold, but the actual price depends on purity and market demand. An ore the size of a goblin can fetch hundreds to thousands of magic stones. I'm not sure about the exact amount." Simber was an expert blacksmith, but he was not knowledgeable in the adamantine market. Sherlock nodded. Could the ore be mined? The peasant gamer's pickaxe had broken after 2 hits, as the adamantine ore was harder than the diamond seam. Sherlock asked Simber, who scratched his head. Simber said, "The pickaxe made from diamond seam cannot be used to mine adamantine ore. A material harder than adamantine is needed. I'll write a letter back to the shop to check the cost." "Good. After checking the prices, get me 10 pickaxes for mining adamantine ore. I can use the mined adamantine ore as collateral." Sherlock was in need of money. He had thought that if magic stone ores were discovered, it would help his financial situation. Instead, adamantine ore was discovered, which was not bad. Sherlock felt that adamantine ore would not be more valuable than magic stone ore, but it was still better than nothing. As for saving the adamantine ore for making alchemy platforms, magical items, and teleport portal foundations, Sherlock was giving them a pass as he did not need them at the moment. He was unable to maintain a good supply of food, so he needed more magic stones. He was practical and also flexible. It was a new generation. Even if it were the Underworld, it did not mean developing the dungeon alone. Instead, there could be lots of interaction and business in a market economy. Merchants were forming groups to create neutral dungeons. As a new generation devil lord, Sherlock could not afford to be behind the times. Simber quickly went to write the letter, which would be delivered quickly using Marner. After Simber completed his letter, he ignited the letter-sending magic powder and threw the letter into the magic fire that consumed it. The letter was sent to Winterfell's don't have the most expensive stuff blacksmith shop. He had to wait for a reply. The gamers were curious about the newly discovered ore vein. Because they did not have suitable tools, they were unable to mine it. Some gamers tried to use their pickaxes to mine it, but were stopped by Brew. Sherlock awarded the peasant gamer a suit of armor, a short sword, a silver coin, and 1,000 reputation points for discovering the adamantine ore. The rewards looked bountiful, but they were of no value to Sherlock. The armor and short sword were of no value, and the bronze coins were like feces. As for reputation, it was a laughing stock in the underworld. If anyone discovered such ores in a dungeon, they would be richly rewarded with magic stones. Sherlock felt that he had gained a lot from recruiting the Otherworld's gamers, as he had saved a lot of money. Though Sherlock did not think the rewards were worth much, but to the gamers, the reward was shocking. It was the largest reward ever. The previous 10 gamers who had helped Moros capture the spider had only obtained 500 reputation points, 100 bronze coins, a set of armor, and a short sword. The peasant gamer had been rewarded with twice the amount for discovering a new ore vein. It was like opening a treasure chest. The gamers' gazes were full of enthusiasm. These walls were not just a means of completing their ore mining mission. They were treasure chests. They could become the next peasant by discovering new ore veins and getting rich rewards. However, they could not mine as they liked since the missions were randomly allocated. After discovering the adamantine ore, Sherlock had to plan more for the dungeon. After adjusting his plan in the dungeon car main hall, Simber came in with a letter. "The don't have the most expensive stuff blacksmith shop," had replied. "Respectable Lord Sherlock, I received the letter from Simber. I would like to congratulate you on your adamantine ore discovery. I won't decline your request for 10 pickaxes to mine adamantine ore, as you are my most loyal customer, as the pickaxes need to be made of special material. They cannot be delivered via teleport portal. I have decided to let a merchant band passing by your dungeon deliver the pickaxes. The merchant band is also interested in collaborating with you on the adamantine ore. Please have a good discussion with the merchants. Wishing you a happy life and a smooth sailing business. Regards from don't have the most expensive stuff blacksmith shop's employees." Sherlock knew what to do after reading the letter. Though he was unable to mine the ore immediately, it was still all right to wait for 10 days. The merchant band seemed interested in collaboration, so Sherlock could save on transportation fees to Winterfell if he could do business with the merchants. While Sherlock was waiting for the merchant band, the gamers were busy developing the dungeon and improving their combat skills by going through Moro's rigorous training. After slogging for so many days, most of the gamers had a set of armor and a short sword. After making most of the tools, Simber started making shields. The shield's price of 600 bronze coins was similar to the armor and sword. Brew completed the summary of the shield attributes. Diamond shield, ordinary white equipment. Defense 8. Weight 10. Durability 10. Forger blacksmith Simber. Required reputation dungeon Eternal Kingdom reputation level 1 basic level. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom's most commonly seen shield. Forged from diamond seam. When the gamers saw the new equipment, those with money bought the shield at the first instance. Those without money continued working on their missions. With Moros as their skills trainer, the gamers' combat skills improved by leaps and bounds. They could spar with a captured spider effectively. Sherlock became busier as he had to heal and revive the gamers who were either injured or killed by the spider. He could not browse the official website and the discussion forum in peace. After Sherlock had set up the official website for the beta testing, The registered members had exceeded 100,000 in half a month. The number was still increasing daily. Though there were only 100 beta gamers, it did not dampen the other members' enthusiasm in the discussion forum. They waited patiently for the beta testers to share their experience. Once a beta tester appeared on the forum, they would swarm and suck up to the beta tester. One of the few topics of great interest was the story development of the mysterious fairy NPC. The second was the aftermath of the adamantine ore discovery. The third was the most important concern that many members were curious about. It was the exploration of the spider's lair. The spider's lair had been open for more than 10 days. Within a week, the first team of 5 goblins had been annihilated, while the second expedition of 30 goblins had been badly beaten. With the arrival of Moros, the skills trainer, the gamers had trained in combat skills for a few days. 20 of the gamers were armed with armor, short sword and shield as they prepared for the third exploration of the spider's lair. Chapter 21 Gamers Exploration Combat and Simber's Complaints. Chapter 21 Gamers Exploration Combat and Simber's Complaints. Were forming the spider's lair expedition those with short swords, armor and shield. Come forward those with 3 combat skills training sessions and were not harmed by the spider. Come forward those without experience will not be considered. Those who are going offline within 12 hours will be excluded. At the dungeon entrance, Not Wearing Pants shouted at the top of his voice. Arthur sat cross-legged on the ground while he sharpened his blade. At his side were Burning Chest Hair, Sakuran Amir Cat Demon, and Sylvarners, who were the pioneer explorers. Besides the 5 of them, there were other gamers who made up the 20 goblins in the contingent. They gathered and chatted in low voices about various strategies against the spiders from the forum. They also double-checked their rations that they had bought from Simber. With Not Wearing Pants hollering, more gamers gathered forward. Not Wearing Pants shouted for 10 minutes as he was waiting for the gamers who were finishing their training. Sherlock noticed the gamers' behavior. As this was not the first exploration of the spider's lair, it was not our concern. Sherlock was just curious if the third exploration would be successful. The gamers finished forming their expedition group. With Not Wearing Pants prompting and strict requirements, all the eligible gamers had reported in for the expedition. Arthur and the rest of the expedition group did not wait any further. The contingent of 20 goblins set out towards the spider's lair. Sherlock was at the dungeon core main hall observing the expedition group via the dungeon core. They followed the dungeon's tunnel towards the spider's lair. Sherlock had published the area map on the official website so they would not get lost. Moreover, there was only a single way to the lair. After walking for an hour, they had almost arrived at the spider's lair. The gamers had been trained several times by Moros. They were not very experienced in combat, but they were no longer novices. Most of them had participated in the second expedition that had ended in bloodshed. This time around, they were full of confidence. Once the gamers arrived at the spider's lair entrance, they did not rush in like their second expedition. Instead, they fanned out and stayed hidden. Not Wearing Pants went out with his shield and short sword. He stood at the entrance and shouted, while the nearby spiders were alarmed, and 4 spiders came charging at Not Wearing Pants. After baiting the spiders, he hurried back to the gamers' ambush area. When the underground spiders came within range, they hollered and charged out at the spiders. The spiders' intellect was low, so they did not detect the ambush. Moreover, it was only goblins. They were not afraid even if they were outnumbered. The spiders charged at the gamers. Tank 1 start pulling aggro for spiders are coming not wearing pants ran back to the group while he shouted. 2 tanks pull aggro. The rest can retreat. Don't go for damage. Spar for a while, then retreat, Arthur also shouted. The gamer beside him held a shield and charged towards the nearest spider. He slammed the short sword on his shield and shouted to attract the spider's attention. The spider lifted its leg to pierce his heart. As the spider charged by, Arthur dashed out with lightning speed from the side while holding his shield and a short sword. While the spider was distracted, he slashed the spider's stomach. Green blood spewed out all over his body. He jumped to one side to avoid more blood stains. The spider twisted its head, but another gamer attracted its attention by banging his shield and waving his short sword menacingly. The spider was not smart and only reacted to the nearest threat instead of the most dangerous one. The gamers made use of this to control the spider's aggro. This technique was taught by Moros. The gamers were allocated tasks based on their agility, speed, attack strength and constitution. The 20 gamers isolated the 4 spiders. They took turns to attack the spiders while using the shield for protection and the short sword to inflict damage. Before long, the spiders could not bear the siege and wanted to escape. When the gamers saw that the spiders were escaping, they tried all sorts of methods to stop them, as they had spent many hours training just to kill a spider. The gamers' attacks became more frenzied. They were almost hurt by the spiders several times. Fortunately, with a shield's protection, they were unharmed. A spider fell to the ground, followed by a second and third spider. The 4th spider charged and sent a gamer who was trying to attract its aggro flying. Then the spider fled with its injuries. Though a spider escaped, the gamers were satisfied with the result. It was a tremendous improvement to go from being annihilated by the spiders to besieging 4 spiders and killing 3. The goblins' constitutions were not as good as the spiders, but the goblins were more agile and intelligent. As long as they controlled their fear and gained some experience and combat skills, with teamwork, it would not be hard for them to kill the spiders. Sherlock observed the gamers celebrating on the screen of the dungeon core. He had not expected the gamers to improve that fast. He had thought they would need at least a month of training to kill the spiders. Their phenomenal performance was outside of Sherlock's expectation. The gamers surrounded the spiders and started examining them. As Sherlock was going to take a closer look, Simber came in and started complaining about how the goblins did not understand him. They were pestering him for equipment and did not give him time to rest. Even when he slept, the gamers would peep at him, leaving him unable to sleep. Simber said, "This bunch of imbecile fools think only they need sleep. Don't they realize that I need to sleep too? Instead, while I'm sleeping, they pull my sleeping bag. I wish I could smash open their thick skulls to see what's inside." Simber had lots of grievances. He was extremely unhappy with the gamers, and was almost on the verge of exploding. The other 2 NPCs, the fairy and Moros, were also harassed by the gamers, but they did not dare to complain. The fairy was a slave, while Moros was in awe of Sherlock. He treated the goblins as close servants of Sherlock. Even when he was awakened in the middle of his sleep by the goblins, he did not make a fuss. Sherlock listened to Simber's complaints while observing the dark rings underneath Simber's eyes. He had to make arrangements for private rest chambers for both Simber and Moros. The other gamers would have to wait longer for their own. Sherlock placated Simber and arranged for the construction of 2 private rest chambers. However, he didn't plan on constructing a private rest chamber for the little fairy. He wasn't so empathetic as to build one for the little fairy when she was unwilling to work. In any case, to Sherlock, the little fairy probably would feel more comfortable staying in the field instead of a private rest chamber. Though the two rest chambers were not huge projects, they could not be completed in an instant. With the help of Brew, Sherlock selected a few gamers with good construction skills to create two rest chambers. Sherlock awarded more bronze coins and reputation points for these missions so that the construction would be completed in the shortest time. The selected gamers were very happy. One of the gamers said as he constructed the chamber, "This dungeon's awesome. We can interact with the environment, and now even the rest chambers are built by us. Once the blacksmith's chamber is complete, I'll try to enter through the windows. If the blacksmith leaves things in the chamber, I might be able to get my hands on them." Simber threw his hammer at the gamer. However, the other gamers were all giving praises. The NPC interaction mechanism was awesome. Time passed while Sherlock made housing arrangements for Simber and Moros. As he was about to check on the expedition status, he heard a commotion coming from the entrance. Chapter 22: A Dog's Plan. Chapter 22: A Dog's Plan. The 20 gamers who had gone out on the expedition arrived at the dungeon entrance. They brought back 8 dead underground spiders which were dragged using ropes. Sherlock had not expected them to bring back 8 spiders within a few hours. Besides the spiders, there were 4 gamers' corpses and some injured gamers. They had gone through tough fights. The gamers working in the dungeon saw the victorious expedition group come back with loot and surrounded the victors as they asked excitedly about their experience. Not Wearing Pants narrated their combat scenes enthusiastically. They didn't have casualties in their first 2 skirmishes. But in the third encounter, there were too many spiders. After 4 gamers were killed and many were injured, they managed to repel the spiders. With the casualties, they did not stay at the spiders' lair entrance. Once the spiders retreated, they immediately returned with their loot and their comrades' corpses. The dead gamers would be revived since creating new characters would void their previous reputation points. They were not willing to give up their hard-earned reputation. While the gamers were celebrating, Sherlock treated the wounded and healed the corpses. He saw the gamers dissect the spiders and concentrate on the stomach. But they were not going for the meat. Previously, they had witnessed Arthur obtaining a strange metal ball from the spider's stomach and appraising it. The gamers wanted to obtain special items from the monsters and unlock hidden plots. Perhaps other spiders had similar items in their bodies. Even if there were no hidden items, the spider's parts could be exchanged for reputation points and rewards. Sherlock had decided on the prices for the spider's parts. For example, 10 kilograms of spider meat could be exchanged for 10 reputation points and 10 bronze coins. The spider leg could be used for food and making weapons. It could be exchanged for 10 reputation points and 10 bronze coins. Spider silk was an important raw material for many items and could be used to improve weapons. A ball of spider silk could be exchanged for 100 reputation points and 100 bronze coins. The production of spider silk was limited and the quantity depended on luck. After collecting the loot from the gamers, Sherlock could produce additional food. He could also give Simber the spider leg and silk to produce high-quality weapons and equipment. Then he could sell them back to the gamers. In order to obtain better equipment, the gamers would have to complete more missions or hunt for more spiders to gain more money and reputation points. Their actions supported the positive developmental cycle of the dungeon. The gamers dissected the 8 spiders quickly. The spider legs and the meat were arranged neatly by the side, but the spider silk was in low quantity. Sherlock could smell the stench of the spiders from a distance. The gamers were not affected by the smell as they squirmed excitedly into the spider's stomach to see if they could find any treasure. They searched for half a day but did not find any treasure. At most, they found remnants of the spider's meals. It was not like they could find treasure every time. Sherlock observed the gamers taking stock of their loot. He thought they were going to approach him to exchange the loot for rewards, but the gamers instead held an internal auction for their own expedition members. Spider leg, starting price is 20 bronze coins per piece. Not wearing pants was the auctioneer. The members of the 3rd expedition started bidding and pushed the price to twice the starting price. Arthur bought 5 pieces with his bid of 40 bronze coins per piece. Other rich gamers like Burning Chest Hare, Sakuranami Cat Demon, and Sylvarners bought the rest of the spider legs at high prices. The spider's meat was sold at lower prices. The last item was the spider silk. As the quantity was not sufficient to make a ball, the starting price was 80 bronze coins, and the bid price was quickly pushed to 300 bronze coins. In the end, Arthur bought the spider silk. The other gamers witnessed the dungeon's first loot auction and lamented, "My God, the price of a bronze coin is now at least 10 to 20 renminbi. They were that generous, but it's still hard for us to cope. I have to work harder and join the Golden Group 1. It's not easy to get into the Golden Group. Are you able to fight the underground spiders for 2 hours without injury? I'm unable to do that. I must train more. Hurry up, carry more bricks, and earn more money. I earned my kids' school fees just by carrying bricks. Don't mention it. After the game goes into open beta, I intend to quit my job to be a professional gamer. After playing for a few hours, the bronze coins that I earned are worth much more than what I earn in my day job. You can forget about it. In the beta testing, the number of gamers is small, so the bronze coins are expensive. Once hundreds of gamers come on board, the work rate will skyrocket. Would the bronze coins be expensive? They will definitely become cheaper and cheaper. Earn more while it is still in closed beta. Yes, this is the reason. Sherlock could not figure out what was going on as the gamers discussed among themselves. What situation was this? What were the gamers doing? Were they making commercial transactions? Though he had seen the gamers trade their bronze coins before, he had not been bothered. The gamers had been helping a small number of them to raise enough money to buy weapons and equipment in their expedition to the spider's lair. He had not considered that as part of a larger system of commerce. But now, Sherlock was witnessing their trading and auction after the auction. The 20 gamers of the expedition split the earnings of the auction equally. The gamers who had bought the spider's meat came to look for Sherlock to claim bronze coins and rewards. Sherlock could understand their intentions, but he could not figure out those gamers who had bought the spider's legs and silk at high prices. Did they know the uses of those items? Sherlock intended to use those materials to improve the equipment and then sell them back to the gamers at high prices. Then, he could collect back the metal coins and create a shortage of coins to make the gamers work harder. Sherlock decided to ask Brew about their strange behavior. Brew, do you know why the gamers bypassed my intention of collecting the spider's legs and silk? Instead, they auctioned those items. They are probably stockpiling them. Simber told them that the items can be used to improve equipment. They have great desires for improving their equipment, Brew explained. Sherlock frowned. Those gamers intend to bypass me, stockpile the materials and then improve their equipment all by themselves. That's correct. This works even better. Let them trade the materials. When they decide to improve their equipment, they have to find Simber. As long as you fix the prices with Simber, you will still collect back the metal coins. In the last few days, I have come up with another plan to exhaust their metal coins faster, Brew said. How about giving the equipment an improvement level? Improvement level? Sherlock was hesitant. Brew explained, after improving equipment, the panel will show a 1 or 2. We can also decide on the number of spider legs and silk for each improvement. Once Simber improves the equipment to a certain level, he can destroy the equipment and claim that the improvement failed. The higher the improvement level, the greater the chance of equipment damage. Once the equipment is damaged, new equipment will be needed and a new cycle of improvement will begin. We'll earn metal coins more quickly this way than just selling equipment. We can also add another equipment improvement reward like an equipment improvement voucher that can improve the efficiency of the equipment. Furthermore, we can even collect the broken equipment and make new ones out of them before selling them back to the gamers. Sherlock agreed that Brew's method was brilliant. It would exhaust the gamers' coins rapidly. In addition, the diamond seam material would not be wasted if they collected the damaged equipment. Sherlock accepted Brew's suggestion and shouted for Simber to discuss the details in the dungeon core main hall. Sherlock explained the details to Simber and requested him to place a new signboard that read Equipment Improvement at the blacksmith shop entrance. He also indicated the price and the increasing amount of spider legs and silk required for each improvement. The probability of failure would also increase correspondingly. Of course, it was also dependent on Simber and the gamer's mood. Simber could not understand why the dungeon lord would make the equipment improvement that complicated, but he was the boss, so Simber had to follow his instructions. Simber hung up the new signboard at the blacksmith shop entrance. Using spider silk and legs, there were only 5 improvements available. The probability of damage started after 3 levels of improvement. From the 4th improvement onwards, there was an incremental chance of equipment damage. A nearby gamer discovered the new signboard and bolted like a wild dog to the other gamers who were splitting the money. He shouted, "Whoa, a dog's plan for equipment improvement." Chapter 23 version 0.01 update log. Chapter 23 version 0.01 update log. Sherlock was bewildered by the gamer's scolding. He did not expect the equipment improvement to cause such a violent reaction. Not only was the first gamer who discovered the equipment improvement furious, the other gamers who came up to take a look also started scolding. "Done finished, we are all done for him having a headache. My liver's in pain. Coming up with equipment improvement, is he driving us commoners to our death? This D-Ned plan." The gamers had a lot of complaints about the new plan, but Sherlock was nonchalant as the plan had not been made by him. It was Brew. The scolding was meant for Brew. He merely made the decision to implement it. Some gamers hated this plan, while others loved it. A gamer said, "The equipment improvement is pretty good. There's not many choices for equipment. With the equipment improvement, attack and defense will increase. Isn't that good?" "That's correct. There is no way to charge our account and there's no marketplace, so it is reasonable to have equipment improvement. The rich gamers will spend money to upgrade their equipment, while we commoners can earn a bit from the equipment improvement. The required materials aren't that much, and there's at most 5 levels of improvement. The probability of damage only starts after 3 levels of improvement. Commoners will be able to reach the 3 levels of improvement easily. There were those who supported it, and there were those who disagreed. The two factions debated incessantly, and the dungeon became a chatting plaza again. As they were discussing excitedly about the topic, Arthur brought his spider legs and silk to the blacksmith shop. Improve my weapon by a level. Arthur handed 4 spider legs, the required spider silk, and 10 bronze coins to Simber. Simber threw the bronze coins into a chest that was almost filled with metal coins. Once it was fully filled, it would be brought away by Sherlock. Simber threw the short sword, spider legs, and the spider silk into the magic furnace. After a short while, he hammered the sword while the gamers watched intensely at the first equipment improvement process. Simber hammered for about 10 minutes. Then, he cooled the short sword before handing it back to Arthur. Arthur took the short sword. Its name had changed to Hiltless Diamond Short Sword 1 Ordinary White Equipment. Damage 011. Weight 10. Durability 10. Forger Blacksmith Simber. Required Reputation Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Reputation Level 1 Basic Level. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom's most commonly seen weapon. Forged from diamond seam. As it was a basic improvement, the attack strength was only increased a little bit. There was no change in its appearance. Arthur put his sword away. No matter how the other gamers pleaded to take a look, Arthur ignored them and took his sword to Morrow's. DMN, that's arrogance. Acting cool. The gamers were criticizing Arthur behind his back as they were unhappy with his aloofness. Not wearing pants came to improve his equipment after Arthur left. He handed his sword, bronze coins, and materials to Simber, who threw them into the magic furnace to smelt them. Simber hammered the sword for a while before handing it back to Not Wearing Pants. Not Wearing Pants was more cordial than the aloof Arthur. When the gamers gathered around him, he shared the attribute panel for the gamers to see. Many gamers used their fingers to feel the newly improved sword. Other gamers also took out their swords to compare, hoping to find a difference. Most of the gamers were engrossed in the equipment improvement, while the previous gamers who condemned the equipment improvement kept quiet. All of them were busy examining the improved equipment. There were many new features added to the dungeon in the past few days. For example, there was the hiring of the skills trainer Morrows, the construction of the private rest chambers for Morrows and Simber, and the equipment improvement. These features were to be published on the official website. Sherlock did not bother with the gamers. He returned to the dungeon core main hall and edited a new announcement with Brew's guidance and suggestions. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Update Log version 0.01. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom version 0.01 is officially released. New contents that are online. Added a new skills trainer, Morrows. He was a gnome warrior from Winterfell and a gladiator when he was young. After marriage, he became a security guard at Winterfell Teleport Portal Reception Hall to support his family. He is now a skills trainer at Eternal Kingdom and provides combat training. Each training session lasts 2 hours and costs 100 bronze coins. The rest period between the training sessions is 30 minutes. Added new dungeon construction missions. Morrows and Simber have requested for their private rest chambers. The generous Lord Sherlock has agreed to their requests. The gamers are responsible for constructing Morrows and Simber's private rest chambers. Please do not enter their private rest chambers without permission. Those who enter without permission will be subjected to attacks from the NPCs. Gamers who steal from the NPCs will be blacklisted and will not receive help from NPC. Added new equipment, Diamond Seam Shield. Attribute Picture. Added new exchange items. Gamers with spider meat, spider leg, or spider silk can look for Lord Sherlock or Brew to exchange for bronze, coins, and reputation points. Added equipment improvement system. The equipment available for improvement includes hiltless short sword, diamond seam shield, and diamond seam armor. There is a maximum of 5 levels of improvement. The probability of damage starts after level 3. The materials required for improvement are stated on the blacksmith shop's signboard. Sherlock checked the contents of his announcement after he completed the draft. After confirmation, he published it. Many gamers were paying attention to the posts on the official website and discussion forum. The moment Sherlock published his post, it received many replies. I saw Chang Why Beating Lifu updated. I am tempted to play. Why didn't I get beta testing status? Can I buy the beta testing status officially? I'm determined to be a beta gamer. Sundry Merchant. With the previous writer. I'm determined to be a beta gamer too. Shirley's fanboy. Of course, Fat Hope just upgraded to version 0.01 is the open beta at version 1.0. Will my son be able to play it when he's old? I am currently a 3rd year in junior middle school. Dad's disappointed in you. I'm begging you for open beta. I don't mind internet lag, and I don't mind paying a lot for your services. The updates are too slow. Is it due to lack of employees or lack of funds? I'm willing to crowdfund 10,000 renminbi. Pitiful soul. I only care about when the second beta is starting. I got a hold of my dad's, mom's, brothers, and cousins' ID cards to apply for the status. Please, you have to choose me. Sobbing. I am too pretty to die. Pitiful soul. Do you know that the game capsule only allows the ID cards owner to use it? You can't even sell the qualification. Are you bluffing your dad? Blog antagonized you. Wait, is everyone paying attention to the start of equipment improvement in the game? Twisted Vine. It's normal to have an equipment improvement system. Think about it. If you don't charge your account, how do you become stronger? Manual comedy. Liver Emperor. If I don't charge my account, I'll go bald. Sherlock was so engrossed in reading the posts that he was unable to walk away. Refresh, click, refresh, click. The entire forum was filled with gamers pleading for open beta. Sherlock wanted to read the beta gamers' comments, but they were submerged by the deluge of newer posts. Sherlock could only scan through the first 3 pages to look for interesting posts. Sherlock discovered a first-page post that would always be on the top. The number of replies and clicks kept increasing. The title of the post was simple but eye-catching. It was a gamer called Peasant who wrote the post. Sherlock recalled that Peasant was one of the beta gamers. The full title of the post was Beta Gamer Expose. I discovered a shocking secret of the dungeon. Chapter 24 Beta Testing Advance. Notice Winterfell Merchant Band. Chapter 24 Beta Testing Advance. Notice Winterfell Merchant Band. In the discussion forum, whenever the beta gamers published a post, there would be a huge number of replies and clicks. If the content was closely related to Dungeon Eternal Kingdom, then the responses would be even more frenzied. The post by Peasant had an eye-catching title, Beta Gamer Expose. I discovered a shocking secret of the dungeon. Even Sherlock was puzzled. What shocking secret had he discovered about the dungeon? Sherlock clicked on the post and saw a large photograph. It was a full-body photo of Simber holding a hammer. It looked like he had posed for it. Picture. It was followed by Peasant's post contents. Whoa, I accidentally discovered an Eternal Kingdom hidden plot. It goes like this. A few days ago, when I was mining and carrying ores, I discovered an adamantine ore vein. Shirley gave me a handsome reward that consisted of a silver coin. A silver coin is equivalent of 1,000 bronze coins. What a windfall, 1,000 reputation points, and a set of armor and a weapon. I intended to use a new pickaxe to mine, but the system did not allow me to do that. When I tried to mine, the system would give me a warning and stop me from mining. Since the ore vein was not mined, there should be a following plot. I thought maybe I had to complete a hidden mission to unlock the hidden plot. After trying for a few days, I discovered the hidden plot. Since it's an ore vein, then it should be related to the blacksmith. I loitered around the blacksmith shop and tried chatting with Simber, but he ignored me. Later, I saw a letter in the blacksmith shop. I secretly took a snapshot for your viewing pleasure. Brother, I went to another dungeon to find work, and I am currently waiting for news. I had just returned home yesterday when I received your letter. Lord Sherlock must be very wealthy to recruit 100 goblins. Could you recommend me to Lord Sherlock again? If only I could work together with you in the Eternal Kingdom. I heard from the Don't Have the Most Expensive Stuff boss that a merchant band will be setting out tomorrow with a batch of pickaxes and that they will be passing by your dungeon. Mum asked me to pass the pastry to the merchant band to deliver to you. Take care when you work outside. Will you be continuing your contract after 3 months? I am envious of your job. I will work hard. Brother, you have to work hard too. A merchant band will be coming to our dungeon. This must be the follow-up plot of the adamantine ore vein. The batch of pickaxes must be for mining the ore. Maybe we can even do business with this merchant band. Perhaps there will be other missions and chances to accumulate special items or exchange for rare items. It will not be long before the start of the merchant band plot. Do stockpile your bronze coins and materials as you may exchange for good stuff. Volcano Stick King, is the merchant band coming? Seems like a new update is coming. Those who played The Unforgiven are stupid. Can a guide be written on the things that can be exchanged with a merchant band? I would like to take a look. Dazed Fool, I feel like playing the game. Hollander Stealing Large Dragon, I did not expect Simber to have a brother and a mom. The NPC background is too perfect. Is Simber going to work in the Eternal Kingdom for 3 months? I like this NPC a lot. Chick calcification, when you play in the open beta and Simber destroys 10s of your weapons, you will not like him anymore. Hearthstone Gamer, this is killing me. Only 10s of weapons. My weapons that were destroyed in DNF were worth an Audi A6. Farewell after 3 lifetimes. I believe the previous comment. The post had been published less than half an hour ago and already had tens of pages of replies. Sherlock understood what was happening after reading the post. On the second day of work, Simber had recommended his brother for work in Eternal Kingdom. The letter was sent by his brother. Simber had placed it in the blacksmith shop, and the letter was seen by Peasant. Sherlock had not expected the gamers to be that happy about the coming merchant band. However, there were problems. Sherlock was not concerned about the visit of the merchant band. If things went according to his plan, he would let the gamers mine the adamantine ore and would exchange the ore for magic stones. If he needed more magic stones, he would mine more adamantine ore to exchange before bidding farewell to the merchants. When the merchant band arrived, the gamers would ask the merchants a lot of questions, and he would have to give explanations. For example, they could ask, why didn't the merchant band accept bronze coins, or where can we obtain the magic stones? How was Sherlock going to explain? He felt that it was a tricky situation. Sherlock did not want the merchant band to know that the goblins were gamers from the other world. However, If the gamers brought their bronze coins and spoke strangely, it would make the merchants suspicious. What if the merchants discovered the gamers' secret? Sherlock had to plan properly to prevent complications, as it could have adverse effects on the dungeon. Sherlock closed the discussion forum on the computer and held his arm as he pondered. He came up with a solution and shouted for Brew. Brew was more knowledgeable about the Otherworld's culture. Brew listened quietly to Sherlock and pondered a while before saying, "Dungeon Lord, you can package the merchant band's visit as a game activity. Choose an item that is not expensive and available in large quantities. Then, you can let the gamers exchange spider leg, silk, meat, and other underground creatures' skin and fur with the merchants for that item." "That's correct. I intend to discuss with the merchant band and fix the price of the designated items that the gamers can trade with the merchants. Hence, the magic stones will not be required, and it won't make the merchants suspicious on why we are using metal coins as currency in the dungeon. We can announce this activity on the official website to direct the gamers' actions. As long as they have missions and rewards, they will be happy." "This is a feasible solution. Lord Sherlock, you have to discuss the exchange price with the merchants and inform them not to engage in other trades with the gamers, especially the adamantine ores. Specify that only Lord Sherlock or your designated trader can trade in the ore." Brew was worried, so he reminded Sherlock, "Don't worry, the merchant band is very principled. They only deal with the dungeon lord and the designated spokesperson, not the servants of the dungeon. This prevents treasure and precious material theft from the dungeon in exchange for magic stones." Brew said immediately, "I'll follow your instructions. When the merchant band is near our dungeon, I'll inform you beforehand. Lord Sherlock, try not to choose an expensive item for the gamers to trade. Since the merchant band will only stay for a few days, if it is too expensive, the gamers won't be able to exchange for the items using their basic materials in time. If the mission is out of reach, they will be angry, like how they condemned the previous equipment improvement plan. The storage capacity of the merchants is also limited. They might not want to accept large quantities of spider legs and meat." Sherlock nodded. Like what Brew said, he had to consider the merchants' capacity and their limits. The details had to be ironed out during the discussion with the merchant band. Sherlock confirmed his plans, and with Brew's help, he published a new announcement on the official website. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Beta Testing Activity Advance Notice Winterfell Merchant Band. All gamers, Dungeon Eternal Kingdom. The beta testing has been carried out smoothly for half a month. We have gradually rolled out new features, functional NPCs, new settings, areas, and equipment improvement. The beta testing has also included weapons, armor, shields, character fatigue, death penalty, and combat system. The response towards this game is very enthusiastic. The production team would like to express our gratitude and joy. Thank you for validating our efforts. New announcement: the Winterfell Merchant Band. The Merchant Band from Winterfell will be staying in our dungeon for a few days. We will open up a new item exchange service and release details of the exchange items on the official website and forum. Please kindly wait in anticipation and prepare to work very hard. Sherlock checked the contents of the announcement. After confirming there were no errors, he published the announcement. Chapter 25: Change in Gamers' Behavior. Chapter 25: Change in Gamers' Behavior. Sherlock's announcement and peasants' post created a huge discussion in the forum, like a stone cast into the lake. An hour ago, the gamers had digested peasants' post on the merchant band and now the official website had published an activity notice. The gamers' imagination ran wild, and various posts appeared on the forum, speculating whether the peasant is a lackey of the official game. I boldly predict that there will be an account transaction channel for the first activity of the beta testing. Prices of the materials will skyrocket. Those who used up the materials to improve equipment will regret it. Shock: why is the open beta delayed? Beside these analysis and some superficial and nonsensical posts, there were many practical strategy guides. Burning Chest Hair published a post strategy guide for a minimum 5% team to kill a lone spider. This was the first detailed post on combat strategy by a beta gamer. Not Wearing Pants concentrated on the figures and settings strategy guide. For example, he calculated the required time to carry bricks in order to buy equipment in the shortest time. He also analyzed the prices and market economy of the items. In the end, he published tens of posts, and each had over 10,000 replies. Sherlock had read the posts and did not agree with Not Wearing Pants figures, but he was impressed by Burning Chest Hair's post on detailed teamwork and the spider's weak points. Reading forum posts could be addictive. Sherlock had intended to publish a few announcements and take a look at the gamers' comments and suggestions. Then, as he browsed through the forum, he discovered that the gamers were geniuses. He became engrossed in the excitement. He loved it. While Sherlock was addicted to the discussion forum, the beta gamers had completed Simber and Morrow's rest chambers. The fourth expedition into the spider's lair had returned to the dungeon. This expedition was larger than the previous one. Those who dared to face the spiders had joined the expedition. As most of them were experienced, they had come back quickly, and there was twice as much loot as the previous time. However, the number of gamers' corpses had also increased. The gamers dragged their comrades' corpses and the spider carcasses as they marched merrily into the dungeon. They were extremely pleased with their loot. It was not the first time Morrow's saw the gamers being nonchalant about death. He was always envious of them. Which warrior wouldn't want to have their fearlessness no matter how dangerous it was? They were fearless. To obtain the same benefits of the goblins, Morrow's had to prove himself and obtain the dungeon lord's approval. The first thing the gamers did was to auction the loot. As before, the profits were split equally among the expedition members. They had seen Sherlock's notice on the merchant band, so the auction price of the spider's loot became higher. The gamers were starting to stockpile materials in anticipation of the merchant band's arrival. The gamers also brought back killer vines. The fourth expedition group had breached the spider's lair entrance and had gone inside. If not, they would not have been able to obtain the killer vines. Killer vines were much easier to kill since their mobility and attack strength were inferior to the spiders. Sherlock helped them heal their injuries and revived the corpses. After observing their auction, he went back to settling the dungeon's affairs. He was extremely busy planning for the dungeon, assigning the gamers missions and rewards and at times being Morrow's and Simber's psychiatrists. They had a heavy workload and lived with the Otherworld's gamers in the same dungeon. It was normal to be stressed. More importantly, Sherlock had to browse the discussion forum to keep track of the Otherworld's public opinion and trends. He also had to gather feedback on improving the dungeon. Sherlock was thinking too much. He used to be carefree, but after recruiting Morrow's, the gamers' capability had improved by leaps and bounds, especially after the third successful expedition. Their strategy of forming small teams to deal with the spiders had become widespread. They had become better at handling the spiders, and their combat skills were now very seasoned. They were fearless in battle, and after confirming their battle plans, they would execute them with a self-sacrificing attitude. That kind of fearlessness could not be found on the surface and underworld. The spiritual monsters were also fearless, but their intellect and teamwork were inferior to the otherworld's gamers. Sherlock was not bragging. He was stating the truth. Sherlock was pleased. His otherworld servants saved him money. They were diligent, fearless, curious, easy to manage, and did not have lots of requirements. They could be revived unlimited times. He was the only dungeon lord to have such servants. However, there were problems. Sherlock's leisure time dwindled. When Sherlock was planning the future development of the dungeon, "Dungeon Lord, please help revive a gamer." When Sherlock was counseling the troubled Simber who was being harassed by the gamers at night, "Dungeon Lord, please help revive a gamer." When Sherlock was browsing the discussion forum, "Dungeon Lord, please help to heal a gamer." When Sherlock was, "Dungeon Lord, please help revive a gamer." "Dungeon Lord, please help to heal a gamer." "Dungeon Lord, I'm exchanging my reputation points." "Dungeon Lord." Sherlock could not take it anymore. With the increasing incursions into the spider's lair, the casualties skyrocketed. Sherlock was the only person with healing and revival ability, so the heavy responsibility was on him. Previously there were few expeditions into the spider's lair. At most, they would form large groups to venture, and Sherlock would heal the injured once every 2 days. As the gamers' combat skills and experience increased, they formed smaller groups to explore the lair. Sherlock had to heal or revive the gamers every few hours. Sherlock did not understand why the group size dwindled. Logically speaking, the larger the group, the safer it was. Did they not rely on their superior numbers to defeat the spiders? After observing how they formed groups to hunt, Sherlock finally understood the reason for creating smaller groups. First, small groups could avoid those rich gamers who used their renminbi to exchange for bronze coins to buy materials. The normal gamers could not compare to the rich gamers. With a smaller group, they had the chance to buy the materials, stockpile or sell for a higher price. Second, smaller groups were more agile. Some gamers could be hunting for the entire day or disband their group after a few hours. The expedition timing was easier to coordinate with smaller groups than for large groups. Third, there were more ways of distributing loot. Sherlock witnessed a group of 5 gamers using stone dice to distribute their loot. This was called the group distribution method. Using auction to distribute loot was called the auction distribution method. When they were recruiting group members in the training ground, they would specify their distribution method, the recruitment count, and requirements. The training ground had become the gamers' multipurpose location for chatting, forming groups, and socializing. Sherlock observed that after the gamers had awakened come online, they would carry bricks to increase their reputation and bronze coins. Then, they would go to the training ground to listen to news, check for good deals, and assess whether there were suitable expedition groups to join. Even when they went offline, they would be close to the training ground. As the gamers became more familiar with the spider's lair entrance terrain and strategies, the smaller-sized groups became popular, but they were limited to the entrance area. Exploring deeper into the lair required more gamers since there were more spiders in the interior. Sherlock's workload increased exponentially, and he was exhausted. He pondered whether he should employ a healing and revival magician. When the merchant band came, he could ask the merchant leader if there were suitable candidates. Bruce said to Sherlock, "Dungeon Lord, there's a group of people approaching us. I feel that they could be the Winterfell merchant band." Chapter 26 Merchant Leader Nicholas. Chapter 26 Merchant Leader Nicholas. Sherlock looked towards Winterfell and observed the group using Marner. About half an hour's journey away, a long group advanced towards the dungeon. He was not worried that the merchant band would meet with the gamers, as the gamers could only access the spider's lair tunnel. The path that the merchant band was taking was closed. Sherlock asked Brew to manage the dungeon while he walked towards a huge door. The gamers were busy with their missions, but some were paying attention to Sherlock when he walked out of the dungeon core main hall. More and more gamers paid attention to Sherlock when he walked by the blacksmith shop and past the training ground that had 20 to 30 trainees. "Where's Shirley going?" "Don't know. I haven't seen Shirley going in that direction before." "Could it be the Winterfell merchant band plot is starting?" "Possibly. Shirley has seldom ventured out of the main hall." "Don't miss the plot. Don't miss the plot." The gamers chatted loudly and didn't care if Sherlock could hear them. Morose, who was training the gamers, was puzzled. Morose was already used to their incessant chattering all the time, but the gamers were casually chatting in front of Sherlock. And Sherlock didn't seem to care. It seemed to Morose that the goblins were important to Sherlock, otherwise Sherlock would not have revived the goblins and put up with their insolent behavior. Morose was determined to win Sherlock's favor. Sherlock was used to their chattering. The goblins were much better now since they only watched him. Initially, when the goblins had come to the dungeon, they had followed him everywhere and chattered non-stop. Sherlock's behavior was attracting attention because the goblins were aware that the Winterfell merchant band was coming. Sherlock ignored the gamers who were following him and chattering, but that did not indicate he would allow them to follow him. Sherlock walked through the magical barrier of the exit doorway, but the gamers were unable to do so. They were barred behind the doorway and were disappointed. Sherlock worked in the tunnel for 20 minutes before encountering the merchant band. There were about 50 members in the merchant band, which consisted mainly of orcs. There were some goblins and gnomes in charge of hard labor. The merchant band had 30 large carts that were pulled by large beetlemans. When the group moved in the tunnel, smoke and dust could be seen from far away. The merchant band noticed Sherlock and came to a halt. A tall and pale vampire came forward and shouted, "We are the merchant band from Winterfell. We are under the protection of the Merchant Alliance." Sherlock was stunned. Then he remembered he was a devil appearing in front of the merchant band. They must have thought that he was going to rob them. "Don't be mistaken. I'm the Eternal Kingdom's Dungeon Lord Sherlock. I'm here to welcome you. Welcome to my dungeon." Sherlock smiled as the vampire heaved a sigh of relief and bowed. "I'm the leader of the merchant band, Baron Nicholas. My utmost respect to the Dungeon Lord. I've heard of your fame. We're definitely honored to be welcomed by you." Sherlock did not have good impressions of these polite vampires. Though they looked gentlemanly, they only had two things in mind. One was to suck your blood, and second was to suck again. "I'm flattered. I have things to discuss with you." Sherlock laughed casually and took out his proposal beta testing activity Winterfell Merchant Band. The content was written using the Underworld's norms. Baron Nicholas was puzzled as he took the proposal and browsed through. The contents were about the trading rules. First, during the merchant band stay at the Eternal Kingdom dungeon, magic stones transactions will take place only with Sherlock and the merchants. Second, the merchants may only barter items allowed by Sherlock with his servants. The merchants are not allowed to barter other items with his servants. If magic stones are involved, the first point should be considered. Third, do not have too much interaction with the dungeon's servants. The Eternal Kingdom has provided sufficient space for the merchant band to rest. Please do not wander around. Fourth, if the servants ask strange questions or harass you, please do not be bothered. They mean no harm and are not trying to trick you. They are just curious. Please do not beat them up. It may lead to violent conflict and a dismissal from the Eternal Kingdom. Please ignore them. Most of them will be tired of asking questions after 3 days. Their curiosity will wane. Fifth, you may have lots of questions about Eternal Kingdom and have a deep curiosity, but please do not ask or approach the servants for answers. Please restrain yourselves. Sixth, the Eternal Kingdom will provide sumptuous meals for the merchant band during your stay. You may also choose your own meals. The following are the list of food items and their prices. Spider leg on clay set meal 1 magic stone for 3 days 20 persons share. Meat with ground organs 1 magic stone for 3 days 20 persons share. Lord Sherlock reserves all rights to the final interpretation of the rules. Nicholas had joined the Merchant Alliance for many years and visited many dungeons. He was also good friends with many devil lords. They regularly went out to drink some blood or beat up some creatures. They were that close. Nicholas was a professional merchant. Signing trading agreements between dungeons and merchants was not a big deal, but it was the first time Nicholas had seen such strange trading terms. The first condition was not a problem, as most trades were like that. The second condition was understandable. Some generous dungeon lords allowed their servants to trade with the merchant band. Nicholas welcomed it since he could get good prices for exquisite items from the servants. But it was the first time he had to barter. The third condition was understandable, as Sherlock was perhaps a wealthy dungeon lord. According to news from Don't Have the Most Expensive Stuff blacksmith shop, though Sherlock did not have many magic stones, there were lots of servants in the dungeon. Nicholas thought that this term was to prevent the merchants from tempting the servants to revolt. The fourth condition was strange but understandable, as it was similar to the third term. It was written in a solemn manner, but Nicholas did not think that the servants would harass him. He was a baron vampire. Though he was not as noble as the first vampire and was inferior to Devil Sherlock, normally, Underworld creatures did not dare to go near him, ask him strange questions, or harass him. When he showed his dominance, they normally kneeled on the ground and trembled. Nicholas found the fifth condition funny. The Devil Lord looked young, and Nicholas thought that Sherlock was hiding his age. Upon scrutiny, Sherlock was really young. All the merchants who had joined the Merchant Alliance were capable and experienced merchants. Though Nicholas did not have the means for his own dungeon, he had seen lots of dungeons. He has seen poor dungeons, bustling dungeons, and even Winterfell-like dungeons. How could he be curious about Eternal Kingdom? He had seen his own share of weird dungeons. However, he could not afford to offend Sherlock, so he did not show his true thoughts. Questions about Eternal Kingdom, strong curiosity, fat hope. Nicholas stopped looking at the sixth term halfway. That food was goblins' food, which was both expensive and not tasty. Lord Sherlock was trying to rip off his merchant band. There weren't any issues with the rest of the conditions. Nicholas signed his name on the agreement and shook hands with Sherlock. The contract was in effect. Nicholas showed his professional smile. I can't wait to visit your dungeon and form deep friendships with you and your servants, Dungeon Lord. Chapter 27. Don't be frightened. Chapter 27. Don't be frightened. Sherlock asked for a look at Nicholas trading goods. The first items were the 10 Hades pickaxes from the Don't Have the Most Expensive Stuff blacksmith shop. They could be used to mine adamantine and cost 500 magic stones. Sherlock did not have that many magic stones, so he planned to pay for it using the adamantine ores. He could also test the quality of the pickaxes in the process. The merchant band brought along many items from both the surface world and underworld. Sherlock took a bunched-up shroud that smelled like sunshine. Nicholas explained, according to rumors, this is a shroud from the surface holy lord, but we have not confirmed this. From the number of holy incantations on the shroud, it can be deduced that this shroud was used by a bishop or higher. If it was held by a grand priest, its magical properties would be greatly enhanced. Though it is of no interest to the underworld, the elites of the surface world are very interested in the shroud. If used as a blanket, it can make the person happy for the whole day. The price is not expensive. It's only 2,000 magic stones. I don't need it. I'm quite practical. Sherlock put down the shroud. He thought it was too expensive to be a leg-washing rag. Were the elites that opulent? The rag already cost 2,000 magic stones. Sherlock did not look at the crown, swords and books from Monroe Institute as their prices would be astronomical. To a devil, they were trash. Nicholas, your goods are pretty good. Are their goods suitable for servants of dungeons? Sherlock skipped the expensive goods and inquired. Suitable for servants, yes, I have some. Nicholas brought Sherlock to a large cart and said, Lord Sherlock, these goods are suitable for servants, and the price is reasonable. Are there any goods that you find suitable? Sherlock found a few suitable goods. He did not require lots of items for the gamers to exchange as there were only 100 gamers. As long as 80 gamers could exchange for the goods, it was sufficient. As for which goods to choose, it would depend on how many materials the merchant band could purchase. I find these pretty good. As for which ones, I'll let my servants decide. I would like to find out whether you are willing to purchase materials from underground spiders, killer vines and dire wolves. If you do, how much can you purchase? Sherlock asked. We are interested in those materials, but your dungeon is newly developed. Shouldn't you also need them? Wait, maybe I can understand. You must have purchased all these materials. We aren't able to carry large quantities of those materials. Nicholas was sure Sherlock was a wealthy devil lord as he had purchased the dungeon, recruited 100 goblins for development and making equipment, and even bought all these materials. As the number of newly developed dungeons increased, the prices of these basic materials were inflated. Sherlock had bought all of his required materials and now was able to sell off the excess. Sherlock's dungeon definitely had a certain combat strength. His servants were probably at the gnome level, but only a level 2 dungeon could summon gnomes. Maybe Sherlock had bought 2 dungeons and combined them into a single level 2 dungeon. Then Sherlock would have to arm the gnomes, which would require lots of money. Sherlock's dungeon had only been around for less than half a month. Was the Eternal Kingdom not developing fast? Scary, this devil lord Sherlock was terrifying. Nicholas was sure Sherlock was very rich. You can't take a lot. Sherlock was in a dilemma. His original plan had been to let the gamers exchange the basic materials for designated goods. If the merchants could only purchase a small amount, then he had to consider other options. No, we would like to purchase all the basic materials. If the quantity is large, we will have to depend on your servants to transport them back to our shop at Winterfell. Then, we can sell the basic materials in town. If you are willing to help, I'll pay you 10 magic stones, Nicholas requested. Sherlock understood the merchants' difficulty. As merchants, they had to be efficient and could not afford to carry the basic materials that took up space and slowed them down. Sending these basic materials to a large market for wholesale was logical. "Why don't you use your merchant band's laborers?" Sherlock was puzzled and asked. "Dungeon Lord, my warehouse is very far. If the material quantity is large, the time taken would be long. The bodyguard servants are not cheap and cost more than 10 magic stones for half a day. I don't have powerful manner to transport a large number of crew and materials. The cost would be astronomical. I'm willing to offer 15 magic stones for your help." Sherlock smiled and patted Nicholas' arm. "Baron Nicholas, you're too formal. We are like friends, so don't talk about money. This is a simple task. Could the 15 magic stones be used to offset the cost of the pickaxes?" Sherlock spoke cordially to Nicholas while leading the merchant band to the Eternal Kingdom. Sherlock also confirmed the prices of the basic materials and the designated merchant goods for his servants to barter. When Sherlock brought Nicholas back to the dungeon, the gamers had already discovered the smoky and dusty merchant band approaching the dungeon. Nobody trained or carried bricks as they gathered for the arrival of the merchant band. They were afraid of missing the activity plot. "Lord Sherlock, your servants are very hospitable," Nicholas commented as he noticed the peering goblins at the dungeon entrance. Nicholas and Sherlock were on the seats atop the front beetleman. Besides the goblins' hospitality, what else could Nicholas say if he said that the goblins did not have discipline? Would Sherlock not be embarrassed? "They're always like that. Hope that you won't be shocked." Sherlock was composed and did not appear embarrassed. The gamers had done far worse deeds. What was the big deal with just looking? Nicholas was speechless. The merchant band arrived at the dungeon entrance. Following Sherlock's lead, the merchant band entered the dungeon. The merchant band consisted of many huge cargo carts pulled by gigantic beetlemans, dark-skinned orcs with large fangs wielding large hammers or swords, a group of sharp-nosed sharp-eared gnomes, furry werewolves, and a stitch. The surrounding gamers exclaimed in shock. "Holy cow! Awesome! Are we able to select those creatures? What's that stitched monster? How strong is the backing of this game? They can pass the censors." "Don't think too much. It's only in beta testing. The actual version will be censored. I thought underground spiders were terrifying enough. Seeing them, spiders are like little brothers." "Who said this game was boring? Can't you see that there's writing and transportation tools?" "Awesome. Oh my god, tonight's forum is going to explode." The nuclear explosion already went off. "Not wearing pants is posting now." Nicholas could not understand what the goblins were saying. The language was the same, but the phrases were entirely different. Sherlock, who was atop the beetleman, raised his hand and said, "Keep quiet, citizens of Eternal Kingdom. These are our guests. Please mind your manners." The gamers did not talk loudly, but their faces were aghast. As the merchant band entered the dungeon, Nicholas noticed that a few nearby goblins were staring at the beetlemans without blinking. While he was thinking that the goblins were country bumpkins, a goblin charged out and tried to climb onto a beetleman. His leap was not high enough as the size difference was too great, and he fell in front of the beetleman's path. Pom! The front leg of the beetleman stepped on something and squished it. Nicholas stood up and looked in shock below the beetleman. He had just entered the dungeon, and his beetleman had squished one of Sherlock's servants. The face of Nicholas was as pale as a sheet. The polite Baron Nicholas could not help shouting, "Sit!" Chapter 28 Insane Gamers. Chapter 28 Insane Gamers. Due to the unexpected accident, the merchant band came to a halt. The beetleman that was involved in the accident appeared frightened. After the palm sound that indicated flesh being squished, crimson blood spewed out and formed a pool of blood underneath the beetleman's leg. The beetleman looked at its leg and felt uncomfortable with the sticky liquid. After lifting its leg, the beetleman looked at the mess underneath its leg before putting its leg back, making a parter sound. Not only was the entire merchant band as silent as the graveyard, even the whispering gamers were quiet. Sherlock thought they were not anxious or angry, but rather were stifling their laughter. Not wearing pants peered out and looked at the stopped merchant band. He shouted, "What's happening? I posted at the discussion forum. What did I miss?" The previously silent gamers immediately started chattering. Peasant was squished by a moving NPC. It's too realistic. That pool of blood. It's peasant. Can a squished goblin be saved, doctor? D-men, are you trying to kill me with laughter so that you can inherit my two-shot sword? Ha-ha. The quiet gamers became boisterous and burst into a series of laughter. Nicholas did not understand why the goblins were laughing casually when their comrade had been squished. He was not laughing. He looked at the frowning Sherlock with his pale face. He had not expected things to turn out this way and said to Sherlock, Lord Sherlock, this is tricky. I didn't expect such things to happen. I don't blame you. The goblin is responsible for being careless." Sherlock frowned and looked unhappy. Nicholas thought that the matter was more than being careless. The goblin had been squished. It was meaningless to shirk responsibility. Fortunately, Lord Sherlock was not angry. In order for them to maintain their business relationship, Nicholas thought he had to express his sorrow. "Lord Sherlock, I'm willing to compensate your loss and the goblin's family. I'll not make things difficult for you," Nicholas said. "This is not your fault, but the magic stone's compensation should be sufficient for his grandpa, grandma, parents, wife, tens of children and a bedridden sister to live comfortably." Sherlock sighed and looked helpless. What grandpa, grandma, parents, wife and tens of children? Why was the bedridden sister included? Though the expenses of a goblin was not huge, his family consisted of 20 members and a bedridden sister, and they had to live comfortably. Consider the pension of his grandpa, grandma and parents to be 500 magic stones. His 15 children would be awarded 1,500 magic stones for education and living expenses. As for compensation of the foregone earnings, a goblin's salary was 5 magic stones a month, 60 magic stones a year. Assuming that the goblin would work for 30 more years, that would be 1,800 magic stones. Psychological loss and funeral expenses would be 200 magic stones. With all those miscellaneous costs, it would be 4,000 magic stones. If his bedridden sister was included, that would cost an additional 1,000 magic stones. Big trouble. Though 5,000 magic stones was a small pittance to Nicholas, it made his trip to Eternal Kingdom unprofitable. He had only intended to compensate 100 magic stones, but it turned out worse than he had expected. Nicholas' first instinct was that Sherlock was ripping him off. Most dungeon servants who accidentally died were given a fixed compensation according to position and capability. For the lowly goblins, 50 magic stones was considered excessive. Nicholas was only willing to pay 100 magic stones so that he could maintain a good relationship with Sherlock. He was wary because he felt Sherlock was ripping him off. "Baron Nicholas, I know your difficulties. It's not easy to make a living traveling all over the places, and the magic stones are your hard-earned money. As the dungeon lord of Eternal Kingdom, I have to bear some responsibility. Y'all pay 200 magic stones as a token, and I'll bear the rest. Oh, it's a few thousand magic stones. Sherlock noticed Nicholas' pale face and sighed. Wait, Lord Sherlock. You intend to pay a few thousand magic stones? Perhaps this is your first dungeon, and you don't understand. The compensation for a goblin's death is at most 50 magic stones. Nicholas was shocked. Even a wealthy lord would not pay out a few thousand magic stones for death compensation casually. Though it's my first time as a dungeon lord, I know the norms. Everyone's been eyeing my position, and they frequently comment on and criticize my actions. I spent a lot of time reading their feedback. Though I have recruited many servants, there's still a queue with tens of thousands of applicants for my dungeon. My head is almost bursting. I'm unable to recruit them now, but I will need them in the future. This is the first goblin accident, and I have to set a proper precedence so that my servants will work with ease, Sherlock explained as Nicholas became more astonished. Tens of thousands of applicants, lots of people were paying attention and discussing the dungeon. Is Sherlock that wealthy and that famous? Could he be a descendant of a noble? Could he be the son of Satan? Nicholas trembled at his thoughts. If he was Satan's son or a similar second-generation devil, it was understandable that Sherlock would be generous. His dungeon was developing fast, and he could recruit that many goblins. Nicholas was puzzled why Sherlock had developed his dungeon in such a poor, desolate, and dangerous place with so few magic stones. Nicholas supposed that Sherlock must have been chided by his parents, who had said, "Here are tens of thousands of magic stones. Go forge your own destiny." Sherlock must have been chased out by his parents to experience the commoner's life, and a challenge. If Sherlock was that wealthy, magic stones would be like normal stones that he could toss away casually. Nicholas began to understand and thought it was highly possible. If he could continue to do business with Sherlock and become his lackey, Nicholas saw a bright vision of his future. Respectable dungeon lord Nicholas, he could become a noble vampire with his own dungeon. He would have the same status as the devils. Nicholas had been unwilling to pay 200 magic stones initially. He hadn't wanted to pay more than 100 magic stones. After thinking of his future, he was now even willing to pay 2,000 magic stones. Of course, there was also the possibility that Lord Sherlock was bluffing and trying to scam him out of his magic stones. However, Nicholas felt that spending 200 magic stones for the peace of mind and potential fortune was worth it. Paying 200 magic stones was like plucking a hair. It gave him a chance to enter the dungeon peacefully. Nicholas would take his time to find out about Sherlock's background. At this thought, he felt relieved. Nicholas did not believe that a devil lord would be that unscrupulous just to scam him of 200 magic stones. Sherlock could not be that poor. "Lord Sherlock, pardon my mistake. Please pass the 200 magic stones to his family. Though it's little, it's a small token to express my regret." Nicholas took out his magic stones card and transferred 200 magic stones to Sherlock. After confirming the transfer, Sherlock said confidently, "Of course, don't you worry. The 200 magic stones are not for me. It's compensation for his family. I'll send them to his family as soon as possible." Everyone pretended that nothing had happened. With Sherlock's lead, the 50-member merchant band brought along 30 large carts and beetlemans to the newly excavated space originally intended for the gamers' rest chambers. The space would be used temporarily by the merchant band. The squished corpse of peasant was thrown to one side by the other gamers who cleaned up the area. Eternal Kingdom was particular about cleanliness. Everyone was happy. Nicholas was smiling merrily, and he understood why the surrounding goblins had burst into laughter. He was sure Sherlock was no ordinary devil. It was understandable that the servants of such a high-status devil lord would exhibit insane behavior. Chapter 29 Do Not Ask. Hold back. Chapter 29 Do Not Ask. Hold back. Sherlock had Brew stop all nearby mining missions and cordon off the restricted area. This was to prevent the gamers from coming near. Within the dungeon, Sherlock's orders to the Otherworld's goblins were still effective. To the gamers, the restricted area was like a transparent wall that repulsed them. Nicholas thanked Sherlock for his hospitality and brought his merchant band to their resting place. The gamers were curious about the Winterfell merchant band, but their resting area was restricted. Even if the gamers wanted to take a look, they were unable to enter. Once the merchant band was nicely settled in, Sherlock assigned adamantine or mining missions. Then, he made the signboard for the reward exchange activity. Sherlock finished his signboard and went to look for Nicholas. He requested Nicholas to take out the little goods that he had selected and place them at the room's entrance like a shop selling goods. He reminded Nicholas to barter with the goblins at the determined prices. Sherlock reiterated the contents of their signed agreement and asked Nicholas to discuss the issues of magic stones with him. He told Nicholas to ignore his servant's weird behavior. Sherlock explained that the goblins had gone through special training since they were young, so they lacked common knowledge. Nicholas did not believe his explanation, but he acceded to his request since he wanted to foster a deeper relationship with Sherlock. The merchant band showcased their wares on nicely decorated racks covered with a tablecloth. It looked like a fair out in the wild. While the merchant band was busy, Sherlock put up his prepared signboard at the merchant band rest area's entrance. Activity Notice Winterfell Merchant Band Activity. Baron Nicholas from Winterfell and his merchant band will be staying in Eternal Kingdom for 3 days. To express gratitude for Lord Sherlock's hospitality, Baron Nicholas will trade with the Eternal Kingdom citizens. Please take note that the Baron is not interested in metal coins. He is only interested in materials from wild beasts. Exchange items. Winter's Sun Hat. Item description: Winterfell Tailor Shop's sun hat. It is able to provide shade and is Winterfell's favorite item. It is purely for ornamental use. Barter requirement: Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Reputation Level 1 Basic Level. Barter items: 50 units of spider leg, spider meat, dire wolf skin, killer vines bark, 5 units of spider silk. Quantity 50 while stocks last. Goblin Tuxedo. Item description: The tuxedo was made in the Winterfell tailor shop. Only highly educated goblins wear it as it symbolizes butler status. It is purely for ornamental use. Barter requirement: Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Reputation Level 1 Basic Level. Barter items: 80 units of spider leg, spider meat, dire wolf skin, killer vines bark, 8 units of spider silk. Quantity 10 while stocks last. Winterfell Diamond Short Sword Ordinary White Equipment. Damage 0-15. Weight 12. Durability 10. Forger Winterfell Unknown Blacksmith. Item description: Winterfell's most common weapon made from diamond seam. It has a wooden hilt and has greater damage than the Eternal Kingdom's short sword. Barter requirement: Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Reputation Level 2 Reputation points needed 10,000. Barter items: 300 units of spider leg, spider meat, dire wolf skin, killer vines bark, 30 units of spider silk. Quantity 10 while stocks last. Winterfell Short Bow Ordinary White Equipment. Long range damage 0-10. Close range damage 0.3. Attack range 100 meters. Weight 8. Durability 10. Boer Winterfell Unknown Boer. Item description: Winterfell's commonly seen weapon made of underground pine wood and specially woven spider silk. Barter requirement: Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom, Reputation level 2 reputation points, needed 10,000. Barter items: 500 units of spider leg, spider meat, dire wolf skin, killer vines bark, 50 units of spider silk. Quantity 10, while stocks last. Small cloth bag, ordinary white equipment. Weight 0.1. Durability 10. Capacity 20 units. Item description: made by Winterfell's tailor. Suitable for daily use. Its capacity is small but better than nothing. Barter requirement: Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom, Reputation level 2 reputation points, needed 10,000. Barter items: 100 units of spider leg, spider meat, dire wolf skin, killer vines bark, 10 units of spider silk. Quantity 20, while stocks last. On the activity signboard, the only available items for bartering were Winter's sun hat, goblin tuxedo, Winterfell diamond seam short sword, Winterfell short bow, and small cloth bag. These 5 items were chosen because of their cheap prices and practicality. Though the merchant band had other cheap items, they were not suitable. For example, there were decorative candlesticks, plates, knives, and forks. These items were not useful to the goblins. The 5 pieces of equipment were also selected based on Brew's suggestions. Other items were too expensive and impossible to barter within 3 days, while other items were not practical, like the chicken ribs decorative items. Nicholas could not understand why Sherlock wanted to spend time making such a signboard. And the names and figures on the board, were they referring to Nicholas' goods? He had a lot of questions, but he could not ask them due to the 5th term in the agreement. The gamers noticed that Sherlock had placed a signboard at the entrance to the merchant band's camp. They gathered and started chatting. Nicholas thought that the goblins would have lots of questions like him. After reading the signboard, the goblins shouted, Form new groups, I'm an experienced MT with 3 incursions into the spider's lair. My best record is fighting 2 underground spiders. I can be a deputy MT. My equipment is complete, and my combat skills are seasoned. I am good with roll group or golden group. I am ready to go. MT main tank, responsible for baking aggro. Roll group, rolling dice to distribute equipment. Buying spider silk at high prices. Buying all materials. Those selling, shout for me. I can pay with renminbi. Who has already gained 10,000 reputation points and has reached reputation level 2. Help me exchange for a small cloth bag. I have materials. The commission is 1,000 renminbi or 100 bronze coins. I can pay first. Recruiting 4 fighters, 100 bronze coins for an hour. Minimum of 5 hours for the expedition. Calling for fighters. I am flexible with the rolls. Finally, a bag. I want it a lot. I'm looking to join a group. Highly skilled. I cannot be a tank as I am not brave. War. DMN, can you lower your volume? I'm playing this game in secret. The goblins who were reading the signboard quietly broke out into a frenzy in front of Nicholas. Except for a small group of goblins that ran in the same direction, the other goblins shouted at the top of their voice and said things that Nicholas did not understand. What were they saying? Sherlock was used to the gamers' self-organization and trading behavior. Fortunately, he did not have to explain to Nicholas because of their agreement. Nicholas had to abide by the terms to not to ask questions. Sherlock wanted to know the gamers' feedback on the merchant band activity in the official forum. Their comments were more interesting than the Baron. Sherlock gave words of encouragement to Nicholas and left. Nicholas looked dazedly at the goblins. A goblin whose head was showing reindeer appeared in front of him. Nicholas could not understand the green Chinese words as he did not have access to the other world's internet to learn Chinese. The goblin reindeer said timidly, I want to exchange a small cloth bag. The goblin was holding 10 units of spider silk. Behind reindeer was a goblin whose head had the words Arthur. Nicholas saw Arthur give many bronze coins to reindeer. Arthur was the goblin that had been searching for a helper to buy a small cloth bag. Reindeer pocketed the bronze coins carefully as though they were treasures. Nicholas was dumbfounded. He could not understand what was going on. It was as if they were role-playing. They spouted nonsense and seemed to use the faces like bronze coins for business transactions. The point was that the goblins treated the bronze coins like precious magic stones. What was going on in the dungeon? Nicholas was bursting with questions, but he could not ask them because of the 5th term in the agreement. Do not ask. Hold back. Chapter 30 Winterfell Merchant Band Activity Feedback. Chapter 30 Winterfell Merchant Band Activity Feedback. The Eternal Kingdom's chatting plaza moved from the training ground to the main hall outside the merchant band's rest point entrance. Nicholas learned new things about the goblins. A nearby goblin was eating spider meatballs while sitting down, and other goblin asked him, Have you had your meal? I haven't eaten. I'll be having my meal soon. Informing an expedition group. Have your meal before coming. I'll reserve one spot for you. The activity lasts only for 3 days, so we are going to adventure through the night. Good. The goblin who had just eaten the spider meatballs fell to the ground. He only took a second to fall asleep. 10 minutes later, he awakened. He shouted at a group of goblins, Chest hair, I've finished my meal. What was that insanity? If Nicholas had not signed the agreement with Sherlock, he would have captured a goblin to see what went wrong in his skull. While Nicholas was troubled by the gamer's weird behavior, Sherlock had finished editing the details of the Winterfell Merchant Band activity notice and published it in the official forum. The official forum was abuzz with posts about the Winterfell Merchant Band. Most of the posts were speculations by non-beater gamers. The most popular posts were the 2 posts by Not Wearing Pants pictures and explanation of Winterfell Merchant Band's arrival and detailed analysis of Winterfell Merchant Band activity. One of the posts had been published 2 hours ago around the time the Merchant Band had arrived. Not Wearing Pants wanted as much attention as possible, so he had published the post with many pictures as quickly as possible. Because of the rush to post first, there were only pictures and a few words. However, the number of replies was overwhelming. The second post had been published after Sherlock posted details in the public announcement. The replies were modest, but the post was pushed to the top and became extremely popular. Greetings, it's me, Not Wearing Pants. I previously published the Winterfell Merchant Band pictures. I am now adding pictures. We were shocked beyond description by the Winterfell Merchant Band. I wish that the game would upgrade sooner and release more races. Those stitches were grotesque. One of these days, I hope to play as one. In this activity, we were shown several possible races and a new transportation mode, a weird four-legged beast with a long shell. This beast can squish gamers with its feet like the lift in Gloom City squishing people. This is not unusual as a wall can kill a suicide gamer. There is no reason why a huge beast cannot squish a goblin. Perhaps some of you might not know about the lift in Gloom City squishing people. You might want to search on Baidu. In addition to the official details, I will do a detailed analysis according to my understanding. First, the activity lasts for 3 days. The items that can be bartered for are Winter's Sun Hat, Goblin Tuxedo, Winterfell Diamond Seam Short Sword, Winterfell Short Bow, and Small Cloth Bag. I believe you have already seen the description of the items. Based on the required items, even if we hunt in the spider's lair for 3 days, we can't possibly exchange for all the items. The rich gamers should be able to grab all the items within 3 days. But do not worry. Though the quantity of the items is limited, there are not many rich gamers, so everyone will have a chance to exchange for an item or two. I will arrange the items according to their descending prices. Winterfell Short Bow Small Cloth Bag, Winterfell Diamond Seam Short Sword, Winter's Sun Hat, Goblin Tuxedo. Winterfell Short Bow is currently the only long-range weapon in the game. Needless to say, it is extremely expensive. Within 100 meters, a gamer would be able to kill an underground spider without any injury, but how the bow functions will depend on actual testing. Currently, nobody has exchanged for the bow. It is not easy to obtain 500 units of spider leg, meat, dire wolf skin, killer vine bark, or 50 units of spider silk. However, this is the top item for rich gamers to purchase. Next is the small cloth bag that costs 100 units of basic materials or 10 units of spider silk. Hard-working gamers can exchange for one within 2 days even without spending money. As there are only 20 of them, normal gamers will need to make full use of their time. I feel that the Winterfell Diamond Seam Short Sword is dispensable and pricey. As compared to its hiltless version, the Winterfell Short Sword has a damage of 0.15. The game combat system depends on the realistic combat situation and is too complex to be represented by numbers. After some testing, the effect of the sword depends on its wielder. It does not mean that a weapon with higher damage can be used to defeat a stronger opponent. Equipment is only a factor in determining the result of a combat. When the opponent is of equal capability, only then does the equipment comes into effect. The most important thing is the gamer's combat skills. When 30 of us fully armed gamers explored the spider's lair, we were unable to kill a single spider, but 5 experienced gamers with 10 combat training sessions easily handled a spider without casualties. This is the importance of combat skills and experience. Of course, it does not mean that weapons are not important. An empty-handed gamer can never be compared to a well-armed gamer. The game producer did not explain the combat and weapon systems. We had to do the exploration. This is a huge area that cannot be covered overnight. There were many unknowns waiting for us beater gamers to test and discover. I know some gamers may find the combat system too complex to learn. As I have said, Dungeon Eternal Kingdom for the past half-month has been like a new life to me, a sword and magic life. The complex combat system is true to life. Rather than being too complex to learn, I am deeply addicted. I won't go into the details. You will get to experience it in open beta. The remaining Winter's Sun Hat and Goblin Tuxedo are ornamental equipment. To me, both the hat and coat are not convenient for carrying bricks and fighting spiders. For properence gamers, they might be worthwhile to exchange, but for profiting gamers, you may ignore them. I will end the post here as I have to fight the spiders. I have already exchanged for the small cloth bag. My next target is the short bow. Sherlock finished reading Not Wearing Pants post. He did not expect the gamers to analyze every activity and every barter item. Did the gamers have a lot of free time? This was one of the special traits of the gamers. They had done too many foolish things. What was one extra deed? The replies were interesting. Most of them were envious, jealous, or angry. Some were about combat techniques and others were just squabbles. Leaking Rain Moricott. Are these pictures screenshots I checked just now? This online game passed the censorship, and there is a registration number. I am curious how this game passed the checks. Trust, professional, and friendly. I feel that the tuxedo looks pretty neat. From the pictures, the goblin will look cool wearing it. Raincoat Kitten. The goblins are ugly. Does wearing the tuxedo make any difference? Lightning Armor Tesla. Looking forward to the combat testing of the shortbow. According to the game's realism, unless the user has learned archery before, they have to learn how to use the bow before they will be able to hit anything. Female Gnome Control. Thank you, Op. I look forward to your posts every day. In dying from not being able to play Dungeon Eternal Kingdom. None existing. I know the logic. When is the open beater? Sherlock was reading everyone's replies happily and was hitting the F5 button to refresh the page when he heard Bruce say, "Lord Sherlock, sorry to bother you. Nicholas is coming your way." Sherlock was puzzled. Sherlock had an agreement with Nicholas. If there were no important matters, Nicholas had to stay within the restricted area. Even if he had questions, he had to hold back. Why was he looking for Sherlock? While Sherlock was still bewildered, Nicholas appeared outside the dungeon core main hall. Chapter 31. Yes, boss. Chapter 31. Yes, boss. Nicholas stood outside the dungeon core main hall in a black tuxedo. If his protruding fangs and sharp sprite ears were not taken into consideration, according to human standards, he would be quite a handsome guy. Nicholas' behavior attracted the attention of the gamers as they followed behind him. Sherlock understood their behavior as they did not want to miss the plot animation. He had previously been surrounded by them in a similar manner. However, Nicholas was puzzled when he saw the goblins gathering and following him. Though they were goblins, he felt pressured by their incessant talking. "Lassie, where are you going? Who triggered the plot animation?" "I don't know. Perhaps there are new activities." "Just follow Lassie. Take a look at my newly exchanged small cloth bag. We shall form a new expedition later and continue fighting the spiders. Let's form up first. Once the plot animation is over, we'll set out." I saw Arthur swinging his weapon as he went out. Is he challenging the spiders alone? Even if he has the most combat training sessions, isn't it too far-fetched for him to go alone? DMN, I should have stockpiled the materials. The prices have increased today. Those who rushed to improve their equipment are now dying of regret. Nicholas was unable to understand the goblins. Tens of them followed behind him and chattered non-stop. Why were these goblins so fond of chatting? Nicholas felt his ears almost bursting. Nicholas had seen numerous goblins, but not the talkative ones. When a few normal goblins were put together, they would not even make a sound. Nicholas could not understand why these goblins had that much to say. Nicholas arrived at the dungeon core entrance with his ears filled with buzzing chatter. It did not last long as Sherlock walked out. When the Devil Lord appeared, the chatter gradually stopped and there were shhh sounds. Some whispered to remind the chattering goblins, "Stop talking. The plot animation is starting." Putting the goblins' matters aside, Nicholas was looking for Sherlock about another matter. "Lord Sherlock, pardon my sudden visit." He bowed towards Sherlock and said, "Since arriving at your dungeon, I have been grateful for your great hospitality. To express my gratitude, please allow me to present you a gift." Sherlock looked at Nicholas and frowned. Was the great hospitality referring to the empty space without stone slabs and proper beds? Was his gratitude sarcastic? Sherlock was unhappy. A lowly vampire was giving sarcastic hints to the Devil Lord. Nicholas was not making sarcastic comments. He was making use of the opportunity to foster their long-term business relationship. However, the goblin's abnormal behavior had shocked Nicholas to the core. Nicholas had never encountered goblins who would chat casually in front of a superior vampire. Even after Nicholas exerted his dominance, there was no reaction from the goblins. Nicholas was feeling mentally exhausted by the goblins' chattering and harassment. Nicholas also realized that these goblins were terrifying. These goblins were not afraid of a vampire just based on the power of a goblin. Of course not, they must be dependent on Lord Sherlock's power. Nicholas had visited many dungeons. This was his first encounter with the strange goblins. Nicholas was sure that Lord Sherlock's background was not simple. As a merchant, he felt he had to make a risky investment in Lord Sherlock and his future. When he saw Sherlock's unhappiness, Nicholas immediately said, "Lord Sherlock, I am impressed by the brave and resilient servants of the dungeon. If you would allow, I hope to invest in your dungeon. It will be in the form of a gift." Sherlock finally understood. The vampire was going to invest in his dungeon. Was he really impressed by the brave and resilient servants? Sherlock surveyed his wretched dungeon and the group of smiley goblins behind Nicholas who were commenting on the praise. Sherlock led Nicholas into the dungeon core main hall. "Come in. Let's discuss your investment." Sherlock closed the door after Nicholas entered the main hall. The gamers were puzzled and broke into chatter. The gamers did not have to listen to guess what discussion Sherlock and Nicholas were having. Sherlock beckoned Nicholas to take a seat and then tapped on the table. Brew was talking excitedly in Sherlock's mind on how to scam the Baron. Sherlock did not respond to Brew. Instead, he frowned and said to Nicholas, "I'm not lacking in magic stones, and I have a good impression of you. I would like to hear about your investment plan." Nicholas said excitedly, "Lord Sherlock, I'm willing to vouch for you and recommend to the Merchant Alliance to place Eternal Kingdom as one of the Alliance trading posts. We'll set up a teleport portal at your dungeon and arrange for a resident merchant. No matter what materials or buildings you require, the Merchant Alliance will provide the best resources and services for your dungeon's development. The resources will be escorted and discounted 20% off the market price. This is my gift to you." Sherlock hesitated as the offer was tempting. There was a free resident merchant, teleport portal, and a 20% discount of the goods. Sherlock could apply for the Merchant Alliance to station a merchant at his dungeon himself, but the application fees, deposit fees, commission fees and teleport portal would cost a ton. With Nicholas' recommendation, Sherlock would save a large sum of money. However, there were many problems with this recommendation. The merchants would arrive and interact with the gamers for long periods of time. With the differences in culture, there would be serious consequences. Sherlock felt that it was going to be troublesome. The reason he allowed the merchant band to visit the dungeon was to let them be part of the beta testing activity and entertain the gamers so that they would be hardworking. Secondly, the merchant band was only staying for 3 days. Within this short period of time, Sherlock was not worried that they would discover anything. Moreover, he had an agreement with Nicholas. The most important factor was that Sherlock did not trust Nicholas. As a dungeon lord, he had only met the Baron for a day. Why would he agree to his investment? Was he foolish or naive? Sherlock was clear about Nicholas' intentions. First, Nicholas clearly wanted to test Sherlock. Secondly, Nicholas was interested in the investment. Sherlock was lacking in magic stones, but he had not reached the stage that he would invite characters he did not trust to his dungeon. Apologies, Baron Nicholas, you have a tempting proposal, but I must decline. Sherlock pushed out his hand and said, the merchants applying to visit my dungeon have already been scheduled to next year, and I have some other intentions regarding trading and commerce in the dungeon. But Lord Sherlock. Nicholas had not expected Sherlock to decline him directly. Most of the developing dungeons would jump at his offer as it was a win-win situation. When the dungeon obtained abundant resources, Nicholas could earn profits and improve his standing in the Merchant Alliance. He could also foster a good relationship with a dungeon lord. Otherwise, how could a baron vampire have tea and beat up other creatures with the dungeon lords? Don't say any more. My planned commerce blueprint is massive and cannot be accomplished by a teleport portal and a resident merchant. If you don't have other matters, please leave. My servants are very happy that you are here. I hope that you will also be happy with your stay and make my servants happy so that they would work harder, Sherlock said as he stood up and patted Nicholas' shoulders. Nicholas, don't be mistaken in not rejecting your cooperation. It's not personal. Neither am I looking down on you. As you know, keeping a dungeon is not easy. I have to take care of all areas. Numerous creatures are watching me. If I fail or have big news, they will publish everything. I tried to hide your visit to the dungeon, but they found out. I had to put in a lot of effort to placate them. Otherwise, we would not be able to do business. If I agree to let you set up a teleport portal, how do I answer to those creatures? How many notices will I have to post to placate them? Sherlock explained as he sent Nicholas out. While the gamers chatted non-stop, Sherlock added, I have high expectations of you. Though we cannot collaborate now, I believe in your talents and experience. We will definitely have a chance to work together. I believe in you, Nicholas. Sherlock closed the door of the main hall. Nicholas was feeling puzzled. He remained silent under the harsh gazes of the goblins before he muttered, Yais, boss. Chapter 32 End of Activity and Sludge Monster. Chapter 32 End of Activity and Sludge Monster. 3 days passed by very quickly. As Sherlock had an agreement with Nicholas, the merchant band was not allowed to wander, interact with the goblins, or ask questions. The merchant band loaded up more than 5,000 magic stones worth of adamantine ore on 3 carts, while Nicholas was burdened with lots of unanswered questions. Sherlock gave him a warm farewell. Baron Nicholas, you will always be welcome at Eternal Kingdom. As long as you abide by our trading agreement, you'll always be our guests. Sherlock accompanied them toward the exit to Winterfell. The gathered gamers also gave their warm farewell. I hope that there will be more goods in the next round. The small cloth bags sold out in 1 day, and there were not enough short bows. I only got a short sword. Those stitches are so grotesque. 3 days is too short. 10 days is more reasonable. Will this be a repeating event, maybe once a month? The gamers were chatting excitedly. Nicholas was now more or less used to their insane behavior. To Nicholas, the gamers were a bunch of nonsense-spouting creatures who slept readily on the ground. They were not fearful of superior creatures and were addicted to worthless metal coins. They were indeed insane. This could be a special trait of such a superior devil, the power to summon a group of insane goblins to develop his dungeon. I'm grateful to you for your hospitality. If you have time, do visit my Winterfell manor when I am on break from my business trips, Nicholas said earnestly. I'll pay you a visit when I have time. Sherlock smiled. Nicholas took out a basic materials list, a card and a teleport scroll and handed them over to Sherlock. I'll have to count on Lord Sherlock to deliver the basic materials to Winterfell. I just contacted my butler. He will be waiting at the teleport portal reception hall with his men. Just hand over the basic materials to him and he will complete the transportation. Sherlock was taken aback. He was puzzled by the 15 magic stones he had been given to arrange for his goblins to help transport with the basic materials. Sherlock had been thinking of how to transport the materials. Though there were a lot of materials, with the help of 50 gamers, his devil lord's dominance, and the promise of rich rewards, he thought there would be no problem for the gamers to transport the basic materials. Sherlock would have to work harder, like a teacher bringing the students out on a field trip. He recalled the fond memories in his school. The card. Sherlock looked at the card in his hand. On the card were the words, gift card. Nicholas smiled cordially and said, "The card is a small token of appreciation for Lord Sherlock's hospitality. It is a 1,000 magic stones gift card that can be used in any Merchant Alliance shop. It can be exchanged for 800 magic stones in other places." Sherlock understood Nicholas' intentions, but he felt embarrassed. This might not be appropriate. If I keep it and others learn of it, I'll have lots of explanations to do. Though he said that, his hand slipped the card into his pocket. I can understand Lord Sherlock's concern. 1,000 magic stones isn't a lot. An afternoon tea can cost a few hundred magic stones. This is merely a small gift to friends. It's not much. I'm honored to be friends with Lord Sherlock. Hearing Nicholas' sincere words, Sherlock pocketed the 1,000 magic stones pretentiously. Nicholas left. The farewell shouts of the gamers rang behind him. "Lassie, come back again." The 3-day beta testing activity was completed. The gamers had obtained items that were not available in Eternal Kingdom. Sherlock received 5,000 magic stones and a 1,000 magic stones gift card. He was well off again. Sherlock's workload had been reduced significantly. Originally, he had intended to bring the goblins like students on a field trip and have them carry the materials like hard laborers. Nicholas had solved the transportation problem by paying for the teleport portal. After dispersing the gathered gamers who were keen for more cutscenes, Sherlock had broadcast a maintenance announcement to shut down the revival system for 1 to 3 hours. He was going to help Nicholas transport the large quantities of materials to Winterfell and hand them over to Nicholas' butler. Next, he was going to Winterfell to buy the rest chambers beds and the short bow's arrows. The gamers had bartered with Nicholas for the short bows, but there had only been 30 complimentary arrows. There had also been no quivers, but fortunately, those who had managed to get the short bow were also able to get a small cloth bag. Sherlock had seen gamers complaining in the discussion forum about insufficient arrows. As a dungeon lord, he had to remedy and improve the situation. After the merchant band had left, the space intended for the gamers' rest chambers could be excavated again. It was about 80 complete and would take another 3 days to entirely complete. With them, the gamers would be able to return to their rest chambers to go offline instead of lying down on the ground. Sherlock had to do some planning to figure out how to encourage the gamers to go offline in the rest chambers. 20 days had elapsed since the beta testing started. If Sherlock did not know how to direct the gamers, then he would be a lousy dungeon lord. With Bruce's suggestion, it was not a huge problem. In Bruce's words, if we include a housing system, the gamers' happiness will skyrocket. They will be extremely excited about land and property. Even selling them a bed will have the same effect. Brew also made a maintenance announcement. The revival system will be having a 1 to 3 hour maintenance starting in half an hour. Lord Sherlock will leave the dungeon. Please take care of yourself and avoid risks. Sit while the maintenance. This is hilarious. Those gamers hunting for materials at the spider's lair entrance will explode with anger. What the heck? Why isn't there advance notice for maintenance? I've already formed an expedition to the spider's lair. What lousy planning, what a lousy company. Isn't that awful? D-men, the forum will explode with posts tonight. There's got to be better planning. Gamers will receive 200 reputation points and 100 bronze coins as compensation. Work, continue working. Hurry and carry the bricks. Who's selling spider silk? I need a bit more material to improve my equipment. Who has a short bow? What's the effect? Can I try it? Quick, Morose is starting the session. It's all right. I didn't say anything. Sherlock was relieved when he saw the gamers full of enthusiasm and without any complaints. Holding the teleport scroll, Sherlock went to the material storage location. He had restricted the area so that the gamers would not steal the materials. Sherlock opened the teleport scroll and was bathed in magical light. He used his marner to expand the radius to cover the piles of materials. Then, Sherlock vanished with the materials. In the next instant, Sherlock arrived at the Winterfell teleport portal reception hall with the materials. Sherlock used a large amount of marner for the teleport scroll and had arrived at the cargo teleport portal reception hall. Compared to the previous reception hall, the cargo hall was more rundown and more spacious. The size of the portal was larger and spaced further apart. The number of portals was significantly less. This was the Winterfell cargo terminal. A gnome with glasses stood by the portal. He held a book as he looked at the magical scale that indicated the weight of the materials brought by Sherlock. The gnome gave a list and a form to Sherlock. According to the cargo weight, we're collecting 10 magic stones for the processing fee. Here's your invoice. Surprised, Sherlock looked at the invoice. It was his first time delivering goods to Winterfell and his first time encountering the processing fee. Please wait a while. Are you Lord Sherlock? As Sherlock was hesitating whether to pay or to keep the goods as his own, a jelly-like thing walked over. It was a sludge monster in wet tuxedo. Chapter 33 Gamers New Troubles. Chapter 33 Gamers New Troubles. The sludge monster had a green body with translucent skin that showed the liquid and sticky mass inside. He was an underworld sludge monster, also known as a slime. The two names were used differently. Sludge monster was the ugly and realistic version, while slime was the cuter and more appealing one. The one in front of Sherlock wearing a wet tuxedo could only be called a sludge monster. Excuse me. Are you Lord Sherlock, Dungeon Lord of Eternal Kingdom? The sludge monster asked. There were no noticeable eyes on the sludge monster, but it had a mouth-like opening. Are you Baron Nicholas Butler? I'm handing the goods to you. Sherlock pointed to the pile of spider leg, spider silk, and other raw materials behind him. He handed the invoice to the sludge monster. A tentacle-like hand appeared from the sludge monster and stuck itself carefully on the invoice without wetting Sherlock's hand. The sludge monster said, Lord Sherlock, thank you for making this trip. Baron Nicholas is grateful to you and would like to offer you a lifetime 20% discount at his shop. What is your Baron's shop selling? Female accessories. Sherlock bade farewell to the hospitable butler and left the cargo terminal. He intended to buy some items. The beds had to be purchased at the carpenter shop. Sherlock had 5,000 magic stones and a gift card with 1,000 magic stones. He was quite well off now, so he could actually afford to take a look in almost all the shops. Sherlock chose a carpenter shop called Only Have More Expensive Stuff, and walked in. The carpenter shop was filled with a weird rotting smell, and the walls were hanging with twisted logs that were dripping black goo. There was an unstrung wooden bow on the table. Within the shop, a stone golem was sitting on a chair doing the accounting. When someone entered the shop, the stone golem stood up and went forward. "Welcome, welcome. What would you like to buy? Our new product, Solidar Star Fury, is a high-quality imitation that is almost like the original." Sherlock found the words familiar, but he had not entered the shop before. He said to the shopkeeper, "I'm not looking for bows and arrows. I'm ordering 100 beds." The shopkeeper made a quick calculation and said, 1,000 magic stones and free delivery. Sherlock felt that the price was acceptable. He was about to pay with his gift card when the stone golem said, "You look like a reputable devil lord. Are you buying new beds for your dungeon? A lot of dungeons are developing, and the demand for beds has spiked. It's normal for the price to increase. No worries, I suggest that you buy less beds. We have a discount package suitable for your noble dungeon lord status. Please take a look. Is it 100 years anniversary sale? Only 800 magic stones for a new carpenter shop promotion. Does it come with 10 beds and a carpenter at 100 magic stones per month? Does the carpenter know how to cook?" Sherlock asked as the stone golem took out a promotional flyer that said 100 years anniversary sale. The stone golem was stunned. How did you know?" Sherlock pondered. Rather than buying 100 beds, it was better to buy a carpenter shop with a 200 magic stones discount. However, the Eternal Kingdom did not have any wood resources. Even soil was scarce as the surroundings were made of diamond seam. After mining the hard, smelly and worthless diamond seam, a few pickaxes had been damaged. Sherlock was not sure if he could discover forest resources within a year of mining. Eternal Kingdom was a desolate dungeon with limited resources. Besides diamond seam, there was only diamond seam. The dungeon was close to the surface, so it was dangerous. The dungeon core had also been abandoned for many years, so Sherlock had been able to buy it at a low price. Finishing the flower bed and food storage and almost completing the gamer's rest chambers within 20 days was beyond Sherlock's expectations. Before buying the dungeon, Sherlock had various 100-year plans. What should I do? What should I choose? I'll order 100 beds and a carpenter shop package. I'll recruit a gourmet carpenter with excellent culinary skills. Previously, Sherlock had not had the luxury of choice due to poverty, but now all the options were available. The shopkeeper was shocked by Sherlock's decision. He had not expected the young dungeon lord to be that mature. He patted his chest and said, "Dungeon lord, don't worry. I'll recruit the carpenter with the best culinary skill." Sherlock was pleased and ordered 100 magic stones worth of arrows. He left his address so that the shopkeeper could arrange for the delivery of his purchases. The shopkeeper would be paying for the transportation fees. Once the arrangements were finalized, the shopkeeper contacted his workers to prepare the goods. Sherlock wanted to recruit a carpenter because he wanted the carpenter to replace Simber as the chef. Simber had to produce and improve equipment and prepare meals. It was a stressful job. With the harassment by the gamers, the number of Simber's counseling sessions with Sherlock had been increasing steadily. The gamers believed that Simber had a hidden mission, and they wanted to obtain the best sword from him. Simber was not one of the Otherworld's gamers. If the stress was too much and he was unhappy, he could leave. Sherlock had built close ties with Simber, and Simber had more or less gotten used to the gamers. If he left, the new blacksmith perhaps would not be able to endure the gamers' harassment. Sherlock wanted to see if there were other things to purchase. Before he proceeded, he heard Bruce's helpless voice. "Dungeon Lord, I think you should return to the dungeon. The gamers have met with trouble." Sherlock had left the dungeon with huge amounts of materials. The gamers were puzzled. Why had Nicholas not left with the materials? Nicholas had handed a few items to Shirley. What were those items? Where had Shirley gone with the materials? The questions made the gamers troubled, and they discussed them in the game and on the official forum. They concluded that it was a hidden plot. It had already been verified that Dungeon Eternal Kingdom had hidden plots. When the first expedition group had killed a spider, they had unlocked a hidden plot. Arthur and Not Wearing Pants had gone to Winterfell with Sherlock. Not Wearing Pants had posted on the discussion forum with pictures as proof. Had someone unlocked a hidden plot, it was highly probable perhaps the maintenance of the revival system was due to a hidden plot in which Shirley brought gamers to complete the plot. Who had unlocked the hidden plot? As the gamers were puzzling over this, someone ran back and shouted, "There's a boss in the spider's lair." Everyone ran over except for the small number of timid gamers and those who wanted to protect their own property. The gamers ran to the spider's lair where the gamers had previously fought the monsters for materials. The location was occupied by weird-looking monsters. Since the revival system was under maintenance, there were only two gamers fighting monsters. They were Arthur and Burning Chest Hair, who were both hanging on a beam. The group of monsters had large heads that looked like hellhounds. They had scaly skin that was a deep crimson color. The monsters were stronger than the gamers. There was a prominent brute in the midst of the monsters. He was twice the size of other monsters and was wielding a large exaggerated hammer. His mouth showed a pair of long fangs, and he had a set of large shiny blue armor. "Are those Houndhead men not wearing pants?" identified the monsters. The Houndhead men discovered the goblins and gathered around their leader in panic. The leader lifted his hammer and shouted strange commands. Then, those Houndhead men charged towards the gamers. Chapter 34 Main Plot and Sense of Mission. Chapter 34 Main Plot and Sense of Mission. The dungeon was filled with casualties. The gamers had just experienced a horrible battle. The gamers had been at the spider's lair entrance looking at the Houndhead men when they charged at the gamers. The gamers had been no match for the Houndhead men and fled. One gamer was hugging his severed leg. Another had his arm twisted as though his shoulder was hit by a blunt object. One more gamer lay motionless on the ground. His chest was caved in and he coughed blood incessantly. Other injured comrades were dragging a few dead gamers by their feet. The horrendous battle scene was filled with a thick stench of blood, but the gamers were still light-hearted. Who aggroed the boss, or was the boss generated by the system? Seems like Arthur aggroed the boss. I saw him fighting the spiders alone, and then the Houndhead men came out from the lair. I didn't expect their aggro radius to be that large. We were that far and yet they still charged at us. It's hilarious. It's not about the aggro radius. We can't get rid of their aggro. They are still lurking at the dungeon entrance. The boss of the Houndhead men signaled that he would hammer all the goblins. Our tactics were wrong and too chaotic. Instead of tackling the Houndhead men, we attacked the boss and got killed by his minions. I'm thinking of improving all my equipment, but they are at risk of being destroyed. I didn't attack the boss. I was fighting the minions and calling for help, but nobody came. I helped you with my short bow and used up all my arrows. Damn your arrows. You killed a lot of our comrades. Can't you brush up on your archery? Gamers with short bows will be blacklisted. They have killed too many of our comrades. 7 hours expedition route. Anyone interested? Ha ha, I can't take it. I'm going to die. I am mortally wounded, yet you made me laugh and vomit blood. Ha ha, sit I'm dead. The gamer twisted his head and lay in his pool of blood as he perished. Moros stood at the training grounds and observed the bloody scene in shock. He was a legendary gladiator who had assisted other dungeon lords, fought with huge dragons, sirens and grand priests, and witnessed the not wearing pants nonchalantly dying. But he had not seen such a bloody scene with tens of casualties where goblins could still be jovial. Simber knew that the goblins could be revived by Lord Sherlock, and he could accept that not wearing pants was not afraid of pain and death. However, he witnessed the dying goblins chatting casually and a goblin who laughed to death. He thought it was no longer about courage. Moro's passion as a gladiator was reignited. He wished that one day he would be like the fearless goblins. The dungeon core main hall was filled with Marner ripples, and the tall Lord Sherlock walked out from the main hall. Sherlock returned immediately after he heard the news from Brew and obtained the details on his way back. He had also been quickly discussing possible solutions with Brew. First, he had to chase away those houndhead men from the dungeon entrance. How could he do that by standing there? The houndhead men fled when Sherlock appeared. Inferior creatures like the hounded men had an instinctive fear of the superior devils. Sherlock did not have to exert his dominance since they had fled themselves. When the gamers saw that the hounded men had retreated, they became anxious. Oh, the boss escaped. Has the aggro been dropped? D-men, I was hoping to revive and challenge them if they were still loitering at the dungeon entrance. Now that they've retreated, it'll be hard to find them. Gosh, I had the same thoughts. Why didn't you say so before? You didn't say either. Sherlock ignored their chatter while he healed and revived the goblins. He let the goblins retrieve the corpses outside. Those goblins with missing corpses would recreate their new characters before returning. They would retain the skills that were etched in their souls. As long as they could use their bodies, there would be no problems. Sherlock made use of his time to heal and revive the dead goblins. After treating the goblins, he closed the tunnel leading to the spider's lair and had Brew announce another main plot. Dungeon Invaders. Protect Eternal Kingdom Dungeon. Mission summary: the evil hounded men tribe have appeared in the vicinity of Eternal Kingdom. They invaded Eternal Kingdom while Lord Sherlock was away for a short period of time. Though they retreated, it is possible they will invade again. Appealing to all brave citizens of Eternal Kingdom to protect our dungeon. Mission completion requirement: during the mission, all entrances and exits of the Eternal Kingdom will be closed. All gamers are to patrol the dungeon, starting in 1 hour. During the mission, goblins may accept construction missions and continue training skills. Mission reward: all gamers who accept the mission and remain online in the vicinity of Eternal Kingdom will receive 10 reputation points per minute. The gamers resumed carrying bricks, chatting and training. Nobody was surprised that the dungeon was sealed off. After Sherlock calmed the gamers down, he left the dungeon by himself. Using Marner to hide his presence, he advanced towards the direction that the hounded men had retreated. Before long, he discovered the hounded men at the spider's lair entrance. The regular hounded men surrounded a large hounded man with shiny armor and a huge hammer. That strong hounded man was their leader. They were from the spider's lair. Some hounded men tribes used the spider's lair as their base and coexisted with the spiders while protecting each other. Sherlock analyzed why the hounded men would station themselves at the spider's lair entrance. It was probably because the gamers had killed too many spiders or some other similar reason. He had to handle these invaders and prevent them from killing his servants. As Sherlock was about to eliminate the hounded men, Bruce said in his mind, "Lord Sherlock, I have a suggestion. Treat the hounded man as a boss. The gamers have been fighting with the spiders for a few days. The powerful hounded boss could be good entertainment and a challenge for the goblins. Isn't that great?" Bruce suggested. "We can announce it as the main plot, which will give gamers a sense of purpose, like saving the world." "Wait, isn't their sense of purpose already decided? It's to help me construct the greatest dungeon and serve the most powerful devil king for the rest of their lives. As a devil lord's servant, what has saving the world got to do with that?" Sherlock frowned as he asked. "You are right, but we have to be tactful. As life is hard, we have to give them hope and make them feel they are different. They need to feel like they are the chosen ones and that they came to this world for a purpose. As for the sense of purpose, we need to make it sound positive. You can add that onto the recruitment agreement," Bruce said as he conjured up the previously signed agreement in Sherlock's mind. "Dungeon Eternal Kingdom, Virtual Online Game Distribution Rights Agreement, 2019 Online Game Endorsement Certificate," and game disclaimers appeared in Sherlock's mind. Bruce highlighted the portions that needed to be more positive and progressive so that Sherlock could find them easily. Bruce said in a compassionate tone, "Besides these terms, the hope is that these gamers will be loyal to you forever. By introducing a main plot, it will more closely match the other words culture with a clear goal and a sense of achievement. Perhaps saving the world is too epic, but we can start with saving the dungeon. They will work harder this way. Believe me, Lord Sherlock." Sherlock felt that Bruce made sense. If the gamers left the dungeons, he would have to depend on his 100-year dungeon development plans. If he made the hounded man a boss and introduced a main plot, the gamers would enjoy the game and work harder. Sherlock had no issues as he had lots to gain from it. The more times they died, the harder they would work. The time they spent online would also be longer. Sherlock was pleased with it. To introduce the main plot, he had to think of a feasible storyline. Fortunately, Bruce made use of the other world's culture to complete the storyline and saved Sherlock a lot of effort. But then, Sherlock realized there was another problem. "Bruce, what name should I give to the hounded man boss?" Chapter 35 Chapter 1 Mission. Chapter 35 Chapter 1 Mission. The hounded men had appeared at the spider's lair entrance, attacked the gamers, and blockaded the dungeon entrance. This shocking event caused a chain reaction in the discussion forum. There was lots of speculation regarding the monster's invasion. In Not Wearing Pants' speculation about Monster's Invasion mission, he narrated the happenings and posted the details in Monster's Invasion, Protect the Eternal Kingdom dungeon. The gamers discussed this excitedly in the forum. Rhyme the game's bug must be the code monkey's fault. The game was not tested properly before being released. Let's kill the code monkey to appease the gods. Code monkey. Carefree flight. How can that be? The game has given out missions on the Monster's Invasion for full-time gamers. There must be a follow-up mission. This is most likely due to a hidden mission being unlocked. Alternatively, maybe the game planned the Monster's Invasion today. Peak of Aboriginal God. This possibility, I feel like it's a bug since the gamers were unable to fend off the creatures. It's not logical, and there was no warning of the invasion. There are notices in other games. Poor Otarku Dungeon Eternal Kingdom is not like other games. This is the first virtual reality online game using the game capsule. It mimics reality. Even the sensation of pain is simulated like reality. The gamers did not turn it on to torture themselves. The sudden invasion was in line with reality. Adorable eating stuff. It's no use discussing our heads off. Can we play OO? Sherlock returned to the dungeon after checking out the hounded men. He browsed the official forum and almost got addicted. Then, he stopped browsing and started editing his post. The Eternal Kingdom is a newly developed dungeon. Under the evil, cruel, unscrupulous, greedy and violent leadership of Lord Sherlock, the dungeon has thus far developed very quickly. However, the beautiful dungeon is now under a serious threat. The hidden underground hounded men have attacked Eternal Kingdom without warning. Citizens of the Eternal Kingdom, take up your weapons for the future and freedom of Eternal Kingdom. We shall fight for the evil, cruel, unscrupulous, greedy and violent Lord Sherlock. Lord Sherlock, may I share my opinion? When Sherlock finished editing the content, Brew hesitated before saying, could we shorten the adjectives? Maybe we can change evil, cruel, unscrupulous, greedy and violent to brilliant and brave Lord Sherlock. Sherlock muttered, am I boasting too much? No, no, no. How could you be boasting? They are the truth, but considering the other world's culture, they might not be used to so many adjectives. Brilliant and brave are most appropriate words to describe you. Sherlock removed some words and continued editing. Sherlock completed the main plot storyline with the assistance of Brew. After checking, he published it on the official website and discussion forum. In the dark unknown underworld, Eternal Kingdom is a newly developed dungeon. Under the brilliant and brave leadership of Sherlock, the dungeon has developed rapidly. However, the dungeon has encountered a serious threat. The Hounded Men tribe, which was hidden deep within the spider's lair, attacked Eternal Kingdom without warning. The Eternal Kingdom is under serious threat. There is no time to find out the cause. Citizens of the Eternal Kingdom, take up your weapons for the future and freedom of Eternal Kingdom. We shall fight for the brilliant and brave Lord Sherlock. Mission Title Chapter 1, Eternal Kingdom Dungeon. Leader of Hounded Men, Kramer. Mission Objective: take up your weapons for Lord Sherlock and Eternal Kingdom. Destroy the Hounded Men tribe and obtain the skull of their leader, Kramer. Reward: gamers who are involved in the battles will be given one of the 3 levels of reward based on battle performance. Bronze reward: gamers with ordinary contribution will receive 100 bronze coins and 100 reputation points. Silver reward: gamers with excellent contribution will receive 300 bronze coins and 300 reputation points. Gold reward: gamers with extraordinary contribution will receive a silver coin and 1,000 reputation points. Limited to 10 goblins. Mission hint: Kramer is the notorious leader of the Hounded Men and a demon in the memories of the underworld citizens. He is very strong and has the protection of the Hounded Men tribe. Please be fully prepared before forming an expedition group. Kramer fears Lord Sherlock's power, so he will not be close to Eternal Kingdom. Gamers can enter the safe area via the Eternal Kingdom. Kramer will attack goblins on sight. Monster Bestiary. Monster name: Hounded Man. Picture. Monster description: a commonly seen underworld creature with low intelligence and light phobia. They attack without provocation and often stay in the spider's lair. Level 05. Possible loot: damaged equipment. Note most of the loot can be exchanged for coins at the Dungeon Core main hall. Monster name Kramer Boss. Picture. Monster description: the notorious leader of the Houndhead Men, Kramer, is the nightmare of the Underworld citizens. Level Boss. Possible loot: equipment that requires appraisal. Note Kramer's loot requires appraisal that costs certain coins. You must have the required reputation to wield them. After checking, Sherlock published the notice. Brew announced the reward for the Houndhead Men leader, Kramer, via the system notice to all gamers. The monster bestiary was only available on the official forum and website. The gamers received Brew's mission when they were discussing where the Houndhead Men came from and whether there would be hidden missions. It's finally out. This mission description: is this a chain mission? Finally, is this a main plot mission? It's the first chapter. It must be the main plot mission. The first main plot mission is difficult. Isn't the first chapter main plot mission usually just a basic mission? This game has been hardcore for more than 2 days, and you are only complaining now that it's hard. What do we do? Shall we form expedition groups? We were just annihilated, and our equipment is incomplete. Let's carry bricks and prepare our equipment. I want to go. Bring me along. Make haste. Shall we discuss how to fight? The gamers discussed excitedly every day. The beater gamers had the advantage, and not wearing pants became the forum leader. After some heated discussion, everyone came to a conclusion: find out more about the enemy. Defeating the Houndhead Men was a difficult challenge. The leader, Kramer, wielded a large hammer. Even when the goblins were using shields, they were unable to withstand the blow from the hammer. The shield perhaps would not be damaged, but their arms would be shattered. With a second blow, the goblins would either be killed or maimed. Though the Houndhead Men were strong, they were not invincible. As long as the gamers continued to observe, they were confident they could come up with the appropriate tactics. When they had encountered the spiders, hadn't the spiders also felt invincible? Hadn't they triumphed over the spiders in the end? How could the game make the mission impossible to complete unless it was a system bug that made gamers unable to complete the mission? The gamers used their own ways to find out more about the enemy. Chapter 36 I have a bold idea. Chapter 36 I have a bold idea. Sherlock thought that after the mission announcement, the gamers would scream "wire" and charge towards the Houndhead Men. After being annihilated, they would carry bricks, train their skills, and purchase equipment before shouting "wire" and dying under the Houndhead Men's clubs again. After 10 to 20 cycles, the dungeon would expand to twice its size and the gamers would have defeated the Houndhead Men and received generous rewards. Perhaps the Houndhead Men would be frightened by the fearless goblins and retreat deep into the spider's lair. Sherlock already made plans to capture the Houndhead Men by using Marner if they escaped. Then the gamers could continue to challenge the Houndhead Men until they completed their main plot mission. He didn't expect that the main plot mission would bring him lots of trouble. It went like this. Simber, could you tell me about the Houndhead Men? It's that notorious leader of the Houndhead Men, Kramer, as a highly skilled blacksmith. Do you have rich adventuring experience from when you were young? Burning chest hair asked Simber casually as he handed his hiltless short sword to Simber to get it improved to level 4. He was being hunted by the Houndhead Men because of his Winterfell short sword, which he dropped at the spider's lair entrance. The short sword was now the prize of a Houndhead Man, who would be showing it off. Par. Simber broke the level 3 hiltless short sword viciously and threw the broken short sword into a furnace by the side before he said coldly, "Your sword's broken." "No. As burning chest hair howled in despair, Simber put away his hammer, extinguished the flame in the furnace, and closed down the blacksmith shop. Under the gazes of the other gamers, he walked towards the dungeon core main hall. Sherlock was planning the future development of the dungeon when he saw Simber walk in. Sherlock sat down, supported his chin with his hand, and asked, "Simber, were you harassed by the goblins again? I told you to ignore them. Soon they won't bother you." "Lord Sherlock, while I was forging, I casually mentioned that hounded men are low-intellect creatures. Within an hour, the goblins whose heads show strange green words gathered and asked me twice. Every time, they would ask the same question about the hounded men's leader, Kramer, the notorious leader who instilled fear in Underworld citizens since young." Simber was puffing with such anger that his beard flew up. He shouted furiously, "If I knew that one day I would be harassed by the goblins due to Kramer, I swear with the honor of my ancestors that I would have hammered Kramer when I was young." Sherlock watched the hot-tempered Simber and gave him a cup of bloody chrysanthemum before calming him. He said he would chide those pestering goblins and reminded Simber to ignore them. Once Simber had cooled down, Sherlock sent the angry dwarf out. This wasn't Simber's first complaint, but it was the first time Sherlock felt for him. This was because the gamers also pestered Sherlock. Within 2 hours of the announcement, tens of gamers tried to obtain information about Kramer from him. The gamers asked all the NPCs Simber, Morose, Little Fairy, and Sherlock. They asked again and again, "Do you know the hounded men? Do you know their leader, Kramer?" Simber was harassed for an hour because he uttered the words "hounded men are low-intellect creatures." Morose adhered strictly to Sherlock's suggestion and kept quiet on all topics other than combat skills, so he was spared the harassment. No matter what questions were posed to the little fairy, she would reply, "Even if I die and rot in the soil, I'll never help you evil devils." The gamers had new plans after they harassed the NPCs for 2 hours. 20 gamers stripped themselves of equipment and left all their metal coins in the dungeon. They asked other gamers to look after their belongings and set out wearing their initial shorts and shirts. Sherlock didn't understand what the gamers were doing as he used Marner to observe the unarmed gamers setting out. They ran to the spider's lair entrance and shouted "Warrior" as they charged at the hounded men. A massacre ensued. Some gamers were hammered to the ground, while others escaped to the safe zone, which was within Sherlock's radius of dominance. The hounded men hollered helplessly and left at that point. Sherlock thought that the surviving gamers would escape back to the dungeon. Instead, they held a short discussion at the safe zone before charging at the hounded men again. They were massacred. Sherlock saw the gamers fleeing all over before being hammered to death. The hounded men dragged most of the corpses back to the spider's lair, while some of the corpses became their food. A series of teleport portals appeared at the dungeon core main hall, and the gamers walked out. The Otherworld gamers made use of Sherlock's Marner to create new characters. What are they doing? Is that the Otherworld's way of playing games? Sherlock was puzzled. Although the gamers loved cruel and exciting battles, he didn't know they enjoyed being slaughtered while naked and defenseless. They are probing. Brew began to explain. This is one way to probe a boss in the Otherworld. When they have no strategy, they will fight numerous times with a boss to determine his skills, attack interval, and his movement patterns before designing a combat strategy. For example, in World of Warcraft, Online Swordsman 3, and Final Fantasy gamers would use probing to discover the weaknesses of a boss. Using this method, they could defeat superior opponents. Sherlock didn't understand completely, but he got the gist of it. The gamers make use of repeated battles to familiarize themselves with their opponents before coming up with a combat strategy. Lord Sherlock, you seemed prejudiced against the Otherworld's gamers. In the Otherworld, they have aliases such as Fourth Calamity, Terrifying Apeman, and Invincible Kicking Man. This isn't the first time they used such methods. When they couldn't defeat the spiders, they familiarized themselves with combat skills before defeating spiders by using teamwork. It's the same principle with the Hounded Men, Bruce said. Sherlock witnessed the teamwork of the gamers when they fought the spiders, but he attributed their success to Morrow's combat training. After Bruce's explanation, the gamers' capabilities were beyond his expectation. Sherlock initially treated the goblins like hard laborers. He opened up the spider's lair for the gamers to train their combat skills and provide an entertainment outlet for them. Though the gamers had to work hard carrying bricks, they had a chance to relax. The other dungeons had similar entertainment outlets, but the normal goblins preferred watching performances, wrestling, and playing with mud. The Otherworld goblins preferred adventure. Sherlock thought that there wasn't much of a difference, though the adventurous goblins saved him considerable magic stones. As long as they worked hard and didn't cost Sherlock many magic stones, he was nonchalant about their entertainment preferences. Sherlock didn't see the goblins as warriors, but as cheap laborers that he could exploit. He could also enjoy their interesting discussions on the official website and discussion forum. The goblins were able to proactively gather information and find out about their opponents using combat before devising a combat strategy. Most importantly, they had unlimited revivals. Sherlock gazed at the naked revived gamers who were wearing their clothes and joking at the same time. "Brew, I have a bold idea," Sherlock said. Chapter 37 Baiting Kramer. Chapter 37 Baiting Kramer. Sherlock initially wanted the gamers to construct basic and productive buildings. If they could discover valuable ores such as magic stones, then he could use the magic stones to buy other dungeon cores to upgrade his dungeon. With the upgrade of the dungeon core, he could recruit higher-level servants, as goblins were mere laborers and couldn't become warriors. Goblins were weak and had low intelligence, but the intelligence of the Otherworld's gamers was much higher than normal goblins. In addition, they could revive infinitely. Sherlock had a bold idea. "Brew, I have a bold idea," Sherlock said. "Lord Sherlock, you've finally understood," Brew said excitedly. "You intend to form an army from the gamers and attack other dungeons. I prepared a comprehensive battle plan. Though our dungeon core can only recruit goblins, we can make use of various missions to strengthen the gamers. Then we can locate a dungeon as our target and set up a teleport portal outside it. Using the unlimited revivals of the gamers, we can let the gamers attack the targeted dungeon tirelessly. With sufficient mana from Lord Sherlock, we will be able to conquer the dungeon. When we use this method to obtain other dungeon cores, I will be able to upgrade and recruit more and stronger underworld creatures. Our power will snowball, and we can then take over the entire underworld, perhaps even the spiritual world. After that, we conquer the surface world. At that point, I would become the only dungeon core, while Lord Sherlock would become the most powerful Devil King." Brew spoke excitedly. In his description, a rosy future unraveled like a scroll painting. Sherlock didn't respond to Brew's fantasy. He asked calmly, "How long were you abandoned?" "I was abandoned for 10,000 years, Lord Sherlock." "You just woke me half a month ago," Brew replied respectfully. "That's why. If I were a devil 10,000 years back, I would be excited hearing your plan, but times have changed, Brew," Sherlock said. The age of conquering dungeons without reason has passed. Now is an ordered underworld society. Let's not talk about the difficulties of conquering a dungeon. The devils have to go through 90 years of voluntary education, so each of the dungeon lords could potentially be my classmate, senior, or junior. As for conquering or destroying the entire world, only ancient devils would have such goals. The new generation devils aren't interested. Sherlock smiled as though he recalled something funny before speaking again. The teachers in school told me that if a creature lived in agony since birth, then the suffering inflicted by a devil wouldn't be significant. The creature would die, and the soul would return to the spiritual world and have nothing to do with the devil. If the creatures were addicted to bliss and then inflicted with tragedy, however, their souls would be the most delicious as they suffer in pain while reminiscing about their previous bliss. The magic stones formed from their souls would be the most expensive. Sherlock smiled after explaining. Devils are not flesh destroyers, but manipulators of the heart. The difficulty of your goal is much greater, Brew said smilingly. He then said, "Since I didn't guess your bold idea, can you tell me your bold idea? I feel I'm a genius." Sherlock felt extremely excited as he rubbed his hands and said, "Didn't you say that the goblins can defeat superior opponents after repeated battles, experience, and revivals?" Sherlock clapped his hands and said, "I can make use of the gamers to earn money by registering them as gladiators and letting them fight. Think about it. Their opponents are orcs, werewolves, and stitches, which are very strong underworld creatures, while I only have weak goblins. I let them fight superior creatures in the gladiator arena, and the bets would be against the goblins. After being killed 10 times, if they accumulate enough experience, I'll bet in the goblins' favor once they can defeat the superior creatures. I'll have a windfall once they win." "Lord Sherlock, didn't your 90 years of voluntary education teach you not to touch gambling the way you're squeezing those gamers? Are you a devil?" Brew pondered before asking. "That's correct. I'm a superior devil." Sherlock's idea was bold. He didn't have much money. Even if he registered those gamers as gladiators and bet in their favor, how many rounds of losses could he bear before he could win back the money? If he lost too many times, even if he won once, he couldn't recoup his losses. Of course, the gamers had to be as remarkable as Brew had said. While Sherlock and Brew were chatting, the gamers outside had put on their armor and gathered for a discussion. How is it? What did you find out? How is the skill of the boss? How are the skills of the minions? What do you expect? We only fought once. We discovered that the aggro of the minions isn't linked to the leader, Kramer. We could bait the Houndhead warriors far away without the leader's notice. Isn't that the same as fighting the spiders? Yes. Could we use the same tactics as we did for the spiders to fight the Houndhead men? Bait a few to kill them bit by bit. We could try. I feel it's feasible. A few of us could pull Kramer's aggro, while another group with short bows could take care of the minions. Stand far away. After killing a few minions, we could retreat a distance. They have 20 to 30 men, and it would take us a few waves to eliminate them. When Kramer is the only one left, we'll stack on top of the leader and kill him. This method is feasible. The most difficult is Kramer. A hammer for each goblin. That's totally unreasonable. Wait, are you sure this game has an aggro system? Should have. If not, why did the Houndhead men chase us all the way when we fought the spiders? Didn't they attack the closest goblin? I feel that we can try this method. Those Houndhead men blockaded our paths, so we can't fight the spiders to obtain our materials. Yes, let's settle the Houndhead men. After completing the main plot mission, we can get rewards. I'm waiting to obtain my materials. I haven't improved my equipment. After they had finished their discussion and finalized their tactics, they formed different teams from 50 gamers. 20 gamers brought shields, as they had to pull Kramer's aggro and be cannon fodder. Besides shields, they left their belongings in the dungeon for safekeeping by other gamers. As the number of beater gamers was small and there was no storage system, the gamers helped to safekeep each other's belongings. 5 gamers were armed with short bows, and they were responsible for eliminating the main force of the Hounded Men. The rest of the gamers were fully equipped and were tasked to protect the archers. When the archers depleted their arrows, the fully equipped gamers would become the main fighting force. Those who went in the expedition were either not fully equipped or not confident in the tactics. They only wanted to carry bricks and earn money peacefully. After assigning their tasks, the 50 gamers set out merrily. Sherlock was interested to know if their new tactics would be effective, so he used his Marner to observe the expedition. The 50 gamers arrived at the Hounded Men's campsite and reiterated their tasks and combat tactics. Then the shield bearers went forward. The 5 archers readied their arrows on the bowstrings as they prepared anxiously. They waited for the shield bearers to bait Kramer before releasing their volley at the Hounded warriors. Time was up, but how were they going to pull Kramer's aggro? The shield-bearer peasant shouted, "I'll bait Kramer." Then he walked out without hesitation. The distant Hounded Men noticed peasant when he suddenly shouted, "Grandsons." Chapter 38 Cannon Fodder for Baking Kramer. Chapter 38 Cannon Fodder for Baking Kramer. The Hounded Men's leader was a homegrown Hounded warrior in the spider's lair. Since he climbed out from the egg, his head was larger than other Hounded Men. As he grew older, his head grew bigger, and he became the new leader of the Hounded Men. He inherited the best hammer and armor from the old leader and led the tribe to live peacefully in the spider's lair. The spiders were in charge of hunting, while the Hounded Men ate the remnants of the spider's food or the sickly old spiders like the normal Hounded Men. Until one day, a group of insane goblins came to the spider's lair. The insane goblins got themselves slaughtered, and their bodies became food for the spiders. Even the Hounded Men, who had strict control of their population, obtained sumptuous meals. The leader of the Hounded Men produced 2 nests of eggs. When they were preparing to receive new members into their tribe, problems cropped up. It wasn't known when these goblins started hunting spiders, but they hunted spiders in the day, at night, and even while everyone was sleeping. When the spiders dwindled, the goblins ventured deeper into the lair. The leader of the Hounded Men felt that the spiders would be wiped out at this rate, and his tribe wouldn't have a stable supply of food. He led his elite warriors and charged out. The goblins had formed their legion and waited at the entrance of the spider's lair for battle. This was a warrior's honor, the tribe's honor. Kramer charged at the goblins without hesitation. He led his warriors and crushed the goblins. Then the Hounded Men retrieved the goblins' weapons and armor as loot. Victory belonged to the Hounded Men. If Kramer hadn't detected a powerful creature nearby, he would have led his warriors to flatten the goblins' home. After obtaining victory, the tribe's most knowledgeable Hounded elder, who was the only one proficient in the Underworld language, carried out a victory ritual for them. As they were appeasing the gods, the goblins came again, this time naked. They charged like mad dogs that were to be slaughtered. Kramer treated the goblins as offerings for the gods. The goblins were fearful. and they offered their lives to plead for mercy so that their tribe could continue to survive. Oh, those pathetic goblins. After a few major battles, the Houndhead Elder grandly announced, "The goblins yielded. They feared you and called you Kramer." According to the Houndhead Elder, Kramer meant the most terrifying existence. Kramer believed it. Since then, the entire tribe started calling his new name Kramer. He would have his name etched in the tribe's history. The brave leader Kramer. Then the goblins came again, and one of them shouted, "Grandsons." Kramer didn't understand the common underworld language, so he looked at the Houndhead Elder at the side. He wasn't sure what the goblins were doing. Were they offering their lives to appease the gods? The Houndhead Elder pondered and said, "That's a compliment. He is singing praises of our leader. They are fully armed, so they are looking for a grand battle." Kramer was starting to be fond of these goblins, and he wouldn't turn away from battles. He lifted his hammer and charged. He crushed the goblin who praised him and hammered an adjacent goblin, who flew to the side. The goblin's chest armor was severely dented, and he vomited blood as he shouted, "Demon, my armor's broken. I have to spend money to fix my armor." Kramer didn't understand the goblin, and thought the goblin was praising him again. Kramer defeated goblin after goblin before they started to retreat. They dragged their comrades' corpses and fled quickly. Kramer wanted to pursue them, but he felt a powerful presence and stopped. Kramer turned his head and was about to bring his tribe back when he noticed his warriors having serious casualties. Some were shot to the ground by arrows, while others were slashed to death. Though the Houndhead men achieved victory, they paid a heavy price. Kramer understood that they were honorable sacrifices. Their souls would be warmly received by the ancestors, while their bodies were to be baptized by fire and made into meals. On the second day, the goblins returned with a vengeance. Kramer was as valiant as before, but his warriors suffered casualties. The goblins retreated once again after sustaining 50 casualties. Kramer felt that something wasn't right. Why were there endless goblins to be killed? Who were their mothers? Why were they so reproductive? The situation was looking bleak for the Houndhead men. Kramer looked at the dismal number of warriors and the Houndhead Elder for an answer. The Elder muttered, "We have achieved grand victory and should shift our tribe deeper into the spider's lair." Kramer thought it was reasonable and wanted to lead the remaining warriors deep into the spider's lair. However, he discovered that the spider's lair entrance was covered by a magical barrier, and they were unable to go through. As Kramer looked for ways to break through the barrier, those goblins, who seemed to multiply endlessly, came back again. Kramer grasped his hammer tightly as he looked fearlessly at his prey. Sherlock was excited by the relentless combat willpower of the goblins, whom he was going to make use of to earn money, attack other dungeons, and complete his assigned missions. He found no reason to let the Houndhead men move deeper into the spider's lair. Sherlock set up a magical barrier at the spider's lair entrance so that the Houndhead men couldn't escape into the spider's lair. They could only loiter at the entrance. The gamers achieved certain success, and the forum named this method of baiting monster cannon fodder's monster baiting method. Within 3 days, they had carried out 4 suicidal battles that caused a severe weakening of the Houndhead men. Kramer was the only one left at the spider's lair entrance. They even organized a battle just to retrieve their dropped weapons and equipment. Not Wearing Pants calculated in detail the price the gamers paid over the 3 days in the forum. It included the casualties in each battle, repair fees of the equipment, damage of equipment during battle, and the replacement costs for irreparable equipment. The rough estimate was about 50,000 bronze coins. The battles wiped out all the savings of the 100-beater gamers. It caused the price of coins to hyperinflate, and even rich gamers were unwilling to pay for bronze coins. Sherlock also discovered that gamers who had never carried bricks, such as Arthur, Burning Chest Hair, and Sylvarnus, started to carry bricks diligently. The dungeon's development accelerated once again. Sherlock was pleased to see the gamers working hard day and night. While the gamers were carrying bricks diligently, the construction of the carpenter workshop commenced. Winterfell's only have more expensive stuff carpenter shop had great efficiency. Within a day, the carpenter workshop was completed, and a cartload of short bow arrows was delivered to the dungeon core entrance. The carpenter workshop was nicely constructed with complete facilities like a cooking stove, big pot, crucible, spoon, seasoning stick, spatula, and even a complete set of condiments. The carpenter hadn't arrived, as it would take some time to find the carpenter with the best culinary skill. The stone golem from the only have more expensive stuff carpenter shop said that the carpenter would arrive in a week. Sherlock wasn't in a hurry, as it would only be another 2 days. Though it was tough on Simber, it would only be 2 more days before someone shared his burden. The beater gamers launched their final attack on Kramer. As the beater gamer representative, not wearing pants published on the discussion forum, it was a post called Leader of Hounded Men, Kramer, Attack Plan. Within an hour, the post garnered numerous clicks and replies. Sherlock took a look at the post that showed pictures of Kramer swinging his hammer, as well as a far shot of the leader. Kramer looked valiant in the pictures. Sherlock started reading the detailed contents. Chapter 39 Gamers Combat Strategy. Chapter 39 Gamers Combat Strategy. Greetings everyone, in not wearing pants. The last post recorded our losses and casualties for the past few days. Our battles were horrendous. But the price we paid was worthwhile. We eliminated all the Hounded men protecting Kramer. Just as we speculated, those Hounded men don't revive. When we were fighting the spiders, we discovered that the spiders at the entrance dwindled and had to venture deeper into the lair to find more spiders. Someone said that the dead spiders wouldn't revive and that we could possibly make the spiders extinct. The game has blown away our expectations. It's not merely fighting monsters and earning money and equipment continuously like traditional games. The gamer's actions affect the game's progression, such as killing spiders until extinction. Every boss is also unique. If that's the case, my liver is going to hurt a lot. If I'm not online for an hour, I could miss important plots in the game. The game is immersive, and we, the beater gamers, feel as if Dungeon Eternal Kingdom is our second life. After singing so many praises of the game, I'm going to discuss the strategy for defeating the boss. After several rounds of probing, we determined Kramer's attack behavior and methods. When facing a solo opponent, he uses his hammer to crush his opponent. When surrounded by enemies, he uses a sweeping attack. His other attacks include leg kicks, biting, headbutting, elbow strikes, and ramming. As the damage is limited, they won't be explained in detail. The most serious threat is his hammer. Whether it's crushing or sweeping, once you are hit, you will be maimed. If the hammer hits critical areas like the head or chest, it's instant death. The hammer attack radius is 2 meters, and there is no way to dodge. Don't be greedy for damage. Engage for a while and then retreat. Close combat is extremely disadvantageous for us, but we have no choice. We have our archers inflicting damage on our own comrades otherwise. We have to race against time. Before all of us die, we have to push the boss to the ground. We could also choose to let him die by attrition. We discovered that Kramer doesn't heal after battle, and that is logical. As gamers with a code of honor, we wish to defeat him honorably, but when it comes to a crunch, we'll treat him. In order to defeat Kramer, we intend to mobilize all of our 70 warriors, which will be grouped into the tank team and 2 damage teams. The tank team is like a punching bag to absorb the most casualties, while the damage teams will attack from all directions. At every interval, the damage teams will slash once and then retreat according to the combat strategy illustration. Combat strategy illustration. Kramer has full body armor, and the attacks are useless against the armor. Besides the armor, he has scales for protection. Damage was reduced against areas with scales, but at least there was an effect. That's all. Well, set off now. Wish us luck, OD. 12-winged fury dragon. Why do the hounded men have scales? Bachelor hound. Though they are called hounded men, they are basically lizards that are like dragons. Icy fire. That is correct. In many games, the hounded men were designed to hatch from eggs. Snow reflection. Did you consider having 10s of you hold down Kramer's hands and legs while decapitating him? Dim waning moon. Gosh, the previous commenter is a genius. Nuclear beard. This common brawling method could be effective. You see, shock unit. This is shocking. The previous commenter. Do you normally decapitate the head when brawling? WW. Quanchan priest. Could you fight the boss this way? If you can't defeat him, try this method. Okay, promise me. Sword Saint Zierhauern. I am curious about the game's physics engine. Yamashita sect. What engine? This game is a virtual reality online game with new technology. As Sherlock browsed the excited replies in the forum, the 70 gamers formed their teams and set off. The remaining gamers, who were unable to fight, also followed behind. As this was their first boss and a main plot mission boss, nobody wanted to miss this expedition. Besides, there were no rules to prevent viewing from the side. What if there were hidden plots or missions? Besides a few gamers who went offlane, all of the gamers set off noisily towards Kramer, who was all alone by himself. Only Sherlock, Simmer, the little fairy, Morose, and gamer Reindeer were left in the dungeon. Reindeer was watering the flower bed. This gamer planted many flowers that were gathered from outside. Sherlock didn't know the names, but the pollen and petals were food for the little fairy. Isn't this life connoisseur gamer going to attack boss? Sherlock looked at Reindeer, who was busy in the flower bed, and asked Brew. Life connoisseur gamers aren't interested in combat and equipment. If Lord Sherlock could come up with some life equipment like fishing poles, they would work harder, Brew said. This gamer would carry bricks, exchange for food, and pay other gamers bronze coins to bring other seeds from outside to plant them. Only a few flowers managed to survive. Sherlock nodded after listening to Brew and ignored the life connoisseur gamer. He returned to the dungeon core main hall and used his Marner to observe the gamers fight with Kramer. Sherlock looked forward to their battle. Chapter 40R Goblins. Chapter 40R Goblins. Kramer had no escape route. Surrounding him were sacred corpses of his tribe. He stood alone as he faced the marching goblin legion. Kramer gazed at the goblins. 1, 2, 3, 4. Forget it. There were countless goblins. Kramer grasped his hammer tightly. He wouldn't die today, as these weak goblins would perish. Kramer roared as he charged at the goblins, who split their formation. They were chatting jovially, and the formation was disorganized. These were goblins, after all, the lowliest and most foolish creatures. A goblin with a name Peasant shouted, engaging Kramer. Get ready, 1, 2, 3, grandson. That goblin charged towards Kramer. Kramer didn't understand what the goblin was shouting about, but he recognized the last word. It was praise for Kramer. Kramer wanted to give this goblin a quick death. He lifted his hammer and crushed down with all his might. Whoosh! The goblin, peasant, and his shield were crushed. He didn't last long and was flattened. Next tank, get ready to sacrifice. Don't panic, we have only started engaging the boss fight according to the plan. The goblins chattered noisily, and Kramer was vexed by their buzzing. Kramer felt someone slashing his knee. He lowered his head and saw a short goblin with the name Burning Chest Hair stabbing his knee, which was protected by scales, so he didn't suffer much damage. He wanted to crush Burning Chest Hair with his hammer, but the goblin rolled away and landed face up. Then the goblin scrambled hastily out of Kramer's attack perimeter. Shoot, thank goodness I'm agile. The boss glared at me just now. I thought I was dead, Burning Chest Hair shouted. Kramer was confused by the goblin's rolling action and didn't notice a goblin stabbing his knee from behind. Kramer turned his body and saw a goblin with a name Not Wearing Pants rolling on the ground like Burning Chest Hair. Kramer wasn't confused this time. He swung his hammer and crushed Not Wearing Pants. Our team leader is dead. Our commander bites the dust. Gosh, that's a horrible death. That's hilarious. We've dealt minimal damage, but our leader is already dead. It's normal when fighting a boss. Don't panic. We can still continue. Those not fighting can help to bring the corpses back for revival. Let the revived gamers come back. Hurry. Quick, pull the boss away, change to another location. How do we extract the corpses? The goblins were shouting non-stop, which made Kramer even more vexed. The goblins moved quickly to the other side, and Kramer thought they were fleeing. These goblins were shameful. How could Kramer let these dishonorable goblins escape? He wielded his hammer and pursued. His speed was faster, and he hammered as he gave chase. Soon, he ran to the opposite side of the spider's lair entrance. The goblins stopped in their tracks, and a goblin charged with his shield as he shouted "Wire!" Kramer swung his hammer when he felt a stab on his back. He turned to see Burning Chest Hair rolling out of his attack perimeter. Kramer felt damage being inflicted to him from the sides. Kramer roared impatiently. A goblin charged forward with his shield. Kramer focused his frustration on the hammer and swung it down viciously. That goblin didn't even manage to scream as he was crushed into silence. Kramer noticed a shadow flicker as a goblin squirmed under his arm and stabbed his knee. Kramer roared in pain. I feel that I almost brought down the boss. I'm awesome, Burning Chest Hair said proudly. His body was full of dust after rolling on the ground. Other goblins, who were armed with shields, stabbed Kramer's sides to attract his attention, but Kramer was only focused on Burning Chest Hair, that ugly goblin. Kramer charged at Burning Chest Hair with his hammer, ignoring the other goblins. SHT-1. Chest Hair, run out. Point him quickly. Grandson. DMNU. The group of goblins surrounded Kramer and hollered and slashed at his knee, but Kramer ignored them. After ramming a group of goblins, Kramer charged at Burning Chest Hair with his hammer. Burning Chest Hair turned to run, but how could he outrun Kramer? Kramer ignored the insane goblins' attacks on his sides. He bolted to the front of Burning Chest Hair and grasped Burning Chest Hair's neck. Then he slammed Burning Chest Hair repeatedly on the ground. After slamming him 10 times, Kramer's anger was exhausted and he felt better. Gosh, is that a boss skill or a berserk attack? I don't know. Don't worry, continue to inflict damage. The gamers surrounded Kramer and attacked. Kramer swept his hammer and flung the goblins far away. Those who survived were maimed. Kramer roared again, but he vomited blood. His back was stabbed by a short sword. The goblin called Arthur charged and stabbed him in the gap between armor plates while Kramer was swinging his hammer. Arthur abandoned his sword, jumped down, and fled. Kramer roared furiously and pursued, but his speed was compromised due to his back injury. The gamers were invigorated by the success of Arthur. They raised their weapons and shouted as they charged at Kramer. Kramer had an ominous feeling. Seeing more goblins gathering at his side, he feared this was his last breath. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was worried that his 2 nests of eggs wouldn't be properly cared for. Thinking of his tribe deep within the spider's lair, Kramer believed they would take care of themselves and his children. Kramer was never fearful. Kramer raised up his hammer and roared as he smashed down on the goblins. Kramer chuckled as he fought the foolish goblins to the death. Chapter 41 Reward Distribution. Chapter 41 Reward Distribution. Mission Title Chapter 1 Eternal Kingdom Dungeon. Leader of the Hounded Men, Kramer completed. Obtaining reward. When Kramer's huge body collapsed with a loud thud in a pool of its own blood, an information cue flashed before all the participating gamers. Even Reindeer, who didn't fight, had a reward because they carried a few rounds of bricks. Sherlock welcomed pro-life gamers like Reindeer who cultivated flowers, looked blankly at the soil, and carried bricks. He also welcomed other gamers who sought excitement at the risk of death. To Sherlock, although their suicidal feats were pathetic, their diligent work in constructing the dungeon was impressive. After killing Kramer, the gamers dragged their dead comrades and Kramer's corpse back to the dungeon. Sherlock didn't observe the gamers any longer. Instead, he left the dungeon core and looked for Simber. According to Brew, after defeating the boss, the goblins had to be awarded equipment and huge amounts of money. Sherlock's main plot mission had large amounts of reputation points and money as rewards, but it was lacking in equipment rewards. Sherlock wouldn't visit Winterfell to buy good equipment for the gamers. Aside from the diamond seam, Eternal Kingdom also had adamantine ore. Diamond seam was the lowest grade ore, so it didn't produce quality weapons. Adamantine was good, but before upgrading the blacksmith shop, there was no way to refine it. Moreover, adamantine had great magical conductivity, and it would be a waste to use it for weapons and armor. Sherlock wanted to keep the adamantine ore for making an alchemist platform or a teleport portal foundation. Otherwise, he could sell it for a good price. What about the equipment? Sherlock had thought of a good solution. Kramer's armor and hammer were very good candidates. Sherlock didn't feel any mana ripples on Kramer's equipment, so they were made of high-quality ores. Sherlock couldn't identify the quality, but he had no issues giving them out as a reward. The huge size of the armor and hammer weren't suitable for the gamers, but Simber could modify them. Sherlock looked for Simber because of this. I understand Lord Sherlock's intention. As for how many sets of goblin equipment I can make, it depends on the equipment size and material, Simber said after hearing Sherlock's request. After informing Simber, Sherlock heard Brew suggest, Lord Sherlock, I have a suggestion regarding the boss reward. Kramer's equipment is much stronger than our diamond seam equipment. Its requirement could be set at reputation level 2 and its quality set as superior. But there's a big problem: equipment loss after death. Is that an issue to make them work hard? I have to squeeze them dry of their coins so that they have to work to earn money to buy equipment. When they lose equipment after death, they have to work harder. If they have what they won't work hard. Sherlock looked at the nearby Simber preparing meals and said, What motivates Simber to prepare meals and forge besides sleeping? Does only work. Is it because of love responsibility? No, it's being poor. Poverty is a huge motivator for diligence. Hence, most of the gamers are kept poor to make them work hard. Lord Sherlock, you are right, and it has truth to it, but do consider this. While the gamers are working hard, we have to provide entertainment and ensure their happiness. They are already having a tough and unfair life in their world. In this world, if they lose their hard-earned boss reward due to death, that penalty would be too cruel. Bruce said, the diamond seam weapons can be bought and coins can be earned, but if lost, unique equipment will be gone forever. A lot of gamers would stop playing and end their master-servant relationship. Even if they don't escape the dungeon, it would cause the gamers to fight over the unique equipment. I think Lord Sherlock wouldn't want such things to happen. The consequences sound serious. Sherlock nodded and said, so, your suggestion is to make the unique weapons not easily lost, is that correct? That's correct, Lord Sherlock. You can use me to bind the equipment and gamers together, like soul binding. Other gamers will then be unable to use the equipment, so they won't fight among themselves to obtain the equipment. Devils who are adept in contracts could achieve this as well. We can make equipment that won't be easily lost. This will improve the gamers' sense of belonging to Eternal Kingdom, elevate their mood, and cause them to work extremely hard in the dungeon. You make sense. Though it will consume my mana to bind the equipment and gamers, if they work hard to carry bricks, I think it's worthwhile. Sherlock nodded. As for making equipment that won't be easily lost, I can spend some money to buy small items for a dual teleport spell. One would be put in the dungeon and the other imprinted on the equipment. When doing the soul binding, I can do an explanation for the agreement, and that would prevent the equipment from being lost after the gamers perish. That's great, Lord Sherlock. If you do that, we will be able to announce the game upgrade patch on the official website and give notice of this new equipment capability. The gamers will be overjoyed by your grand design. Bruce spoke as though he was making a solemn vow. Sherlock wasn't looking forward to the gamers' joy. He was concerned about whether the gamers would work hard without pay and supervision. To obtain such an effect, he had to let the gamers yearn for metal coins and reputation points, especially metal coins. He had to keep them poor so that they would work hard to earn money while feeling happy. Sherlock would be very pleased. Sherlock thought of a good idea to achieve his goal of becoming the greatest devil king and building the grandest dungeon. Brew, since I will be spending effort and mana for this unique equipment, I would like to make a profit from it. Using the game upgrade announcement, I thought of a good way to obtain their metal coins. Lord Sherlock's intention is, well, hold a full service auction of the equipment, then I'll impose a 30 tax. The remaining bronze coins will be equally distributed to the gamers who participated in the battle. Brew remained silent for a while and understood Sherlock's intention. Lord Sherlock, are you a devil? Yes, a superior devil. The gamers happily brought back Kramer's corpse to the dungeon. They stripped him of all items, which included an unfinished steak, tattered underwear, nail files, mysterious lipstick, and a Hounded Mistress novel and other trash. Why were they called trash? Because Lord Sherlock said so. The most valuable items were Kramer's armor and huge hammer. Even the gamers knew they were awesome equipment. This was because their attacks weren't able to damage the armor's defenses and because the hammer could easily crush their diamond seam armor. The gamers placed the weapon and armor in front of Sherlock as they looked in anticipation at the great devil lord who would be appraising the equipment. They were expecting their rewards for defeating the boss. The gamers escorted Sherlock to Simber's blacksmith shop. Simber looked at the equipment and gave an okay hand gesture as he said, "This is a weapon made of mithril. I can produce 2 sets of armor and weapons suitable for goblins, but I need a day. What weapons should I make? Should I start now, Lord Sherlock?" The gamers broke into wild chatters. "Gosh, the reward isn't instantly made. It's so real. I thought it would be like opening a treasure chest. Can I choose my own weapon? I want a green dragon crescent blade." "Forget about it. This weapon isn't for you. The rich will have paid for it. With such good equipment, the rich won't dare step outside the dungeon. Ha-ha. The equipment will be lost if one dies." "I think it might be like that." Sherlock exerted his dominance to silence the chatting goblins and gestured for Simber to wait for a while. As Simber stared wide-eyed, Sherlock opened up his cloak and spoke loudly. "My loyal citizens of Eternal Kingdom, your bravery shocked the entire underworld. The notorious and feared Kramer will no longer threaten us. To reward your excellent feats, I, Dungeon Lord Sherlock, shall reward you handsomely." After Sherlock finished his passionate speech, Brew announced a full service notice. Details of the reward will be published on the official website and discussion forum. Before the gamers had the chance to cheer, Simber crushed Kramer's head like a mosaic with his hammer. He blew his beard and shouted, "Demon, so you're Kramer." Chapter 42 The New Carpenter. Chapter 42 The New Carpenter. After Sherlock placated the hot-tempered Simber, he dispersed the gamers. The gamers continued their discussions while dispersing. "Simber is a hidden expert. His hammer is awesome. We couldn't slash past Kramer's scales. If we knew Simber was that awesome, we could have tried getting him to fight the boss. We could try the next time. I wonder if Simber has hit points. His hammer looks more powerful than Kramer's." "Your thoughts are dangerous, bro," the gamers joked as they left. With Simber's crushing of Kramer, he was relieved of anger. Simber couldn't understand the goblins and wasn't interested in their chatter. He had been in the dungeon for a month and was used to the gamers' insanity. No matter what the gamers said, he was nonchalant. Did you see Simber's aggro? Could there be a hidden plot? I only asked about Kramer, and he glared at me. It's not that simple. I'll ask him daily to see if I can unravel the hidden plot." Peasant smiled merrily as he spoke. Simber lifted his hammer and was about to smash Peasant's skull when Sherlock stopped him and consoled him. "Old Smith, forget it. Don't hold it against them. I'll teach them a lesson later." Sherlock returned to the dungeon core main hall and started editing the reward distribution and the explanation of the unique equipment with the help of Brew. As he was editing, Brew said, "Lord Sherlock, someone would like to transport some goods to Eternal Kingdom. Shall I allow them entry?" Sherlock thought that it was his purchase of 100 beds and 10 complimentary beds. The beds required some time to produce and were to be delivered with a carpenter. Sherlock nodded, thinking that his purchase and carpenter had arrived. A large teleport portal opened up in the dungeon core main hall as stone golems brought in the 110 beds that occupied the front of the main hall. The gamers had gathered to watch. Some gamers tried to create trouble but were restrained by Sherlock's dominance. To the gamers, it was like a plot animation. If they got too close, they wouldn't be able to move. They stood there and chatted wildly, not knowing what was happening. Once the beds were all brought in, a black-bearded dwarf walked out and surveyed the surrounding goblins as if he was looking for someone. He looked at Sherlock, who came out from the dungeon core main hall. "Respectable Lord Sherlock, I've heard your name while I was in Winterfell. Mufarser, your new carpenter. This is our 3-month contract." The black-eyed dwarf, Mufarser, handed a contract to Sherlock. The content of the contract was similar to Simber's. The only differences were the name and the occupation. "Wow, new NPC, why do I feel like his name is taking advantage of the blacksmith? Perhaps we unraveled a plot after defeating Kramer. It's a possibility." Mufarser looked uncomfortable with so many goblins surrounding him and chatting wildly. Sherlock didn't sign the contract. Instead, he took Mufarser to the blacksmith shop and said, "Welcome, welcome. The Eternal Kingdom is different from other dungeons. You might want to take note of certain things. I'll introduce a senior to you. He can show you the ropes." Though Mufarser was a black-eyed dwarf, he was an introverted dwarf. Soon they arrived at the blacksmith shop. As Sherlock was about to speak, Simber put down his hammer and walked with open arms towards Mufarser. Cousin, Mufarser, you've come. Cousin, Simber." Mufarser went forward excitedly while the gamers chatted wildly. "What's that? Mufarser and Simber are cousins. Does this infringe on copyright?" "I doubt so. They aren't lions but black-eyed dwarves." "It's excellent. The creator of the NPC's names is a genius." Sherlock wasn't concerned about the names but about their cousin relationship. Simber once said that his cousin was a blacksmith and that he intended to recommend him to Eternal Kingdom. Could Mufarser be a blacksmith? The jump from blacksmith to carpenter seemed a bit too much. "Lord Sherlock, he's the cousin that I recommended. His skills are excellent, by the way. What's your profession?" Simber twisted his head and asked Mufarser. "Carpenter," Mufarser answered excitedly. "Correct. My cousin's carpentry is excellent," Simber said proudly. Mufarser took out a certificate that said New Weston Advanced Chef Certificate. Sherlock examined the certificate, but it couldn't change the fact that Mufarser could have switched from blacksmith to carpenter recently. "Mufarser, I welcome you to Eternal Kingdom. I'm not suspecting your carpentry skills, as this certificate shows you are a certified carpenter. I don't have wood resources in the short term, so I'm giving you a month of probation. If your skills are good, I'll give you the actual work rate. You'll need to do your job as a carpenter within the probation period. Simber will bring you to the food storage room to take a look, and the goblins will help you carry the food materials daily." Sherlock corrected the contract to include the probation period. The rate for probation was 30 magic stones. After that, it was 100 magic stones. "No problem, Lord Sherlock." Mufarser signed his name on the contract without hesitation. Sherlock also signed his name. They shook their hands and sealed their contract. Simber brought Mufarser to tour the Eternal Kingdom and advised him on the things to take note of. Some gamers dispersed, while a few gamers followed Simber and Mufarser to see if there were other plots. With Simber taking care of Mufarser, Sherlock was relieved. He had to prepare the contents of new upgrades and make arrangements for the new beds. Chapter 43 version 0.02 Update Log. Chapter 43 version 0.02 Update Log. The beds had to be placed in the rest chambers. Sherlock intended to follow the common dungeon arrangements and have rows and rows of beds for the gamers to rest. According to Brew, this was a good chance to earn large amounts of coins. How could he miss it? After Sherlock talked with Brew about the arrangements of the beds in the rest chambers, boss rewards, and the equipment binding issues, he edited his latest updates. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom version 0.02 Update Log. Dungeon Eternal Kingdom version 0.02 is officially updated. The new contents are online. Added new boss reward distribution. After the gamers defeated the boss, they handed over the loot to Lord Sherlock to appraise. The loot will be exhibited for a day before being auctioned. Gamers can use the auction interface at 12 o'clock to bid for each individual item. There will be a 30% tax on the final bid price. The proceeds will be distributed to those gamers who defeated Kramer according to their contributions. Refer to the official distribution ratio. Added new equipment characteristic, legendary quality. Some appraised equipment can have legendary quality. Added new function. Soul-binding legendary and higher quality equipment can be soul-bound by Lord Sherlock after paying certain fees. The fees are charged according to equipment reputation level. After soul-binding, only the owner can use the equipment. Soul-bound equipment can be exchanged for reputation points with Lord Sherlock. The equipment will then be auctioned and the proceeds distributed to the gamers. Added new function, equipment insurance. Worried that you will lose your favorite equipment after death after a month of hard work by the game producer? A new function, equipment insurance, is being introduced. Legendary and higher quality equipment, which is soulbound, can be insured by Lord Sherlock for a fee within the perimeter of the dungeon. If the gamer perishes, the insured equipment will return to the designated location. Added new area. Resource warehouse for storing diamond seam ore, beds and other resources. The new area is not open to the public, and those without assigned missions cannot enter. Added new area. Equipment warehouse used for storing equipment produced in Eternal Kingdom. The new area is not open to the public, and those without assigned missions cannot enter. Added new function. Housing system. Gamers can pay 10 silver coins to purchase 2 square meters of private land in the rest chambers. Owners are to set up their own walls, doors, and locks. The doors and locks can be obtained from Simber for a fee. Building materials, such as diamond seam bricks, can be exchanged with reputation and coins at the dungeon car main hall. Added new furniture. Bed. Gamers with private land can purchase a 1.5 square meters bed from Lord Sherlock for a silver coin. The bed is to be placed in private land. Everyone is limited to 1 bed. Gamers sleeping on the bed receive 100 energy restoration rate, reduced hunger pangs, and maintain the dignity of a goblin. Added new carpenter. Mufarser, a carpenter from Winterfell. He's a black-iron dwarf with excellent carpentry skills. He has a new Weston Advanced Chef certificate and is the cousin of Simber. He's currently on probation. Added new building. Carpenter workshop. Please do not enter the carpenter workshop casually and do not steal the property within. Offenders will be put on a blacklist and will not receive help from the NPC. Added new dungeon construction missions. Gamers will be assigned to construct Mufarser's private rest chamber. Please do not enter the NPC's rest chamber or steal his property. Offenders will be put on a blacklist and will not receive help from the NPC. Sherlock checked the contents before publishing the updates. Once the Dungeon Eternal Kingdom version 0.02 update log was published, the effect on the discussion forum was like a nuclear detonation. Within a minute, the clicks breached 10,000 times. Sherlock was shocked. Could there be more than 10,000 users on the forum? Even the replies were increasing exponentially. Sky Pimp Dragon Throne. Inoffensive updates again. The producers are efficient. Equipment metal front row, squeeze a bit. This is the first time that I'm close. I'm excited. Durex Dreamscape. I knew Mufarser and Simber were cousins the first time I saw them. selling dried tofu in destitution. Wait for a scaffaced dwarf with a barbaric hammer. 6. Dorn blacksmith Simber, carpenter Mufarser, complete with Timon, Pumbar, and Sorabi. Bald monster. Wait, does everyone feel that all the updates require fees? Quanshan priest. Am I the only one to think the bed effects puzzling? The damage rating is improved after sleeping. The design is too sloppy. Killer 33. Am I the only one to mind the faults of this auction function? What about the poor gamers? Pominar. Think about it. Will you become stronger without paying? Lost feeling. We are slaves to house mortgage. In reality, are we going to be mortgage slaves in the game as well? UN 0. After seeing the update content, I feel my liver hardening. Round bamboo. I don't know if beta gamers are also Minecraft gamers. I'm curious how they are going to build grand palaces in an area of 2 square meters. Witness the Emperor with prostitute. I feel the equipment auction will cost the rich gamers lots of money. May all lovers become brothers and sisters. You are exaggerating. There aren't many rich gamers. When it's an open beta, then the real rich gamers will have a field day. Well, just cheer with 666. Sherlock sat in the chair, pressing F5 and clicking the mouse as he read the posts happily. He was reading the gamers' feedback. The beta gamers got news of the updates, and the reaction was the inflation of the bronze coins. All the updates required money, especially silver coins. 1 silver coin was equivalent to 1,000 bronze coins. Carrying bricks for half a day only earned 100 bronze coins. Rich gamers like not wearing pants, Arthur, and burning chest hair shouted at the training ground as they accumulated bronze coins at high prices. Poor gamers carried bricks diligently. A bronze coin was inflated from 510 renminbi to 50 renminbi. A few gamers sold their bronze coins at high prices, while some gamers tried to accumulate them at low prices or carried bricks diligently to earn and stockpile bronze coins. The rich gamers didn't shout for long before they joined the rest to carry bricks. Everyone carried bricks diligently and excavated Sherlock's designated space. Some gamers even took up missions to transport goods like Oz and beds to the warehouse. Sherlock thought that the gamers would buy private land and beds, but he waited for half a day in vain. All the gamers were stockpiling bronze coins with the intention to sell them during the auction. At that time, the rich gamers would have the fiercest bidding, and the bronze coins would cost the most. Sherlock understood their intentions. Unless they were in need of money, normal gamers would stockpile the bronze coins. There were only 100 beta gamers. How many gamers were in serious need of money? Sherlock was able to relax for a while. Sherlock placed his hands behind his back and walked by the hasty gamers, who were either mining or carrying bricks. He walked towards the blacksmith shop. The gamers glanced at Sherlock before they continued their tasks. Sherlock was pleased that his plan was a success. If only the gamers would work this hard daily. Sherlock felt his goal was a step closer. While the gamers were busy, the black-eyed dwarves were busy forging a mithril weapon, which was smelted from Kramer's armor and hammer. Why was a carpenter forging a weapon? This wasn't a big deal in the Underworld. How could a blacksmith who couldn't prepare meals be a good carpenter? Chapter 44 Legendary Equipment and a Letter. Chapter 44 Legendary Equipment and a Letter. The black-eyed dwarves hammered noisily, and they completed the first mithril longsword. Good materials produced quality weapons. Sherlock held the mithril sword in his hand and felt that it was 2 levels above the diamond seam sword and had greater damage. But to Sherlock, it was still trash. 3 sets of armor and 3 weapons were forged. To increase weapon variety and entertainment value, Sherlock decided on a longsword, single-handed hammer, and a dagger after discussing with Simber. The armor was made of the same materials, but the designs were different. Forging the mithril equipment required a day, and Sherlock was demanding detailed work. Otherwise, Simber would have completed the equipment long ago after a few hammerings. Sherlock decided to return to the dungeon core main hall and browse the discussion forum instead of watching the forging process. The gamers didn't buy private land or beds, and the loot from Kramer wasn't auctioned. The price of bronze coins inflated as everyone stockpiled them to sell during the auction. Sherlock didn't expect to be less busy after announcing the update logs. Lord Sherlock. Sherlock lifted his head to look outside the dungeon core main hall. Simber and Mufasa brought the 3 weapons and sets of armor and were waiting outside the hall. Sherlock looked at the forum's time. It was 3 a.m. on the 10th of April 2019. That late, Sherlock was surprised. He felt he didn't read many posts, but time sped by. The gamers were still working diligently outside. Were there that many gamers online? Sherlock was astonished. Normally, there were about 10 gamers online at this time. Lord Sherlock, Simber shouted outside again. The gamers also started gathering outside. Sherlock didn't want them to slow down their work pace just to see a plot animation. Sherlock opened up the dungeon core main hall and let the 2 dwarves inside. Mufasa looked a bit lost as he felt that there were many abnormalities that he needed more time to get used to. Sherlock took the mithril equipment, and the 2 dwarves left. Simber hugged Mufasa as they chatted happily on their way out. The gamers watched both of them enter their own houses. Sherlock examined the equipment carefully. With Brew's help, he completed the remarks on the equipment information panel. After that, he placed the equipment information at the dungeon core main hall entrance. A group of gamers was outside watching. Kramer's single-handed longsword, purple legendary equipment. Damage 030. Weight 20. Durability 10. Forger blacksmith Simber, carpenter Mufasa. Item description: the sword was forged from the notorious Kramer's mithril equipment. The sword body was infused with a Houndhead men's battle cries. Exchange requirement: Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Reputation Level 3 Reputation Points of 30,000. Equipment inscription: waiting to be inscribed. Owner can inscribe it. Kramer's single-handed hammer, purple legendary equipment. Damage 035. Weight 25. Durability 10. Forger blacksmith Simber, carpenter Mufasa. Item description: even the handle is made of mithril. Exchange requirement: Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Reputation Level 3 Reputation Points of 30,000. Equipment inscription: waiting to be inscribed. Owner can inscribe it. Kramer's dagger, purple legendary equipment. Damage 025. Weight 10. Durability 10. Forger blacksmith Simber, carpenter Mufasa. Item description: it is a short, sharp, and well-made dagger. It has an attack speed multiplier. Exchange requirement: Dungeon Eternal Kingdom Reputation Level 3 Reputation Points of 30,000. Equipment inscription: waiting to be inscribed. Owner can inscribe it. The designs of the 3 weapons were very cool, especially with the words Kramer. The gamers were in awe. Kramer, who was the leader of the Houndhead men, had killed and tortured many gamers. But no matter how powerful he was, he had been subdued. Besides the weapon, there were 3 sets of armor, including a breastplate, plate, leggings, and a helmet. Leader's breastplate, purple legendary equipment. Defense 50. Weight 20. Durability 10. Forger blacksmith Simber, carpenter Mufasa. Equipment description used to be Kramer's armor. It has the smell of the hounded men. Required reputation dungeon eternal kingdom reputation level 3 reputation points of 30,000. Equipment inscription waiting to be inscribed Ona can inscribe it. Leader's plate leggings purple legendary equipment. Defense 20. Weight 5. Durability 10. Forger blacksmith simber carpenter mufarcer. Equipment description used to be part of Kramer's armor. It has the hounded men's feet stench. Required reputation dungeon eternal kingdom reputation level 3 reputation points of 30,000. Equipment inscription waiting to be inscribed Ona can inscribe it. Leader's helmet purple legendary equipment. Defense 30. Weight 10. Durability 10. Forger blacksmith simber carpenter mufarcer. Equipment description it is like becoming the king of the hounded men. Required reputation dungeon eternal kingdom reputation level 3 reputation points of 30,000. Equipment inscription waiting to be inscribed Ona can inscribe it. When the attributes of the 6 pieces of legendary equipment were displayed, the gamers exploded with excitement. Each of the weapons is stronger than our normal weapons by 5 times. The attributes are unreasonably high. I feel that it shouldn't be called purple legendary equipment. It should be called purple rich equipment. If the 3 pieces of armor were used together, one would be invincible. The cumulative defenses are 100 points. What's the equipment inscription? A lot of online games have this concept that allows equipment to be inscribed. I'll inscribe it with regular script. Don't think about it. Well, work hard to buy a pigeon cage and dream about it. The 2 square meters of private land is slightly larger than the pigeon cage. Horrible, this dog plan is inhumane. There's no limit on the purchases. Let's see how the rich gamers fare. Those who don't want their lives could also try. Accumulating bronze coins 100 renminbi for a bronze coin. The gamers shouted to buy bronze coins, but there were no responses, so they dispersed to carry bricks. There were only 100 gamers, and the number was too small to support the market that was dominated by the rich gamers. Sherlock wanted to return to browse the forum and see the gamers' comments and feedback on his plans. However, Bruce said, "Lord Sherlock, there's a letter for you from Winterfell. Send it over." Sherlock was puzzled, having no idea who sent him the letter. A group of crimson flames appeared at the dungeon core, and a letter was spat out by the flames. It flew steadily to Sherlock as the flames vanished. Sherlock received the letter that had a seal depicting a devil holding a trident and a skull. Sherlock didn't recognize this symbol, but it was obvious that it belonged to a clan or organization. Sherlock opened the letter and saw familiar handwriting. Respectable Eternal Kingdom Devil Lord Sherlock. Winterfell would like to provide a one-stop service to Northern Dungeon Lords, and also provide a platform for mass learning and networking. We are honored to inform you that after recommendations from both merchants, don't have the most expensive stuff and only have more expensive stuff, who are both a part of the Merchant Alliance, you have obtained a novice category entry coupon to attend the Dungeon Lords Experience Sharing Conference organized by Winterfell. The conference will be held 5 days later. The conference provides the following but is not limited to location design, construction, manpower and talents, contracts and legality, merchant bans and routes, future planning, entrepreneurship and marketing, loans and mortgages, and other one-stop comprehensive services. We hope that they will help accelerate the development of your dungeon. All purchases enjoy a 15% discount. You will enjoy free fruit platters and a buffet dinner. With this letter, you will also enjoy free Beetleman valet service. If you are using the extended Beetleman, please kindly inform us beforehand, to prevent the conference from becoming the battlefield of the dungeon lords. Each dungeon lord can only bring along 3 servants. We hope that you can understand. Winterfell looks forward to your presence, Winterfell. Sherlock examined the back of the letter and found the words, Lord Sherlock, please bring along 5 magic stones to pay the special talent intermediary fees that you have owed for half a month. Evelyn. Chapter 45 Announcement of Hidden Mission. Chapter 45 Announcement of Hidden Mission. After reading the letter, Sherlock put it away and asked, Brew, what do you think? Lord Sherlock, I think this is a good thing, Brew said. For manpower, with a large number of gamers as our foundation, our dungeon's development is faster than most dungeons. If I could level up in the future, then I could recruit more gamers. For special talents like blacksmiths and carpenters, we can recruit from Winterfell. Talents in the production of magical items, alchemy, enchantments, and precious stones are not easy to find. It might be a good idea to take a look at the Dungeon Lords Conference for experience sharing. Sherlock said, there are also loan and mortgage services that are worth a look. Since Lord Sherlock has decided to attend the conference, you will need a new suit to represent our dungeon. Sherlock looked at his own clothes, and they were indeed old. And we need a wild beetleman, as Lord Sherlock can't possibly walk to Winterfell. We also need 3 presentable servants. If Lord Sherlock wishes to gain financial assistance, I feel that we have to be presentable and look progressive. Brew's suggestion was good. Sherlock had more than 4,000 magic stones, so buying a nice suit wasn't a problem. Buying a beetleman was difficult, but it could be rented. The most difficult task was to find the 3 presentable servants. If he didn't bring along servants, he would look bad. When going on a trip, he would need servants to help him carry his suitcase, get a pen for him if he needed to sign a contract, polish his shoes when they were dusty, and carry his trousers while he visited the bathroom. He could be nonchalant while in the dungeon, but when he was on a trip, he had to take note of these details in case other creatures mistook him for a pauper who wouldn't be welcomed anywhere. As for the 3 presentable servants, he had blacksmith Simber, carpenter Mufarser, and skills trainer Moros, but Sherlock didn't believe that they had a lot of experience or exposure. The name of the conference was awe-inspiring and indicated a grand event in which there would be rich creatures throwing parties and such. His 3 servants would be dumbstruck, so Sherlock was doubtful that they could be presentable. The fearless gamers who would do anything to complete their missions might not be a bad idea. Sherlock decided to choose 3 servants from the gamers. After 5 days, the gamers with the 3 highest reputation points would accompany him to the conference. Of course, they would be bound by a mission during the trip to prevent the curious gamers from wandering around. Choosing the top 3 gamers was to encourage them to work harder so that Eternal Kingdom would be one step closer to his grand vision. Sherlock created a new mission to recruit the 3 servants on the official website and discussion forum, and Brew announced a full-service mission notice. Hidden Mission, Winterfell Dungeon Lords Experience Sharing Conference. After Eternal Kingdom defeated the notorious leader of the Hounded Men, Kramer, we caught the attention of Winterfell. Winterfell cordially invited Lord Sherlock to the Winterfell Dungeon Lords Experience Sharing Conference that will commence in 5 days. Mission Objective: Lord Sherlock will choose the gamers with the top 3 reputation points as servants who will accompany Lord Sherlock and serve him at all times. Please note that the selected gamers will represent Eternal Kingdom and should exhibit a good servant's behavior. Mission restriction: gamers in the mission should not leave Lord Sherlock or talk loudly or touch other objects indiscriminately. Otherwise, the reward will be forfeited. Other restrictions apply according to what Lord Sherlock indicates. Reward: the selected gamers will receive free tuxedos. After successful completion of the mission, each gamer will receive 3 silver coins and 3,000 reputation points. After Sherlock posted the new mission on the discussion forum, his post dominated the front page again. The online gamers worked even harder in the dungeon. Sherlock wasn't in a hurry to buy his new suit and rent his Beetleman. He would go shopping with the selected gamers on the 5th day. For now, he browsed the discussion forum and enjoyed the praise heaped on his dungeon. A bum with no feelings. The world view exposition: Winterfell is mentioned again, and there are other dungeons interesting. Will there be more starting points? 3,000 feet waterfall. Will there be player versus player elements? If only there are such elements. For the tribe. Not an H-cup lowly for the alliance. Chiffon prattle for Noko. Sunayan mo. I only care about when there will be new races, and when the second beater is. Pure feelings by the breeze. When are they starting the new races? In Atarku are they opening up the attacking of dungeons? It would be a waste not to attack dungeons. Okay with attacking either NPCs or gamers. Blue-White, why are you so impatient? It's now in beta testing. The producers are serious and sincere. The designer is a genius. The game will definitely have such features on account of my bootlicking. Can I be awarded the beta gamer status? Peasant who is the bootlicker above singing praises of this lousy game design because of the brainless design. My hard-earned money is gone, and my liver is hardening with the current hidden mission. I have to work my liver extra hard if not for the immersive experience, the dramatic setbacks, and the ultra-realism. I would have destroyed the gaming capsule. End of story. I am going to carry more bricks. Electric Train. When is the open beta? I am looking forward to playing it. I feel like dying every day I go without playing it. I could also observe the previous beta gamer. Eulogy: observing beta gamers. After Sherlock browsed the comments in the forum, which were mostly people pleading to join the beta testing, he was very pleased. His dungeon was popular, and the reputation was very good in the other world. Closing his announcement post, Sherlock skimmed other superficial topics on the forum, such as Shirley's photo book, dungeon's new control point, and blacksmith Simber X Carpenter Mufarser, which he wasn't interested in. As for Lord Sherlock is handsome, analysis of Lord Sherlock's behavior today, and when is information on Lord Sherlock's game tidbits shown, he was pleased to see them. When Sherlock saw some Eternal Kingdom designs look like German company Realmforge Studios' dungeon series, he asked curiously, "Brew, what is the dungeon series in the other world? Why is Lord Sherlock suddenly interested in the Otherworld's games?" Brew asked, puzzled. "I'm curious why the Otherworld's dungeon looks similar to Eternal Kingdom. I feel I should investigate," Sherlock said. "Please wait a while," Brew said, and Sherlock saw QQ Whirlwind software opening up on the computer and downloading the compressed file dungeon series game compressed pack, unlock code 4396. The download was fast, and before long, it was completed. With Brew's help, Sherlock decompressed the file, installed it, and started the game. Chapter 46 New System. Chapter 46 New System. Lord Sherlock, it's time. What, the surface adventurers are arriving. I haven't finished constructing my treasure vault. Sherlock's fingers clicked quickly, and the computer mouse was moved frantically. No, Lord Sherlock, I'm not referring to the game. It's time for the equipment auction. Sherlock was shocked. What a day has passed. Sherlock looked at the time, and Kramer's loot had been exhibited for a day. It was almost 12 in the afternoon and time for the auction. Sherlock didn't expect time to pass that fast. The gamers gathered outside the dungeon core main hall to await the start of the auction. The bid prices wouldn't be shouted by the gamers. Instead, Brew would become the bidding system and collect the gamers' bids. Within 10 minutes, the 6 loot items would be auctioned simultaneously to the highest bidders. The gamers gathered outside the main hall to see who was going to win the bids. The attributes of Kramer's loot were superior to the current Diamond Seam equipment, and the loot had legendary status and unique designs. It would be impressive to own the loot which could be soulbound and insured. The most important factor was that the loot was one of a kind, just like Kramer. There wouldn't be a second Kramer in the Underworld. In this auction, the gamers would expend their month's earnings from doing missions and exchanging for materials. There would be a 30 tax, and the proceeds would be distributed according to individual contributions in defeating Kramer. The contributions of the gamers were decided by Brew, and he would reward them accordingly. Hence, Sherlock wouldn't be involved. With that many chatting gamers gathered outside the main hall, it was like a noisy market. Though Mufarser had been in the dungeon for 2 days, he still wasn't used to the insane and incredible gamers. "Cousin, why aren't they working? Why are they chatting outside the main hall? Isn't Lord Sherlock going to dismiss them?" Mufarser held a soup ladle while Simber placed some clay in the soup pot. The food would be sold at a high price to the gamers after it was prepared. Lord Sherlock won't dismiss them. Chatting while gathering is one of their pastimes. Remember, no matter what the goblins do, don't be surprised, Blacksmith Simber said nonchalantly. Mufarser needed more time to get used to Eternal Kingdom. Meanwhile, the auction had reached its climax. There was only a minute left. The bids for the 6 items were about 200 to 400 bronze coins, and they came from some unknown gamers. The gamers who wanted the items would only bid at the last moment. When the countdown started, the bids of the 6 items jumped from hundreds to tens of thousands. Within 30 seconds, the bids of every item breached 20,000 bronze coins and continued to increase by the thousands. In the last 10 seconds, the bids of the items stabilized at around 30,000 bronze coins. In the last 3 seconds, the bids increased exponentially. During the process, the gamers were shouting excitedly, "Gosh, it's breaking records. What's the deal? A piece of online game equipment is being sold for tens of thousands of renminbi. Did the rich gamers accumulate all the game coins? If it's that expensive with only 100 beta gamers, what's going to happen when it's in open beta? It's a windfall. I'm going to set up a workplace to play the game and earn coins during the open beta. I'm not going to work anymore." While the gamers were chatting, the 6 items were sold at around 40,000 bronze coins. The auction results were already known before the auction. In 100 beta gamers, only 5 were contenders: Arthur, not wearing pants, burning chest hair, Sylvaners, and Sakuranami, a cat demon. They were the richest beta gamers, and they each obtained an item. The last item, the breastplate, was bought by Arthur, who spent a total of close to 100,000 bronze coins. The gamers were complaining about the generosity of the rich gamers and how they were blinded. Under the envious gazes of the gamers, the rich gamers received their bid items. Not wearing pants immediately shouted, "Who wants plate leggings renminbi transaction?" Tens of nearby gamers started bidding. A new auction had started. Sherlock didn't bother with not wearing pants and how he was going to profit from the auction. He didn't care how rich the gamers were in the other world. He was pondering practical issues. The total proceeds were about 60,000 bronze coins, and most of the bronze coins were inscribed with a 100 number, which indicated a worth of 100 bronze coins. The rest were silver coins. The coins created a small hill in front of Sherlock, giving him a headache. There were only 100 goblins, and in less than a month there were that many coins. In the future, there would be a second beater and third beater. According to Brew, 8 billion gamers were waiting. Not all 8 billion gamers could come in, as the dungeon cause infrastructure couldn't cope with the capacity. The dungeon core had to level up to recruit more creatures. After adding more creatures, the metal coins usage would increase greatly. It wasn't like Sherlock couldn't afford the metal coins, but he felt it was troublesome. Sherlock was going to use these coins to lure the surface adventurers and capture them for magic stones. If the gamers monopolized the coins, then his plan would be wrecked. Sherlock looked at his magic stone card and pondered. Brew, could you come up with a banking system? What Brew was surprised. Like the magic stone card, money could be transferred during a transaction. The magic stones could then be withdrawn as required, Sherlock said. If the gamers carry the coins around, they will suffer great losses if they die. In the future, with tens of thousands of gamers, how many coins will I have to prepare? Indeed, if we don't solve this issue, then we'll need a large warehouse to store these coins. The gamers have already accumulated that much wealth within a month. If the number of gamers increases, they will have even more wealth, Brew said. Lord Sherlock, though I have a heavy workload, I'll work overtime to create this banking system. I'll need more Marner for support. Problems that could be solved with Marner weren't problems. Brew made use of his time to create the banking system. The earlier the banking system was online, the better the gamers' experience. The most important thing was to save money for Sherlock. The coins for the 100 gamers cost him 10 magic stones. If there were tens of thousands of gamers, how much would it cost? The gamers gathered around the rich gamers and received the proceeds of the auction. Sherlock used most of his Marner to charge Brew so that he could develop the banking system. Sherlock then opened up his computer and muttered, "I'll play for half an hour." The time for the Dungeon Lord Experience Sharing Conference had arrived. Within 3 days, Sherlock had been called to heal and revive the gamers. Some gamers also wanted to buy private land and beds. The gamers didn't relax after the auction. To be selected for the hidden mission, they did their missions diligently, hunting spiders, exchanging materials, and earning reputation points. Casualties were unavoidable. Sherlock was irritated by the interruptions as he was researching the dungeon game. Sherlock swore he wanted to find a revival magician, but later he decided not to. The salary was an issue, and he had to find a person he trusted. How could he spend the money just to play a game? Sherlock was an ambitious devil lord. How could he neglect his goal for the game? What was the game he didn't like it? Lord Sherlock, it seems like you conquered the dungeon. You did it twice. Brew congratulated Sherlock. It's just a game. Have you selected the servants that will accompany me to the conference? Sherlock sipped his thick tea gracefully and asked. They have been selected, Lord Sherlock, Brew said. The 3 goblins were waiting excitedly for Sherlock. We can set off now. Chapter 47 Wild Beetleman. Chapter 47 Wild Beetleman. The 3 selected gamers with the highest reputation points were not wearing pants, Arthur and Sylvanus. The other gamers were disappointed since they had worked very hard for the selection. Sherlock perked himself up and admired himself in the mirror provided by the dungeon core. After affirming his dominance, he walked out of the main hall. The 3 selected gamers were already waiting. Not Wearing Pants said to Arthur, "To complete this hidden mission, I cancel the date with my girlfriend. I wonder how long it will take." Arthur remained silent. He was wearing the normal diamond seam armor and wielding a short sword. He said without any emotion, "I don't know." Arthur didn't use the auctioned armor or sword. The other gamers also did the same, handing their equipment to Sherlock for safekeeping. Not Wearing Pants sold his plate leggings to burn-in chest hair, while the other winning bidders sought soul binding and insurance for their legendary items. Sherlock planned to purchase all the required items in Winterfell. He couldn't possibly use a teleport scroll to travel to Winterfell just for the 6 legendary items. Sherlock didn't tell the gamers that he didn't want to waste his teleport scroll. Instead, he told them that the equipment insurance required time to manifest. After the pieces of equipment were soulbound, they were given to Sherlock for safekeeping. He wouldn't let them be fully armed when attending the conference since they were just attendants. It was meaningless for them to carry weapons. Instead, they would wear tuxedos. Though the 3 gamers already had tuxedos from the Winterfell merchant band, it wouldn't cost much to get them more presentable tuxedos. Sherlock let the 3 gamers store their equipment in the dungeon core main hall. Then, he took out a teleport scroll and said to the gathering of chatting gamers, "Brave citizens of the Eternal Kingdom, because of your valor, we defeated the evil Hounded Men and were invited to the Winterfell conference. This honor is not solely for me. The honor belongs to you, my brave warriors. Your feat will be known throughout the Underworld." Sherlock tore the teleport scroll. As the gamers cheered wildly, the magical teleport rings engulfed Sherlock and the 3 gamers before they vanished. Has the plot ended? What do we do now? We continue to carry bricks. Have you earned your private land? Nope, 2 square meters for a silver coin. How could I earn that? Let's carry the bricks. Forming expeditions hunting spiders. Why are you forming expeditions? Shirley isn't in, so who's going to revive you? The gamers chatted as they worked diligently. Sherlock was transported to Winterfell amongst the wild cheering of the gamers. Not Wearing Pants and Arthur had been to Winterfell before, but it was in a rush, and they didn't have time for sightseeing. It was the first time for Sylvarners, and she was in awe of Winterfell's grandeur. When she saw the orcs, abominations, werewolves, and sirens strolling by the teleport portal reception hall, she stared. We had the same expression when we came the first time. Morose was sitting there checking the tickets. That location, Not Wearing Pants said excitedly to Sylvarners. There was another gnome at the exit. Arthur remained silent as usual. When Sherlock passed by the great ceiling painting of the devil, Not Wearing Pants said, "This is the great devil, Michelangelo, destroying the surface world in world destruction. The great devil almost destroyed the world." "How do you know this isn't on the official website?" Sylvarners said in disbelief. "I wrote about this in my strategy guide. Perhaps you didn't read my post. I'm not bluffing. When I was with Arthur during the first mission, Shirley introduced the painting to us, but he didn't do it this time. I suppose he would only introduce it the first time." Sylvarners was envious. Sherlock brought them out of the teleport portal reception hall and onto the streets. The simulated sun emitted gentle light rays upon them. Sherlock looked at the sky, which was created by Marner, and marveled at its realism. It was early morning, and there was quite a while before the start of the conference. Sherlock was able to shop for their new clothing and purchase items like teleport scrolls. He needed to rent a beetleman as well, a wild one. A beetleman charged around in the northern tunnel of Winterfell and bellowed wildly. The other beetlemans and other crawling insects were shocked by the charging beetleman and dodged in a hurry. On top of the wild beetleman were a devil and 3 goblins. One of the goblins shouted arrogantly, "Move away, move away." The pedestrians looked in fear at the devil and the wild beetleman. The beetleman dashed around recklessly and almost knocked against the buttocks of a slow elderly beetleman. Fortunately, the wild beetleman brushed against the side of the tunnel and avoided a tragic accident. "Slowcoach, are you looking for death?" Furious shouts faded as the devil and beetleman receded into the distance. "Sit, who are you? Shout at me if you have the guts." On the slow-moving beetleman was Not Wearing Pants, who pointed at the distant devil and shouted furiously. There were 2 goblins beside him, Arthur and Sylvaners. They weren't normal goblins. They were gamers from the other world. Behind the 3 goblins was the great devil Lord Sherlock. "Why aren't we transported to the conference location after the end of the plot animation? Why do we have to sit on this slow beetleman?" Sylvaners asked, puzzled. "This is normal. The beetleman is slow as to let us familiarize ourselves with the cityscape. Just like familiarizing ourselves with the environment of a new map," Not Wearing Pants replied. "Do we have to travel slowly on our rides? I would like to suggest having a teleport point so that we could travel faster on the official website." "Aren't the games operating like a fast food restaurant?" Sylvaners asked. "I like the speed." In the previous world of Warcraft, before the 1970 series, there weren't any flying rides. Everyone worked hard to get the expensive horses. It was fun, though. Not Wearing Pants reminisced sweetly while Sylvaners rolled her eyes. "Uncle, how long ago was that version? You have revealed your age." "Aren't you revealing your age with your name? You are most likely born in the 1980s, at most 1990s. Impossible to be after 2000, Not Wearing Pants said. "Who said that people born after 2000 don't play World of Warcraft?" "I did," Sylvaners said. Arthur didn't say a word. Then, after a long time, he shouted, "I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm picking up a parcel." After that, he emitted uniform breathing sound. He wasn't sleeping, but was merely offline. Sherlock sat irritated behind the 3 goblins. He had to endure the slow beetleman and the wild chatting of the gamers. To be more specific, the chatterboxes were Not Wearing Pants and Sylvaners. Arthur only chipped in occasionally. They chatted for an hour. Who knew why these otherworld gamers had that much to talk about? Even if the beetleman was slow, it was still faster than their walking speed. After an hour, they had almost reached their destination. They saw other creatures moving in the same direction along the way. Most likely, they were also attending the conference. Sherlock wasn't trying to save money on the beetleman rental. Even if he was poor, he had 4,000 magic stones, and it was no issue buying the clothing and renting the beetleman. When Sherlock wanted to rent a beetleman, there were no more beetlemans available because there were many creatures attending the conference, and they had rented all available ones. There was only one elderly beetleman left, and the rental boss had actually put it in retirement. In the end, the rental boss rented it to Sherlock for 200 magic stones. Sherlock decided that it was better than walking for hours. Arthur came back online. He straightened his back and asked, "Haven't we arrived yet?" I would normally have ditched online games with such poor gaming experience. This isn't the usual online game. You can destroy your gaming capsule if you don't like it. Sylvarners pointed to the front as she shouted, "Have we arrived yet?" Sherlock was waiting for the three gamers to quarrel and provide some entertainment when Sylvarners shouted. Sherlock lifted his head and looked into the distance. A group of huge buildings appeared. They had almost arrived. End Vol 1 Part 1.